majority of the year, right? But let's look at their schedule to this point as they have opened the season against Western Michigan, or against Akron. My apologies to the Zips. Then it was Western Michigan. Then it was Marshall. And last week, Michigan State was driving a bit, but ultimately lost that game 38-7. So Ohio State 4-0, 18-point favorite today against Iowa. And is this a look-ahead spot for the Ohio State Buckeyes heading to Oregon next week? Kirk Ferentz, I have a crazy stat about Iowa against ranked teams for you, but I want to hear from Kirk Ferentz as his Hawkeyes, off a bye, head to Columbus this afternoon for a showdown against a top 5 team.
It kind of goes back. We've been playing pretty good defense. It's an old narrative. I mean, we've played pretty well defensively. We've had issues with the offensive line. And then last year, we obviously had some challenges at the quarterback spot. So it's yesterday's news. And if you're going to play a team that is nationally ranked top 10 team, and, those teams you mentioned typically are in that neighborhood, I'm not saying you got to be firing on all 3 cylinders, but it sure helps. It gives you a chance. And, I guess I look at it the other way. I look at last year. I'll go back to that because I know a lot's been written about how many points we scored against whoever it was a year ago. And, I think maybe you look at it the other way. Maybe we did a hell of a job winning 10 games. So there's 2 ways to look at every coin. And talent, there's ebb and flow of talent. I've been here 25 years, going on 26 now. And it's true each and every year. Every year's got its own challenges. You deal with the challenges that are in front of you. Try to play to your strengths and do the best you can on an annual basis.
So Iowa right now getting money, continuing to get money, right now down to 17 across the market. And this was a spot earlier today when we talked to Chuck Esposito that this was the pros versus Joes game, where the pros were taking the points with Iowa. The public was laying it with Ohio State. If you are laying it with Ohio State, I've got a stat for you that's going to make you happy. Iowa playing their first ranked opponent this season. Last year, they played 3 ranked teams. They were outscored 92-0 in those games, and they have lost 7 straight games against AP ranked opponents, outscored by 27 points per game in those contests. All right, we keep it rolling here. We talk to Heisman winner Gino Torretta breaking down Miami Cal. He joins us next.
Experience the time of your life at Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas. Live it up with the world's largest sports book, Circa Sports. Get loose and get loud with all sports, all seasons at Stadium Swim. Take in the $1 million views at our rooftop lounge, Legacy Club. Go big and go all night with our luxurious rooms and suites. Book the time of your life today at circalasvegas.com. Elevate your swim game at Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas. Featuring the best pool in history, Stadium Swim. 3 levels, 6 pools, and a 143-foot diagonal screen. It's 365 days of fun in the sun. With all sports, all seasons. Stadium Swim. Located at Circa Resort and Casino. Book today at circalasvegas.com.
Wendy's breakfast burrito has an entire breakfast in every bite. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, American cheese, cheese sauce, and sausage or bacon. So the first bite is like fresh cracked American cheese sauce, bacon. And the second bite is like fresh cracked American cheese sauce, bacon. And the third bite, you get the idea. The boss of breakfast burritos, gotta be Wendy's.
Participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
NFL Sunday Ticket subscribers, you can watch the VSiN Pro Football Tailgate Show every Sunday on YouTube as part of your Sunday Ticket subscription. Never watched VSiN? Well, this is your chance to check us out each week as we get you ready for every NFL game. It's the VSiN Pro Football Tailgate Show with me, Stormy Bonantoni, former NFL MVP Rich Gannon, and NFL General Manager Michael Lombardi. Every Sunday from 10 a.m. to 1 Eastern on YouTube and VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Live Bet Sunday on Bison.
One of my best bets was Jacksonville.
Follow the spring and summer action of Cleveland Cobras minor league football on Western Reserve Radio. Follow the Cobras as they compete against teams from around the region in pursuit of a Tri-Point Football League championship. And if you're looking to continue your football career after high school, college, or even the pros, or to be part of the Cobras staff, go to Facebook at Cleveland Cobras Football or contact owner Jesse Caldwell at 330-416-3442. Be a part of the excitement of Cleveland Cobras football.
WWE superstar Alberto Del Rio, take one.
Behold the angry giant.
Try it again, Alberto.
Behold the angry giant.
Perfect. Good luck tonight.
Behold the angry giant.
Yay! Read me another one, Dad.
This is WWE superstar Alberto Del Rio. It only takes a moment to make a moment. Take time to be a dad today.
Visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
This is Everett Fitzhugh, the radio voice of the NHL Seattle Kraken, and you're listening to the home of the Youngstown Phantoms, Western Reserve Radio.
Keep it rolling. Games underway. And boy, people are not happy as a flag was picked up on a 4th down attempt by the Missouri Tigers. It looked like it was going to be pass interference against Luther Burden. After further discussion, they picked up the flag. And now Texas A&M with the ball. We just had offsetting penalties in Texas A&M and Missouri. Connor Weekman is the starting quarterback, and A&M now out into Missouri territory, scoreless right there in that one. Live line has Texas A&M minus 4.5. SMU strikes first. The Ponies into the end zone as they lead 7-0 over Louisville. So a very easy drive there for Texas A&M, for SMU to get into the end zone. Scoreless still in Navy and Air Force, a game where we've seen a lot of money on Navy. That number down to 7.5 in game at DraftKings between the two service academies. By the way, just keeping an update, it was Connor Weigman who did get the start for Texas A&M as they are driving now inside the 30-yard line of Missouri. One of my best bets was Texas A&M here in this spot, so hopefully that does come home. That was the only game. No, that's not true. I had Louisville on a money line parlay as they early trail now 7-0. So it's always one of those spots, right, where most of the week Louisville was laying 6.5, 7, and now they're 2.5 in game at DraftKings. So you wait a while and you might get a better number, especially if the team you're looking to back does grab an early touchdown. So that's an update on where we stand on those early games. We'll keep you posted on Texas A&M and Missouri. And the night will end out in Berkeley as Cal will be hosting Miami in a showdown of a top 10 team on the road. We've got 8 top 15 teams on the road, and a gentleman who knows a thing or two about Miami, won the Heisman Trophy for the Canes back in 1992, and will be on the call of this game on Touchdown Radio, which is available on the Odyssey app, local stations across the country, as well as SiriusXM. It is Gino Toretta who joins us courtesy of our progressive guest line. Gino, set the scene for us because we saw glimpses of it from College Game Day. As crazy as it sounds for this ACC showdown, it seems like the atmosphere out in Berkeley is pretty solid.
Well, it's now the Any Coast Conference, so anybody on a coast can join the conference. I think I will say this: I grew up out here. I grew up about 5 miles from Cal Berkeley, and I think I landed at about 10 o'clock Wednesday night to see some family, and it was 85 degrees driving over the Bay Bridge, which is unseasonably, and it's never that hot at this point in time. So I think Miami will obviously like the warm weather. I'm not big on the 10:30 Eastern start for them because of the body clocks, but it's just a gorgeous environment. I mean, listen, Cal doesn't fill up the stadium all the time, but when you go up to the top of the stadium and look out the backside of it, and you can see the Bay Bridge and the Golden Gate and the San Francisco Bay. I don't know if there's a prettier setting to go watch some college football and see if Miami can handle the road environment.
Well, as a former quarterback, watching the current quarterback of Miami, a gentleman who could join your pretty exclusive fraternity. A lot of football still to be played, but we will see. Based off of the odds, he's certainly in the discussion. What has impressed you, Gino, about Cam Ward this year, and what should we expect from him tonight against a always tricky Cal defense from Justin Wilcox?
Well, I would say, he's cool, he's calm, he's been the leader that the team needed. He's worked hard. He's probably one of the hardest working guys on the team, and they follow him, which is great. He was in the same or similar system at Washington State, so that's why he's operated at such a high level early in the season. And it's just been fun to watch. He doesn't seem to get too up or too down. And, even when he's made some mistakes and they've been on the ropes, he's been cool and calm. And you're right about Wilcox. I mean, Wilcox has had 2 weeks to prepare for Miami. He's obviously probably watched the Virginia Tech tape numerous times. And I'm curious to see what he puts together, because he's a head coach because of what he did as a defensive coordinator. So I'm sure they'll have a great scheme, and we'll see if Miami can adjust. I think the best way to adjust, with coverage schemes is if they can get Fletcher and Martinez on the ground rolling, and then they should have some success.
Gino Torretta joining us here on our Progressive Guest Line. He'll be on the call of his alma mater's game on the national call, Touchdown Radio, available on the Odyssey app, local stations across the country, as well as Sirius XM. Gino won the Heisman Trophy back in 1992. We've talked about it a bunch, Gino, which is the familiarity that Justin Wilcox and Mario Cristobal have for one another. And Justin Wilcox, the last 3 times that they faced each other, when Cristobal was at Oregon and Wilcox remains at Cal, games were pretty close. Cal won one of them. They've covered all 3 of them. What is it about Justin Wilcox that makes him a tricky coach to go against, especially when he's in this role? And what I mean by that underdog role, as they're about a 10-point underdog heading into this game at home tonight.
Well, I think what it is obviously, if you look at 2 rosters, Miami's probably, I think if we can all agree, Miami top to bottom's got the better roster, for the weekend. But I think what Justin, he's very cerebral, and I think that he's seen, obviously he's seen all these offenses before. He's seen what works against Washington State, and I think that you just can't get too set in what you're doing against an offense. And I think, what that means is, I go back to college and, I might have saw 3 fronts, maybe 3 coverages, a couple blitzes. And what makes him, I think, successful is every so often you throw in something that they haven't seen or that's not a top 3 tendency for the defense. And when you do that, you force mistakes. The quarterback makes a mistake. He hasn't seen this in a while, or he hasn't seen it on game tape in 2024. And the quarterback maybe try to force the ball. The quarterback throws in a lane. I think Virginia Tech did that, last week. I think, Cam was trying to throw a wheel route to Restrepo down the right side in the red zone. And the zone defender just baited him to throw it flat. He threw it flat, and the guy picked it off and almost ran it back for a touchdown. So I think those kinds of wrinkles always, to me as a quarterback, always mess with a quarterback's head, because you're thinking, okay, I see 2. Are they going to, man free? Are they rotating? What are they doing? And the quicker you can process that. But that's why I think he's a great defensive coordinator, because you don't need to do it a lot. You just need to throw a wrinkle in every so often, because coaches are the masters of, they will just over worry about things. And, if they see one play of a defense one time, you rep it 25 times in practice.
Torretta joining us here. He'll be on the call nationwide on Touchdown Radio. You could head over to touchdownradio.com to see all the affiliates, as well as catch them on Sirius XM. Gino, before I let you run, I do know you've called a couple Georgia games this year, and you called Auburn last week. Those 2 teams go head-to-head today. I'm not sure, how much you took away from Georgia's performance last week against Alabama, but bigger picture, looking at Georgia, the 2 times that you've called them, do you still believe this team has the goods to win a national championship despite the loss last Saturday against Alabama?
I would say this. They have the personnel. I would say they're top 5, or top 12, no question by the end of the season. I don't think there's any question there. I saw them against Clemson, and I was like, wow, okay, this team's legit. Saw them against Kentucky, and really Kentucky should have beat them had the quarterback not held the ball and fumbled it, gave them 3 points, and Kentucky would have won the game. And I would probably say weaknesses. They don't have guys on the outside that can run away from coverage, and make plays. I think that, that's an issue. I think that the checking and audibling at the line of scrimmage, it doesn't seem like Beck has the freedom that Stetson Bennett did. Now, I get Stetson Bennett started for a bunch of years, but, Beck was a starter last year. And there are times when, I see in the booth it's a bad play or a certain look that you should do, run the ball or throw it to the outside, and they won't do it. And that was kind of, that was head scratching to me, if you will, because he has the arm strength, athleticism, and that, and I think last week they just went for it on every 4th down, and they got 5 in a row, and they couldn't flip the script on Bama, and that's where I think they came back. But I don't think you're going to see them going for it on 4th down all the time. But talent wise, they have the talent that for sure top 12. Number 1. Yes, they can beat anybody, but they obviously didn't just beat Alabama. So.
He is Gino Torretta, won the Heisman in 1992, and now he'll be on the call of his alma mater tonight nationwide on Touchdown Radio. Gino, appreciate the insight.
Anytime, guys.
There he is, Gino Torretta, giving us his thoughts on Cal and Miami. We're going to go no huddle. Get through as many games as possible. Also get you updated on what's going on across the country. Texas A&M and Missouri underway. Giga Maggie with that early lead. It is VSiN's College Football Tailgate Show.
Hey, pet parents. With Progressive's collision coverage, you get extra protection for your cat or dog, because there's nothing worse than seeing your pet hurt. Like when you see their face after accidentally stepping on their tail, and you say, "I'm so sorry, Mr. Pickles." But as you kiss his nose and rub his little belly welly, you know Mr. Pickles is thinking, "You betrayed me." Anywho, Progressive pays up to $1,000 in vet bills if your pet is injured in an auto accident. Learn more at Progressive.com and watch where you step. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Collision coverage subject to policy terms. Not available in all states.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
The only thing better than football is the excitement of
uncontrolled high blood pressure is serious, and I can quit whenever I want. Why can't we get back to when you checked on me? I don't want to leave, but remember, when I quit, you quit. Sincerely, your heart.
Listen to your heart and don't let it quit on you. High blood pressure can lead to a stroke, heart attack, or death. Get yours to a healthy range today. For help keeping yours at a healthy range, text PRESSURE to 97779. A message from the American Heart Association, the American Stroke Association, and the Ad Council.
WWE superstar Alberto Del Rio, take 1.
Behold.
Ryan Briggs here, along with Grove City College head football coach Andrew DiDonato. Coach, we flipped the calendar to October. Glad to be with you once again here for game number 4.
Glad to be with you, month 2 of the season.
The Wolverines closed out September in fine fashion last Saturday night. A 58-7 victory over Allegheny in the annual night game at Robert E. Thorne Field. And, Coach, certainly a lot to be excited about, from the Wolverines in all 3 facets. A great crowd, a great atmosphere, and a lot of great performances from the guys in red and white.
Yeah, just a complete game. I mean, starting out with a kickoff down to the 1-yard line. I mean, the little details that you want to see in football games, executing a 41-yard field goal, which we know is huge, not only in that game, but in games that are going to be coming going forward. You get 2 pick sixes, 2 interceptions returned for touchdowns. That makes it for a pretty special day, earning us the Defensive Player of the Week in Caleb Brubaker, which I'm sure we'll get into. And then just again, a complete offensive day, getting a running back over 100, multiple running backs contributing, obviously a receiver again, having a wonderful day with a number of yards, other guys contributing, just a complete football game.
The Wolverines, as you mentioned, 5 interceptions, 2 returned for touchdowns. Caleb Brubaker, this week's PAC Defensive Player of the Week. He got it started after the Wolverines had taken a 7-0 lead on Ian DeMary's touchdown run. The very first play from scrimmage after that, he jumps a route, takes it back 26 yards for a touchdown, makes it 14-0. And in terms of the game itself, really, you have to think in terms of the momentum and everything, the play of the game.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, anytime, you just look at football statistics. If you get an interception returned for a touchdown, a punt block returned, I mean, your percentage chance of winning certainly increases. And when you get it that early in the football game, I think it really just set the tone. I think it, our guys are playing fast and free. Obviously, 4 more picks to follow, and it's tough. I've been there as a quarterback too. You throw one early, and then the windows get tighter. It's happened to me before. Happens, you know what I mean? It happens to all of us. So, and I share that just because of what you say about it being the play of the game. I think when you get a big play like that, it can set the tone and really set the dominoes to follow thereafter. And I think everything Saturday night did start with Caleb's interception return.
Then later on in the first half, Shea Aitken, who we've seen him with long runs as a running back, some great kick returns. He put all those skills to use in a 70-yard interception return, made the pick fairly deep in the secondary, and then weaving his way through traffic. He looked like a guy who was auditioning to be the kick returner again, but a great play and a great run back from a guy who has done a lot of things for the Wolverines and has really found a home at strong safety.
Yeah, that's a great point. He was around the 50-yard line when I thought he's going to take this a distance. Obviously, Shea has a running back background. That's actually where we started him and where we moved him back to at one point before he went back to safety. And he's electric with the ball in his hands, I think. And honestly, he was reading blocks on his way, weaving through everything. So did what he has been doing for us at safety, and then put the running back hat on the return. And Shea's made big plays like that in big moments. So actually last year's night game, night game's pretty special to Shea. Had a big sack against CMU and a big interception in that ball game, and did it again. So under the lights, Shea Aitken makes plays, that's for sure.
We have to call him prime time or something that. Although I think that nickname's been appropriated a few years back, but by a guy now out in Boulder, Colorado. But Shea Aitken, the interception return. And then a couple of guys who are, who have been on special teams and so forth, but getting a lot of action in the second half with interceptions. Levi Teets, sophomore from Morgantown, who, depending on some health situation, might find himself in the starting lineup against Bethany. He had an interception at the goal line to keep Allegheny off the board. And then Trent Rupp, senior from Red Bank Valley, not 1 but 2 interceptions for Trent, who's emerged as a key guy on special teams, and good to see him have a 2-pick night.
Yeah, Levi has put himself in a great spot because he can play multiple positions. There's certain guys that are more field and boundary corner, or obviously it's a cornerback, but they do have different responsibilities. Not every corner for us is a field and boundary guy. Levi's one guy who is. That's why he puts himself in a position to be available to be on the field, because he's versatile enough to handle duties, whether it be field or boundary. And I just think everything he's shown us to earn that type of respect is why he's moved up the depth chart in a position to make a big play in a night game. Trent Rupp, I can't say enough about. He's just an amazing leader. He was in my office leading up to that game that week, and we were talking about leadership. He has a passion to help others. We talk a lot about vision, and as a senior, not only does he do his own job, but he really mentors our other defensive backs. We have a lot, obviously, starting Noah Wheeler, a freshman, and he's just really taken on bringing Noah's under his wing. And I told him after, he got to orchestrate the band. So if anyone is unaware of what I refer to there, at the end of every game, we go over to the band, do the alma mater, and the band picks a player to go up and orchestrate, and they chose Trenton Rupp to do that. But I told Trenton after the game, I said, one of the most proud moments as a coach is when you are so selfless and you come in and you talk so much on, what you could do as a senior leader to help other players and help even guys at different positions. And that you're the one who gets to be in the spotlight when you're the last person who would ask for it. But just because I think it does, I think it's sometimes in life when you're so giving of yourself, it comes back around. And for him in the senior night game to be the one up orchestrating the band, there could not be a more deserving individual, and just so proud of his efforts.
Offensively, 500 yards on the dot for the Wolverines. The quarterbacks, 3 of them saw action, combining for 313 yards. Logan Pfeiffer was a little inaccurate early, but it was a wet and windy night, but he certainly got dialed in, finding Scott Frazier for a couple of touchdowns. Later on, Sutton Ellis throwing a very nice touchdown pass to a first-year player at Grove City, Darvier Gray, who is really rocketing up the depth chart. We saw Ethan Wiley as well in there. I'm sure it was good, obviously, to get Logan on track after a little bit of a slow start, and then to get your number 2 and really your 2A guys an extended look as well, and see those guys leading productive drives.
Yeah, it was exciting in any game. I thought Allegheny did some very nice things early on that we had to adjust to, and we I felt didn't take advantage of some opportunities we could have in that first quarter. It's very something unique about our pass game in general. Just kind of how it's set up. I always have to, when we have someone new or a new coach come into the program, explain, we don't chase a high completion percentage, which what I mean by that is there's a lot of offenses. They throw a lot of bubble screens, different things where it's built into their offense that, we want to have a goal of a certain completion percentage. Ours, that's a part of it, but ours is more about, being very effective from an explosive play standpoint in our pass game. We want our passes to lead to explosive plays of 20 plus more yards or conversion. I thought as the game went on, we did that. I think some of the things they were taken away early, we hit a double move for a long touchdown. That's a route we don't go too often, but we had to in that game because Allegheny forced us to. And that's actually a route we have not thrown since last year in a game. But Scott and Logan, 2 experienced players, went to that in a big moment. So I just share all those details to say, even though we may have had a slow start, I was really proud of the way our guys adjusted and went to tools that we haven't had to use in a long time that really led to some big touchdown plays. You mentioned Darvier Gray. He gets into the game, makes a big play, and as you mentioned, has been climbing up the depth chart quite a bit. And, again, Ethan Wiley comes in, completes a big a ball to Seth McGroarty down the left sideline, and Sutton Ellis throwing that ball to Darvier. So multiple quarterbacks, multiple receivers being explosive in the pass game, and just was excited with how the day ended up there after a slower start.
Another 100-yard outing for Nico Flatty. A number of running backs getting involved as well. And, of course, it all starts up front with that the front 5. Brady Brungard at center, Nate Brady and Dylan Lane the guards, the tackles, Luke Jolly, and Dalton Ford, and then, of course, the fullbacks, Anthony Brunette, and the starter, Robert Tamburino. And there were a lot of running lanes for the backs, and the quarterbacks, they had time.
Yeah, and I really loved our communication as the game went on. They were blitzing safeties, and which really put some stress on your line. And again, after the first drive, we got to the sidelines, made some adjustments, and just proud of that experienced crew, what they did. Nico had one of the more special runs I've seen in a long time. That was the feature clip that we had in our Monday night. We come in and watch film of the previous game. You see this electric run where I think he broke about 5 tackles, but it was the details, lower pad level on contact, running your feet through contact. A lot of things maybe you'll hear, if you're watching a game, let's say on a Sunday, and you hear the broadcasters and talk about effective running backs and what they do. Nico does that every play. I mean, he really does. But most of the time it's making a 4-yard run, a 6-yard run, or a 5-yard or 8-yard. But I think I stopped the play 7 times because on 7 different instances on contact, he did the thing you have to do as a running back to extend the play. So to have that many high things to highlight in one given play just is one example of many of why Nico is so special and over 100 yards. But I highlight that play because he just does it consistently, and was so excited for him to be a teaching point for all our young running backs on what a running back needs to look like.
And, of course, special teams, you mentioned the 41-yard field goal, Daniel Sullivan, who also caught a touchdown pass. Got that rare combo. Really have to do some digging. Last time somebody kicked a field goal and caught a touchdown in the same game. I don't know that it's ever happened in program history. Maybe back in the 60s, although Coach Berger went for 2 a lot back then with some of the guys he had, and that was they got a lot of those 2-pointers. So 41-yard field goal. That's it's nice to know that you have that, because obviously, you like to think, well, we're going to score every drive. Well, that doesn't happen. That's just it's not realistic. But to know if you get to the 25, you have a very good shot at getting at least 3 on the board.
Yeah, and Daniel's such a unique talent. You mentioned it. Playing receiver and then going to kicker is not easy. And 41-yarder, I look back at it, and obviously it's huge in that game. But we were very blessed to have a lot of success last year. And in order to do that, it came down to a lot of games that came down to the final few minutes. And and having a kicker that I know that if we get the ball to a certain point on the field, we're going to have a chance to get 3 is very special. And Daniel does that. But his opening kickoff down inside the 5, people don't realize how much of a threat that is. And we're playing unbelievable defense, and our defense I can't say enough of. And with the special teams, Coach Bress always stresses job is, to make the defense drive 75 to 80 yards. And that all starts with Daniel Sullivan.
Let's look back at last week. When Coach and I come back, we'll take a look a couple of changes on the Wolverine 2 deep. Some young guys really working their way up and perhaps cracking the lineup this week against Bethany. We'll talk about that. And then in our final segment, we will preview today's opponent, the Bethany Bison. The Bison are coming off an open date last week. We'll talk to Coach about the challenges of playing a team that didn't play last week. All that and much, much more. This is the Andrew DiDonato Show, brought to you by Valvoline Express Care and Car Wash of Grove City.
Valvoline Express Care and Car Wash of Grove City. Check your clothes and get you service for cars, trucks, and SUVs.
Changing your own oil can wind up costing you more than you think. Hey, Ken Frenchak here from the Valvoline Express Care and Car Wash of Grove City. Do you know the right oil and the right filter for your vehicle? We do. Here at the Valvoline Express Care and Car Wash, we do it all. Our team will not only change your oil, we'll check your filters, lights, and fluids, and we will also install new wipers. Whatever you need. Why spend time and money doing it yourself when you can drive in and drive out? It's just that easy here at the Valvoline Express Care and Car Wash of Grove City. Also remember, now through the end of the year, buy one, get one free wiper blades with a full-service oil change.
Valvoline Express Care and Car Wash of Grove City.
Welcome back to the Andrew DiDonato Show here on the Wolverine Sports Network, brought to you by Valvoline Express Care and Car Wash of Grove City. Ryan Briggs here along with Grove City College head football coach Andrew DiDonato. Coach, every week on Mondays we exchange the 2 deep with the opposing team, in this case Bethany, and people wondering, well, what's the 2 deep? It's essentially who's the starter, who's the backup. That's what it is. It's the depth chart going 2 men deep. For the first time this year, some noticeable changes. A couple guys banged up that are in reserve spots or whatever, but we've seen some guys such as a young man we talked about in the first segment, junior wide receiver Darvier Gray, who played a lot in his previous stop for 2 years. Some other guys in the secondary, Donovan Biggs, the freshman out of Gateway, now backing up Jason Minch at the dog position. Some guys on the defensive line as well. Is that just kind of the natural progression as the season goes, where maybe somebody gets banged up, a position change for somebody it clicks for them, or are all those kind of the things that lead to guys making their way up the ladder?
Yeah, there is. It's number one, obviously, is injuries. Unfortunately, as the season progresses, as you potentially get some of those, which we have had the last couple weeks, it affords other guys some opportunities, some changes. So injuries are a part of that. We've been blessed to be able to get guys in towards the end of the game in these first couples. And then it's a sign that in our scrimmages that we do on a Wednesday, for example, with our second and third group and then getting plays. If you make plays, you can find yourself moving up the depth chart. We want guys to be encouraged by that. And that's why another reason that goes into it. And then just having a bigger roster, not having to ask guys to handle multiple responsibilities, if maybe having a running back that's in this package, but a different guy in that package, receiver, have certain receivers in one package, other receivers, being able to do more of that. So Darvier has just continued to make plays. He's done it in practice first and foremost, and then to do it in a big game. We're excited for him to be into the 2 deep and we expect to see him making plays, on Saturday and in the return game. Dom Danino has been unbelievable and throughout, and because of some injuries in the secondary, Yeah, he's our punt returner. So obviously it shows how great of an athlete he is. We want to look at him and give him some opportunities on the defensive side because, a lot of times when you're a 2, one of the questions I always ask is, what gives you the best chance possible to be on the field? And when you've returned a bunch of senior receivers currently, and those are all healthy right now, sometimes it is on the other side of the ball, and that's what happened there. So those are just 2 things to highlight, injuries and production in practice, earning guys the right to move up the depth chart.
And you mentioned about practice, and you've been watching these guys every day from camp and so forth. But also because of the way that the first couple of games have gone, with the Wolverines having large leads in the second half, you've been able to get guys actual game snaps too. How important is that? Obviously, you see it in practice, and then for them to be able to go out, in front of a big crowd this last Saturday night, as an example, and to go out and, well, it's make a big catch or make tackles or be in the right spot, whatever. How valuable is that, not only for them, but for you and the coaching staff to not only you're able to evaluate practices every day, but now in a game, not game simulation or game like, but an actual real game against an opponent with a crowd and officials and everything there under the lights. How valuable is that for you and the coaches as well to see it applied in a practical situation?
Yeah, anyone who's followed our program would know that a phrase I use often is focus on your vision, not your circumstance. And we have a positional vision, and that actually is how we use to rank guys, both in practice and in game. You get a miss, a good, or great on a specific rep. Well, one of the best circumstances I want to see you in is a game situation because it's different than practice. You're going to see defensive techniques that you don't see in practice. So if you're executing things at a high level in practice, that's the starting point. But now let's put you in a different circumstance, in front of a crowd, in a different setting, against a different defensive look. Are you still able to get a good or great ranking on your specific assignment on that given play? And we've had many guys do that, which is very encouraging.
Let's look at some personnel adjustments for the Wolverines. When we come back, we'll talk about the Bethany Bison. Bethany are coming off of an open date. So the Bison have had 2 weeks to prepare for the Wolverines. They've had a challenging schedule early on. We'll talk about the Bison when we come back. But first, it's time for Joe Anderko with this week's President's Athletic Conference Football Report. You're listening to the Anthony Donato Show, brought to you by Valvoline Express Care and Car Wash of Grove City.
Welcome to the PAC Football Report for October 5th, 2024. I'm Joe Anderko. This week, we will take a quick look back at last week's football action in the President's Athletic Conference, while also previewing Week 5 games this Saturday. 4 PAC teams remain undefeated through 4 weeks. In a battle of unbeaten national powers, Carnegie Mellon is 4-0 after the Tartans overcame a 19-point halftime deficit to edge Washington and Jefferson 30-27 in overtime. Case Western Reserve joined CMU at 4-0 by rolling past Geneva 56-14. Defending champion Grove City and Westminster each improved to 3-0 with impressive wins, as the Wolverines blasted Allegheny 58-7 and the Titans swept past Teal 58-6. Finally, Waynesburg earned its first win of 2024 with a 21-7 road win at St. Vincent. Bethany had the Week 3 bye. PAC Player of the Week honors in Week 4 went to CMU sophomore wideout Reese Kolke on offense with 162 receiving yards and 3 TDs, including the game winner in overtime at W&J. Grove City junior linebacker Caleb Brubaker on defense with 6 tackles and a 26-yard pick 6 versus Allegheny. And senior safety Bryce Butler of Westminster on special teams with a 64-yard punt return TD at Teal. Top newcomer was Case first-year running back Andy Kavchik with 6 carries for 79 yards and 2 TDs at Geneva. Week 5 again features 5 league matchups, while Teal is off this Saturday. The top matchup features another battle of league powers as 3-1 Washington and Jefferson travels to New Wilmington for a 1 p.m. kickoff at Harold-Burry Stadium against 3-0 Westminster. The Presidents have dominated the all-time series 39-6, including a 48-3 blowout in Washington a year ago, but the teams have evenly split their last 10 matchups. Veteran Titan head coach Scott Benzel previews the big matchup.
They are a complete football team. They are very veteran, very experienced. So for us, I don't think we have the expectations that we're going to go in there. It's going to be an easy game. It's going to be a 60-minute, maybe more. we've got to play extremely well. But the key pivotal thing for us is just play within ourselves.
1-3 Allegheny will look to end a 3-game skid when the Gators host 4-0 Case Western Reserve at Frank Fuhrer Field in Meadville at 1 p.m. Allegheny leads the all-time series against the Spartans 20-10. However, Case has won the previous 4 meetings with Allegheny, including a 42-14 decision in Cleveland in 2023. Second-year Gator head coach Braden Layer talks about keeping his team focused and positive during a difficult stretch of the season.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of view it always as a 1-week season and doing whatever we can every single week to put our best effort out there and see if we're ready to compete, especially against the top dogs in this conference. And obviously this week we've got Case Western that, I mean, just looking at their film, I find it hard to believe they're not going to be just as good as anybody else in the pack at the very, very top.
After being off last week, the road gets no easier for 0-3 Bethany, which hosts top 10 nationally ranked and 3-0 Grove City at Bison Stadium at 1 p.m. The series between the longtime PAC foes dates back to 1913, as they will meet for the 78th time on the gridiron. The Wolverines have won the last 5 meetings, with the last Bethany win in the series being a 27-7 final in 2018. Bethany head coach Brandon Robinson talks about his program's approach during last week's bye week.
Well, coming off 2 hard games against Case Western and against Carnegie Mellon, I think we took it as an opportunity to take a step back and really look at our personnel, look at our schemes, and really evaluate who we are. The mindset of focusing on us and focusing on us getting better. I thought we accomplished that.
In other Week 5 PAC action, 1-3 Geneva travels to face 1-3 St. Vincent at Chuck Knoll Field in Latrobe at 1 p.m. It's the 28th meeting between the teams dating back to 1930. The GTs lead the all-time series 17-9-1, but the Bearcats were victorious a year ago in Beaver Falls 28-19. Finally, 4-0 Carnegie Mellon hosts 1-3 Waynesburg under the Gesling Stadium lights in Pittsburgh at 7 p.m. The Tartans hold a 16-5-1 margin in the all-time series against the Yellow Jackets, including a 41-10 road win in 2023. That's all for this edition of the PAC Football Report. Log on to the conference website at www.pacathletics.org all season long for the latest news, scores, statistics, and other league information. You can also follow us on social media via X, Facebook, and Instagram. Links are available at the PAC website. I'm Joe Underko. Thanks for listening, and we'll see you at the stadium.
Welcome back to the Andrew D. Donato Show on Wolverines Sports Network. Ryan Briggs here, along with Grove City College head football coach Andrew D. Donato. This week's show, as always, brought to you by Valvoline Express Care and Car Wash in Grove City, located on North Center Street in Grove City Borough. Had a chance to stop and see Ken Frenchak and the guys the other day. Had to get the old Briggsmobile get serviced, and great to see the guys there do such a great job and keep me on the road, getting us down to Bethany on Saturday. The Wolverines taking on those Bethany Bison. Coach, Bethany coming in 0-3, but playing Carnegie Mellon, playing Case Western early. Obviously, Bethany's still a pretty young squad. In fact, very young when you look at the offensive 2 deep of the 11 starters. 9 are sophomores or freshmen, 1 junior, 1 senior. Certainly, this is a team that is improving. The record might not show it, but it's a program that's come a long way in the first month of the season and a program that's come a long way since the start of last season.
Yeah, I mean, you look at playing all these young guys, had an amazing down-to-the-wire game versus Allegheny, and then, when you're playing a bunch of freshmen and sophomores early in the season, having to go up against CMU and Case with not having really any game experience, that's tough, but they're learning, they're growing from it, and just really impressed with some of the challenges they place on you. I'm sure we'll get into it, but I'll just start here with their quarterback. Obviously quarterback, and he's been effective throwing the ball, but such a threat with his legs. And not just designed runs, which they do, but scrambling and things like that. And the reason I share that is that as they're figuring this thing out, they've seen how to utilize that to take some pressure off their young line. When you have a quarterback, so you're adding an extra guy in the run game that a defense has to account for. Seeing them from game 1 to game 2, and then specifically from game 2 to game 3, doing a much better job to taking some of that stress off of their line as they're getting comfortable with their quarterback. And I think that's probably been the biggest thing I noticed as they're progressing through this season.
You mentioned Brett Phillips, the quarterback, 6'1", 180 out of Wheeling Park. Starting running back Luke Hilliard 5'10", 210 sophomore from Avonworth. It seems like a classic inside the tackles, power runner with a little bit of niftiness.
Yeah, I would say the difference between Luke and TJ. So Luke, number 3, and then you'll see another running back they use a lot, number 0. His name's TJ. If anyone's followed us, think Clayton Parrish last year, Nico Flatty. They pretty much start with Clayton, so that's who you're referring to here, number 3. And then when number 0 comes in, actually probably the better comparison with Joey Guida, if people remember him, just a one cut and go, go right now. And it's really a thunder lightning duo. I think that's the ideal running back situation. Almost everybody uses multiple running backs now, and it's okay if you have 2 similar style runners. There's nothing against that, but I think it's most effective when you get that bruiser that's more of a downhill, want to run through you, and then you put in a guy that wants to make you miss and get to the edge. And I think that's what impresses me most about their running backs and their backfield.
And we mentioned that offensive line. It is young, 3 sophomores and a freshman. The only senior, Tyler Pierce, the left guard, 6'1", 295, but certainly good size, 275, 295, 295, 285, 260. And in the backups, there's some Husky guys there as well. They certainly you could tell that they are building their identity and saying this is how we want to play. And it seems like they are establishing a firm foundation.
Yeah, I mean that's how we started it. We started at one point. We were rebuilding this thing was get big linemen, and you're going to go through growing pains, but you can't teach the size, and they're going to continue to get better each week, and that's what these guys are doing. And again, I just really like Bethany's staff, some of the things they're doing to help a young line and let some of their playmakers zone read, different things, quick passes to the outside. Again, things that you can do to take some stress. A lot of screens, a ton of those in their first 3 games. So I think with this young line, the staff's doing a great job to come alongside them and do some things and scheme and things like that to take pressure off.
Defensively, they list a 3 down linemen. Do they play a lot of odd front, or do they mix it up?
That's been our theme is whatever you see on the 2 deep, that's the starting point, but you're going to see many other things. And again, we've seen odd front, we've seen even, which is 4 down linemen. We've seen bare, which is 5 down linemen. So as usual, we're practicing pretty evenly. I mean, if you look at the percentages in certain situations, yes, it is the odd front that they list, but we have to be prepared for everything.
Just looking at them defensively, certainly this would have to be considered more of a speed-based unit. Just looking again, some of the heights and weights, a little light in the rear up front. But the flip side is, defensive end Amarian Williams wearing number 5, the nose tackle Grant Snyder wearing number 0. I remember longtime head coach Chris Smith always telling me, watch out for those defensive linemen wearing the single digits because you know that they're really athletic.
Yeah, certainly dangerous in obvious pass situations and rushing the quarterback, being able to utilize that speed and quickness. Where that comes in the run game, you'll see a lot of stunt and movement. So, for example, not just playing right through an offensive lineman, but designed ways to go around you. So it presents a different type of challenge, and our guys ready for that. And then, anytime, same thing with us. The reason we play an odd front 3 down is get as many linebackers and safeties on the field as possible, and Bethany does an effective job with that with their scheme.
Bethany, of course, always seem to have a couple dangerous guys on returns, too. And you mentioned TJ Owensby, who we'll see at running back. He's the primary kick returner. Again, and certainly, the case in Bethany, I'm sure they're wanting to, maybe get something big out of the return game. And the fact they've had, an extra week, had the open date last week, you especially have to be on guard for something like a reverse on a kickoff or fake punts, things like that. Or is that maybe overthinking it? Or is that something that you have to be prepared a little bit more for because the team has had an extra week and maybe they work on some of those things to add a little juice to practice?
Yeah, it's always dangerous playing a team coming out of the bye week, especially a young team. You get three game films where you can see, okay, this is what we're effective at. And then you have a whole week just to focus on yourself before you go to your next opponent. So, I do expect, even obviously they've improved week to week, but a significantly improved Bethany team. And also that advantage is they've broke a couple that had some very nice returns. And now you have the opportunity to build some adjustments off that, offense, trick plays off of some plays you've already put on film. Returns, your base returns, getting those counters off of them, punt, some of the fake punt options. So, certainly something that team coming out of the bye week that, we need to be on our guard and ready for.
And that was the Andrew D. Donato Show, brought to you by Valvoline Express Care and Car Wash of Grove City. Ryan Briggs here. Mark Means will join me in just a moment. We'll take a 30-second break and come back with the kickoff. It's Grove City and Bethany next on the home of the Wolverines.
Valvoline Express Care and Car Wash of Grove City.
Ken Frenchak here at the Valvoline Express Care and Car Wash of Grove City. Experience. We're all about experience. The experience of our expert quick lube techs and also the experience we provide you with every oil change. You can go anywhere for an oil change, but you come here to the Valvoline Express Care and Car Wash of Grove City for the experience. Drive in, drive out. It's that easy. The Valvoline Express Care and Car Wash of Grove City.
And we welcome you to Bethany, West Virginia for this afternoon's game here on the Wolverines Sports Network. Mark Means, Sports Information Director Ryan Briggs. Grove City comes into this afternoon's matchup at 3-0. The Bison are 0-3, but they've had 2 weeks to get prepared for this game after having the opening date last week. And the Wolverines come off the big win at home last week against Allegheny.
Yeah, very interesting to see what we'll see out of this Bethany team at home. It's certainly going to be excited coming out of the open date. Grove City rolling right now, number 7 in the country, and on the road. Never easy to go on the road in conference play as the Wolverines are here at Bethany. At times, this has been it's been a tough place for the Wolverines over the years. No doubt getting off to a good start will be very important today. Wolverines will be kicking off to begin today's game as we have apparently a little bit of a delay here before the start of things. But Mark, first off, glad to be with you.
First time this year.
Yeah, first time we've been together. We'll get to do this a few more times in the regular season here as we go on. But a beautiful day here. You could not ask for a better early October day.
Absolutely. Middle 50s, complete sunshine, only a few sparse clouds around. A perfect afternoon for some college football.
Actually, temperature up, they say 70 here now.
So, wow.
So it
jumped up.
So, yeah, it has gone up. But either way, not a cloud in the sky today. A little bit of a breeze. As we're still waiting to get underway here. One of the department personnel for Bethany was out on the field with the officials holding up things. I don't know for what or why. It's not a, they have a video broadcast, but it's not, TV like when we had with, a couple weeks ago with Geneva, or next week, or with the Teal game in a few weeks when WKBN comes to town. But yeah, we're going to get started. Daniel Sullivan will be kicking off, and for the play-by-play of week number 4, here's Mark Means.
Sullivan set to kick on a beautiful fall afternoon here in early October. The Wolverines and Bison getting together here this afternoon. 2 returners, actually 3 back deep, 1 inside the 5-yard line. Sullivan gets his foot into this one end over end. Going to be dropped at the 15-yard line, picked up back at the 9, and knocked down right there at the 9-yard line. Great special teams coverage downfield for the Wolverines.
Shea Aiken, of course, has just been just having a great senior year down there to cut him down. Caleb Brubaker also there, and it will be a long field for Bethany starting at the 10-yard line.
Brett Phillips expected to get the start at quarterback, the Wheeling Park High School native. 381 yards through the air, 3 touchdowns, 2 interceptions.
Changing the Wolverines secondary, Daniel Danino, who we've seen a receiver, or Dominic Danino, excuse me. Daniel played basketball years ago. Dominic at cornerback today, Noah Wheeler out. So a change for the Wolverines in the starting lineup.
They will run it on first down. Phillips hands off to the tailback, who stood up right at the line of scrimmage and driven back for no gain. It brings up 2nd and 10 for the Bison.
Jordan Karcheski right at the point of attack, occupying 2 men, standing them both up, and
so 2nd down and 10, 14 minutes, 33 seconds to play. And the opening quarter, Bison left to right. Phillips takes the high snap, will roll to the wide side. Looking to throw. Now he'll tuck and run, and he'll go out of bounds after a short gain. And sprints all the way to the far fence. He'll pick up about 3. It is going to be 3rd down and 7.
Good backside pursuit coming from the backside, Ben Bladel. Then on the front side, Jack Jolly there. Those aren't 2 guys that I'd want chasing me. Nice job by Phillips. So we heard about his mobility, and he did a good job to make something out of nothing. Here in this 3rd and 8 now, Jordan Karcheski checks out. Michael Walliser checking in as an extra linebacker. So Ben Bladel will drop down to the defensive line. Essentially, instead of the 3-3 look, it becomes more of a 4-2-5 with the Jolly and Bladel as the defensive ends, Walliser in the middle.
2 to the right, 1 to the left. Running back goes in motion, high snap. Phillips pulls it down, ball's loose on the turf. They'll battle forward, and the Wolverines think they've got the football, and they do. So they force a turnover on the opening drive, and they are knocking at the door near the 6-yard line.
Bryce Sponek come out of there where there was a high snap. It wasn't terribly high, but high enough. Bobbled. Phillips had it. Then by the time he corralled it, Ben Blado hit him. Sponek was closing in on him. Kobe Bonanno also there. Sponek comes up. Let the Wolverines have it 1st and goal at the 6-yard line.
So 1st and 10 for the Wolverines, led by 3-year starter at quarterback Logan Pfeiffer, 741 yards, 8 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. Looks like Nico Plotty will be the tailback.
Wolverines come out in the short yardage set. Extra lineman, Bobby Benton in there. Extra fullback, Anthony Brunette.
Pfeiffer under center. Turns, gives the ball to Plotty on 1st down, and able to push the pile forward to near the 5-yard line before being tossed back. It'll be 2nd and goal from the 5.
We talked, Bethany is not it's not a real, thick defense, but a good job there. And Grove City comes out in that formation. You hold them to 1. You're doing something right offensively, or defensively, I should say.
So 2nd and goal from the 5. Frazier, lone receiver, splits out right to the right side. Pfeiffer going to work out of the pistol. Now he'll step up and go under center with both fullbacks and Nico Plotty in the backfield. Pfeiffer takes the snap, looks for the fade into the corner for Frazier. That one sails over Frazier's head and incomplete. It brings up 3rd and goal from the 5.
Good coverage out there by the cornerback. Press coverage from Devon Lewis, the senior, 5'11", 165. He was all over Frazier. Good tight coverage. And now 3rd down. And really a Pfeiffer, where he threw that one, just really nobody had a shot at, but because of the good coverage. Threw it in a safe spot where if anybody was going to catch it, it was Frazier, but it was incomplete.
1 receiver to the right, 2 to the left side. And at receiver for the Wolverines, that's Darvier Gray, number 14, the junior. He's split out wide to the right. Pfeiffer, play action, looks middle, fires middle, and that pass is going to be incomplete off the hands of Heckathorn, and it brings up 4th down.
Good job of the free safety, Devin Colson, cutting underneath. And will be 4th down, and the Wolverines will send out the field goal unit. So this would be a huge win. Already, this is a huge win for Bethany, holding Grove City to a field goal attempt. Grove City 1st and goal with the 6, but just netting 1 yard as Daniel Sullivan comes out to attempt the field goal, which is not much more than an extra point.
Sullivan 1 of 1, connecting from 41 yards out last week against Allegheny. Fairbairn to Holt. Snap is down. Kick is on the way. And that kick is up, and it is good. So the Wolverines settled for 3 after forcing the turnover inside the red zone and take an early 3-0 lead.
Grove City, a drive, 3-4 plays, 1 yard. You'd love to get 7 there. Get off to a good start. Kind of get the excitement out of Bethany. Bethany, the turnover deep in its own end after mishandling the kickoff. But hats off to the Bethany defense, standing tall and limiting Grove City to the early field goal.
So Sullivan's 3 puts the Wolverines up by a score of 3-0 with 12:40 to play in this opening quarter. And now the Wolverines will kick the football back to the Bison here this afternoon on the 2nd road game of the season and 4th overall for the Wolverines.
Of course, alternating home and away the rest of the way.
Sullivan with the ball teed up at the 35-yard line. 3 returners back deep inside the 10-yard line for the Bison. Sullivan's kick end over end at the 5, across the 10, 15, and then driven back once he got past the 15 to about the 17-yard line. Once again, fantastic special teams coverage downfield by the Wolverines.
Jason Minch that time leading the charge. Also saw Nick Heltzel, Trenton Rupp. How about Trent Rupp last week with 2 interceptions? Really a special teams ace for the Wolverines. And again, Bethany facing a long field. This drive starting at the 17. Better field position relative to the first drive, but still pinned inside the 20.
So 1st and 10 for the Bison. Luke Hilliard is the tailback. 73 yards rushing on the season. They'll put 4 receivers in the formation. Phillips takes the snap, drops back to throw, goes underneath, and that pass is going to be deflected. Bowden Davidson looked like he got a hand on it, to knock the pass away. It's 2nd down and 10.
He got a hand on. He also might have had a hand on the receiver. That right hand looked like it may have been on the right hip of the intended target out there, which is a new starter in the lineup, Todd Airy, starting at receiver today. Bethany sideline wanted a call. They didn't get it. It is 2nd down.
2nd down and 10 for Phillips and the Bison, left to right here in the first quarter. From their 17-yard line. 2 receivers left, 1 to the right side. Phillips takes the snap. He'll give it to his running back. Had a little crease down to maybe the 18-yard line. Hilliard gets a gain of 1. It's going to bring up a 3rd down and 9.
Luke Hilliard was a very productive back at Avonworth High School. Played for Duke John Core, former record-setting quarterback at Grove City back in the early 90s. Great program there in the northern suburbs of Pittsburgh. And Hilliard, he's the type of guy you build a program with, coming from a winning program, good, tough runner. But the Wolverines up to the task on that one, putting Bethany in 3rd and 9.
Trips to the left. Single back in the backfield with Brett Phillips. Phillips takes the looping high snap, steps up to the pocket, feels the pressure. He's going to go down, and a flag comes in at the end of the play as well, back near the 15-yard line.
Jack Jolly in on the sack. I'm not sure how the score looked like. Jolly had him first. Either way, the Wolverines collapsing the pocket. And again, that's a couple of high snaps we've seen, and just throwing off the timing, and it's holding. It's going to be declined, and it will be Grove City forcing Bethany to punt for the first time today. But, the high snaps, that's we saw it result in a turnover earlier. That time threw off the timing, and you give guys like Jolly and Bladel that extra half second. Good luck.
So the Bison will punt the football away. Ethan Rasu averaging about 31 yards a kick for Bethany. His feet right on the goal line, takes the snap, gets the kick away, end over end, fielded at the 45, gets a block across the 40, and then pulled down back at the 41-yard line. Thought there might be something there early, but the Bison able to take that lane away and make a nice open field tackle.
Yeah, good job by Bethany staying disciplined in the coverage lanes. And it's Wolverines will have it 1st and 10 at the Grove City 41-yard line.
So Pfeiffer and the offense makes their way out onto the field from the 41. It'll be Gray split far outside to the right. Frazier to the left. Both fullbacks in there with the tailback Nico Flotti. Snap, hand the ball off to Flotti, cuts to the right, now drives back inside, and he's going to get down near the 35-yard line for a good gain on 1st down. And that's been the key to this offense this year, successful gains on 1st down.
Yeah, and the Wolverines are the number 1 team in the country on 3rd down, 64%. Why is that? A lot of 3rd and 2, 3rd and 3, 3rd and 1. Winning on 1st and 2nd down. Wolverines, a nice play there, as you said, to getting close to 7.
Going to give the ball to Nico Flotti again. Flotti made contact right at the line of scrimmage, then able to push the pile forward. Is going to be about a yard shy. It'll set up a 3rd down and 1.
Jacob Angel, the 230-pound senior defensive end, in on the stop. Maybe 3rd and short upcoming.
Same look for the Wolverines. Gray to the right. Frazier to the left. Both fullbacks in the backfield. Nico Flotti is the tailback. He'll get the carry. He'll lower the shoulder and hammer forward for the 1st down across the 30-yard line. And that is enough to move the chains, and a Grove City 1st down.
Yeah, Bethany doing a nice job. The Bison, they've been stout so far. Yes, Grove City getting the 1st down there, but it's been hard-earned. Again, other than the flatty 7-yard run on the 1st down of this series, Bethany's defense has had the upper hand in the early going.
Same look for the Wolverines. Single receiver to each side. Pfeiffer to throw it. Steps up. Going to take a shot for Frazier, who got away from the defender, but that ball sailed on Pfeiffer to the back pylon and incomplete. It's 2nd down and 10.
There is a little bit of wind, not a lot, but you can see that ball just take off. It looked like a line drive at Coors Field into the gap. It just took off. The flag, which we can see clearly here, which would be on turn 3 of the track or behind turn 3, not moving a whole lot, but that obviously that pass just sailed.
So 2nd down and 10. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left side. Pfeiffer going to check with the sidelines. Play clock now down to 12 seconds as he turns back to the field. Nico Flotti remains the tailback. He will get the handoff on second down and 10. Found an opening and lowered his shoulder and drove down to the 25-yard line. That's another gain of 5. And it brings up third down and 5. Nine minutes, 33 seconds to go here in the opening quarter. Second possession for the Wolverines on top of this one, 3-0. And looking to get to the Bison red zone. Going to hand the ball off to Nico Flotti again. Big hole up the middle. 10-5 touchdown Wolverines. Nico Flotti 25 yards out into the end zone. And for Nico Flotti, that is his third rushing touchdown of the season.
And a beauty it was. Starting to go left, cut back over left guard. A huge lane there. Nice job the left side of the offensive line. Nate Brady at guard. The center, Brady Brungard. Left tackle, Dalton 4. Key block from the fullback, Tamburino. Wolverines are up 9-0.
So Daniel Sullivan on for the extra point. 16 of 18 on the season. Snap back to him. Extra point put down, and the kick is up, and the kick is good. Nice job by Barabay to get that down. And with 9:15 to play here in the opening quarter, the Wolverines have stretched their lead out to 10-0.
Yeah, 10-0, a good drive. They're taking advantage of the good field position. And the third down run, perhaps, Bethany, they've been doing a good job of stopping the run. And then a 3rd and 5, maybe pulling a guy back away from the line of scrimmage. Big lane for Nico Flotti. We'll take a 30-second break, Mark.
And we'll step aside for a break and be back on the Wolverines Sports Network.
Valvoline Express Karen Car Wash and Group.
Ken Frenchak here at the Valvoline Express Care and Car Wash of Grove City. Experience. We're all about experience. The experience of our expert quick lube techs and also the experience we provide you with every oil change. You can go anywhere for an oil change, but you come here to the Valvoline Express Care and Car Wash of Grove City for the experience. Drive in, drive out. It's that easy. The Valvoline Express Care and Car Wash of Grove City.
Back here at Bethany, West Virginia, as we get set to kick the ball back to the Bison. 2 possessions, 2 scoring drives for the Wolverines.
Yeah, the first one was certainly a disappointment, taking over at the 6 and only getting the field goal. But at the time the punt fielded, or the drive beginning at the 47-yard line after the punt return, and ends up punching it in. Nico Flotti, 25 yards out on 3rd and 5. And the Wolverines have a 10-0 lead here, with 9:15 to go in the first quarter.
Sullivan set to kick. Again, 3 returners back deep. 1 deep man inside the 5-yard line. Sullivan's kick, end over end. He'll run up on it at the 10. Across the 15, looking for the 20, and lowers his shoulder and gets down to about the 25-yard line. They'll say he went down there, and that is where the Bison start, 1st down and 10.
Good to see Keegan Frazier back on the kick team, the junior out of Knock High School, the younger, I dare to say little brother of Scott Frazier, because Keegan's almost looking at him eye to eye, but Frazier, safety for the Wolverines, back out there on the kick team. He's done such a great job on special teams the last year plus. Been banged up a little bit, but good to see him out there and making that special teams tackle.
So 1st and 10 for the Bison at quarterback. Brett Phillips, single back in the backfield with him. Going to have 3 receivers to the right and 1 to the left. We've got movement up front. Flags fly. Phillips going to take a shot downfield, and that'll go off the hands of Ray Adams, the freshman wide receiver. And we'll wait for the penalty call.
The flag is going to be offsides. It's going to be on Ben Blado, who just a tick early, but you can see that one coming. And his timing most of the times is on point. That time just a hair early, and gives Bethany 5 yards. First flag of the afternoon on the Wolverines.
Again, trips to the right, single receiver to the left side. Looks like TJ Owensby into the backfield as Phillips takes the high snap. Bladel's coming inside. That pass is going to be off the hands of the intended receiver and incomplete. Ben Bladel came clean into the face of Brett Phillips.
Yeah, setting up the flanker screen, a receiver screen on the far side. Phillips, as soon as he had the snap, had to get rid of it. Pass floated. Bowden Davidson coming in there or coming in there as well to knock it away. And probably a good thing for Bethany that it fell incomplete. Likely would have been a loss of at least a couple of yards. One change also for the Wolverines in the secondary, actually 2. We mentioned Dominic Danino at corner. Mike Ecke, the sophomore, getting a start at free safety today for Ryan Montgomery, who is not dressed.
So 2nd and 5 from the 30-yard line. Two receivers to each side of the formation. They're going to turn, fake the handoff. Quarterback Phillips is going to keep it, and he's going to be pulled down in the open field. That's Jack Jolly, the junior, who comes up with the big stop back at the 29-yard line.
The Wolverine linebacking court, Jolly, Brubaker, Bladel. Sideline to sideline, north-south, they can all run. You have 3/4 of a pretty good 4x1 relay with those three, I think. And then Michael Walliser checking in as essentially a third down linebacker. Now that's a pretty good foursome right there.
A lot of depth and skill at that position for the Wolverines.
The four horsemen of the linebacking core.
Phillips takes the snap, two-step drop, going to fire downfield. Receiver came back to it, made a nice catch, and went out of bounds at the 40-yard line for the first Bison first down.
Nice route by Todd Airy, getting a start for Jarrell Leeper, who's out today, and Phillips, a good throw. Put it kind of towards the back shoulder. Obviously, that's something you can tell they have worked on that, and proper route recognition and a good throw by Phillips and Bethany, getting a much-needed first down, getting that Bethany defense a chance to regroup a little bit as well.
Airy, the junior wide receiver from Los Angeles, California, making his first catch of the afternoon. He'll go in motion from right to left. They fake the handoff. They're going to flip the pass downfield. That ball is going to be caught right near the first down marker. Had the defensive back for Grove City all over him, but found a way to hold on to that football for the first down.
Yeah, Jason Minch, good coverage there on Tyleek Tate, the sophomore wide receiver, on just he's called the old square out, just went right to the sticks. 10-yard gain to midfield, first down. Minch was there. Good coverage, better throw. So Phillips starting to get a little bit of rhythm. Back-to-back good throws for him.
Out to midfield, first and 10 for the Bison, who have twins to each side and a single back in the backfield. They will give it to him on first down. A gain of just one as he was hit immediately upon receiving the handoff. It is going to be second down and 9.
It's on the Wolverine front there. Again, the front three, Karcheski, Spolnick, and Kobe Bonanno in the middle. Just so hard to run between the tackles. As the back found that out.
Aaron Randolph now into the backfield. They fake it to him. Fire downfield. Quarterback took a shot from Bladel and overshoots his intended receiver, incomplete. It'll be third down and 9.
We talked about Phillips, the back-to-back completions he'd had on the last two passes. Why did he have them? He had time. That time, Bladel coming through untouched, and as he was letting go that one, Bladel putting a shoulder right in his rib cage. Phillips bounces back up, but you don't want to see your quarterback taking hits like that, and puts Bethany in a third and 9.
Two receivers go to the right, one to the left side. Randolph remains the running back next to the quarterback, Brett Phillips. Phillips takes the snap. He'll drop to throw, feeling the pressure. Avoids that rush, trying to get to the outside. He's able to turn the corner and get the first down across the 40-yard line in Wolverine territory.
The Wolverines came with a rare all-out blitz that time, and Phillips did a good job, and a nice job by Bethany to block it up. Phillips able to elude the free man, able to just beat the angle. It looked like Michael Walliser might have at him. Phillips got outside and gets the first down to the 37, pickup of 12, and the Bison on the move. Third first down of the drive.
Phillips takes the snap. He'll roll to the right, looks downfield. Receiver makes the catch at the 35-yard line before being knocked down in his tracks, and that is Todd Airy again on the reception. And then a little bit of a rhythm for the Bison in this drive.
Yeah, and obviously you can see Airy and Phillips. There's a synchronicity between them, and a couple connections here on this drive. And Bethany on the move.
Two receivers go to the left, one to the right side, wing to that right side. Phillips overlooking the defense. Play clock 15 seconds as he turns to the sidelines. So he's getting the play signaled in again a second time. And the play clock now down to 5 seconds. Phillips takes the snap. They are going to run the football as it gets across the 35 down to the 33-yard line. And Shea Aiken comes up from the secondary to make a stop.
Shea Aiken there and Caleb Brubaker was there also. And if Bethany, they might have wanted to stick with the original play if that's what they audibled to, because they did not block either guy on the play side. Goes for no gain and third down, but the Bison been able to convert on a couple of third downs. We'll see if the Wolverines, stay with maybe the traditional 4-man rush here, if they come with a blitz again. Bethany was able to take advantage of the pressure last time.
Third down 5 from the 32-yard line. Phillips has two receivers in tight on the formation as he takes the snap, drops the throw. He'll roll to the right side. He's going to unload this one down the sidelines off the hand of his intended target. And that pass will fall incomplete and bring up 4th down and 5.
Looking downfield for Tate, but Phillips right away, as soon as he got the snap, Jack Jolly burst through the A gap, which is the hole between the area between the center and the left guard. Looked like the center reached out and got a pretty good handful of Jack Jolly's number 8 jersey. But Jolly in pursuit. Caleb Brubaker was closing fast as well. Phillips did a good job to get rid of it. And Bethany will go for it here. 4th down and 5 at the 32-yard line. So that no man's land, not going to punt here, too far for a field goal.
Randolph remains the running back. Two receivers to the left, one to the right side. Phillips to throw, looks that way, fires that way, and that is a first down into the arms of Todd Airy, and the Bison will move the chains.
Third catch on this drive for Airy on the quick slant. Again, the Wolverines came with the blitz up the middle. Jolly coming through, and Phillips and Airy, good recognition by both. Airy realizing, we need to get the first down. Quick slant, got inside the cornerback, and first down for Bethany as the drive continues. Very impressive drive by the Bison. Obviously, you can see, they made a couple personnel changes, during the open week, and on this drive, it is paying off.
1st and 10 from the Grove City 23-yard line. 4 minutes to play, first quarter. Grove City with a 10-0 lead. Phillips going to keep the football, and he got stood up immediately. A couple of white and red jerseys right there to make the play, led by 91 Bryce Spolnick.
He was there at the end, but at the point of attack, Jordan Karcheski drove the tackle, Stephen Bundridge, back into the backfield, and Phillips bounced off of him and then allowed Spolnick to make the tackle for a short loss on the play. But Jordan Karcheski, one of those guys that you want to play a 3-man line, you need guys like Karcheski and, of course, Kobe Bonanno in the middle, but does such a great job. Big, just strong, physical, raw-boned.
Two receivers right, one to the left side. Wolverines showing some pressure, high snaps. Phillips pulls it down, fires downfield. Receiver made the catch and immediately got knocked down in his tracks after the reception.
Dominic Danino up in coverage with the initial or the hit right away. First time they've gone in that direction after the first-time starter at corner. And Danino doing a good job out there to make the tackle after the catch was made by Ray Adames, the freshman wide receiver out there. And Bethany and another third down. Bison have been pretty good on third down. Wolverines have been among the national leaders in third down defense this year, but so far so good for Bethany.
3rd and 5 from the Grove City 19-yard line. 2 minutes, 35 seconds, clock rolling here in this opening quarter. Play clock down to 3, and the Bison are going to need to use a timeout. Gives us a chance to step aside for a quick break, and we'll come back after this on the Wolverine Sports Network.
Founded in 1955, the President's Athletic Conference is regarded as one of the elite NCAA Division III conferences in the nation. Comprised of 11 private institutions and 2 associate members, the PAC remains unique in this day of high-pressure college athletics. As a charter member of NCAA Division III, PAC student-athletes excel in 23 varsity sports as well as the classroom. Want to learn more? Visit us at pacathletics.org or follow us on social media.
Bison used the timeout. They have 2 remaining here in this opening half with 2:32 to play. And a big 3rd down and 5 coming up. Phillips will have 1 receiver to the right and 2 to the right and 1 to the left side. He'll take the snap, try to toss it to his running back, try to get to the edge, and he's going to be pulled down. Jack Jolly in there to make the play as he ran the running back down from behind.
Aaron Randolph getting the pitch. That was a long, slow developing play. Jolly coming from the inside linebacker spot. That inside-out pursuit you hear him talk about, that's exactly what he did there, getting to the outside and cutting him down for a loss. And now the field goal unit will come out. This is going to be a 39-yard field goal upcoming for the Bethany kicker, Liam Gallagher. Sorry.
Not yet attempted a kick on a field goal on the season. 2 of 3 and extra points. High snap. They get it down, and that kick is going to be blocked by the Wolverines special teams, and they'll follow the football back at the 40-yard line.
Kobe Bonanno got that big left arm up there, and it looked like a volleyball spike. Kobe Bonanno, of course, he blocked the field goal last year in the second round of the playoffs at Cortland State, and that time, that kick, it came out very low.
It absolutely did.
But then Kobe at 6'3", that big wingspan. It looked like it hit him maybe in the right in the about the elbow area, and that one knocked down, and then the Wolverines will take over at the 40 as the holder went back and recovered it at the 6-yard line. Landon Bailey, the punter, pounced on it. So Grove City gets a stop. The Wolverines bent, didn't break, and now after the blocked kick, we'll take over at the 40-yard line.
1st and 10 for the Wolverines right there at the 40. Tamburino in motion, going to settle in the backfield. Piper to throw it on 1st down. Deep drop, going to take a shot down the middle of the field. Has his man out there, and he's not able to hold on to the football and complete the catch at the 10-yard line. Darvier Gray just couldn't quite complete the catch going to the ground.
Reached out, looked like he caught the back half of the ball. I think if he's able to maintain his balance, he would maintain the catch. Just said sometimes when your top half gets over your bottom half, gravity worked against him as he was going down. Ball popped loose. Beautiful throw from Piper, and Gray this close to having a big play.
And we saw him get some playing time late in the game last week against Allegheny as he has worked his way into the depth chart. One receiver to the right, two to the left sides. Here we'll run it on to 2nd down with Nico Flotty. And Flotty able to push the pile forward for about 3 yards. Will bring up a 3rd down and 7. Minute 20 seconds to play here in this opening quarter. 3rd possession for the Wolverines, who got a field goal on the 1st possession and a Nico Flotty touchdown on the 2nd.
This actually is the poorest field position for the Wolverines today. First time they've been on their own side of the 50, but first drive started at the 6, second one the Bethany 47. If your worst drive starting spot is your own 40, that's not a bad thing at all.
Piper working out of the pistol, has a single tailback behind him. He'll drop to throw. Has time. The out to Frazier. Could he get a foot down? Or do they see officials come up and confirm the sidelines? They're going to call that a good catch as he got the toe tap down at the 45-yard line.
Frazier needed every bit of his 6'4" frame, and it might be a good thing he's a size 13 instead of 14 with the shoes, too, on the near side, trying to keep the foot in, get control of it. And the officials, they got together for a moment. They both saw the same thing. They saw a catch and a 1st down for the Wolverines. Gain of a dozen into Bethany territory.
From the 45-yard line, down to 15 seconds to play in this opening quarter. Play clock down to 7. Piper takes the snap, play action with time. Looking downfield, has a man open, drops it into the hands of Frazier for the touchdown. 45 yards out from Piper to Frazier. Piper's 9th touchdown pass of the season, the 6th to Scott Frazier.
A beautiful throw, then the over-the-shoulder catch. Of course, baseball playoffs, what do you think? Willie Mays, that was kind of similar to that. Scott Frazier, just on the go route. There's nothing fancy. It's, I'm going to run down the field and beat the cornerback. He did it. Piper led him perfectly. 16-0 PAT pending.
So Sullivan on to attempt the extra point. Snap down, extra point all the way, and the kick is good. So the Wolverines add to their total with 1.1 second to go here in this opening quarter as Logan Piper found a wide open Scott Frazier for the 45-yard touchdown pass.
Just you can't draw it up any better than that. Piper and Frazier, they've thrown how many passes have they connected on over the years? You think every day in practice and so forth, and just a picture perfect pass. Just watching that ball go through the air. You think of those old NFL films like the slow motion type. That's just that, and watching Scott run underneath it, as beautiful a touchdown pass as you'll see at any level of football.
And they've done such a good job of running the football here in this first quarter that the play action pass worked perfectly, drawing everyone up, thinking he was going to possibly hand the football off to Nico Flotty, and Frazier wide open for the touchdown.
That's the Wolverine kickoff unit. They've been busy. 4th kickoff of the first quarter. 2 touchdowns, a field goal, and of course, Grove City kicked off to begin the game. Daniel Sullivan, who getting a little bit of a break from his receiving duties today, but he's still been quite active.
Sullivan's kick, end over end, from the 15, across the 20 to the 25, and then driven down right about the 27-yard line as that special teams unit for the Wolverines continues to excel, and we have come to the end of the opening quarter. After one here on the Wolverines Sports Network, it is Grove City 17 and the Bethany Bison 0. We'll be right back.
You can't escape a traffic jam. Know what else you can't escape? Seasonal allergies. And you might think you can avoid that coffee stain until... Oh, really? You can't escape a lot of things in life, but you can escape prediabetes. Prediabetes captures 1 in 3 adults. There are usually no signs of prediabetes. In fact, most people don't even know they have it. But with early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Take action by taking the 1-minute risk test at doihaveprediabetes.org. You might not be able to escape having this song stuck in your head, but you can escape prediabetes. Go to doihaveprediabetes.org today. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
Sullivan set to the Grove City set to take over on defense as we begin this second quarter. Bison now working right to left, set up from their 27-yard line, first down and 10. Phillips remains in at the quarterback spot. It's Luke Hilliard now in at the tailback spot.
If you're Bethany here, not going to get everything back at once. Try to get that run game going with Hilliard.
First down, fake the handoff to Hilliard, pass downfield, and incomplete. Trying to get his hands under the football is Ray Adamas, the freshman wide receiver. Leads this team with 11 catches, 155 yards, and 2 touchdowns.
Mark, we'll have a quick minute. I want to say hello to our good friend Joe Walters. He is listening today, and he has his beloved Penn State Nittany Lions on the TV. They're playing UCLA, and he has us on the radio, on the audio, if you will. So great to hear from Coach Walters.
Phillips back to throw. Got to go downfield. Receiver was open, but could not come back to the football and hold on, and the incomplete pass quickly sets up third down and 10.
That time, he may have taken his route about a yard further down the field than Phillips expected. I know Coach Walters, he made plenty of trip to Bethany College over the years, coaching tennis, coaching football, AD meetings, etc. So I'm sure he doesn't miss the last 6 miles here to this very picturesque campus.
Third down and 10 from the 27-yard line, 14:50 to play here in the first half. Phillips overlooking the Wolverine defense on third down and 10. 1 receiver to the right, 3 to the left side. Phillips takes the snap, looks that way, tries to go underneath, and that pass wasn't intercepted?
Yes, it was.
Say yes, another interception for this Wolverine defense. Caleb Brubaker pulls in his second of the year.
Got the hands underneath it. I think that Bethany was trying to set up the screen. Phillips was looking for his receiver. He's trying to plead his case. And the only man near it was Brubaker. Now we're going to have an officials confab. Let's see. Wolverines have about 20 guys on the field. Interception. It's official. And the Wolverines will take over. Of course, 5 picks last week. Caleb Brubaker, reigning PAC Defensive Player of the Week. He had a pick 6 last week against Allegheny. Comes up with that takeaway just off the artificial turf here at Bethany. The Wolverines setting up shop at the 28-yard line.
Brubaker stacking the stats already this year. 2 interceptions, a sack and a half, and came in with 22 tackles on the year.
What an addition he has been to an already stout defense and stout linebacking core. And Brubaker with that interception, giving the Wolverines the ball at the 28-yard line after they reset it. Let's see if the Wolverines take a shot here. Maybe look to get Darvier Gray here. Give him another crack.
Single receiver to each side of the formation. Pfeiffer gives the ball to Nico Flotty. Went inside, now bounced it to the outside. Stayed on the feet across the 20. Try to hurdle a defender for some extra yardage. As he'll have his best carry of this first half.
In and out. Of course, he had the 25-yard touchdown run right up the gut. That one was, he had to work a little harder for that one. Good blocking on the edge. Then Gray, who we mentioned, a nice block downfield on the quarterback to spring him for an extra 5 yards. Pick up a 14 for Nico Flatty. Wolverines are back in the red zone, looking to add on to this lead.
Flatty remains the tailback. Frazier to the left. Gray to the right. Both fullbacks in the backfield, lined up to the left. Pfeiffer takes the snap, looks the way of Gray, makes the catch, and went out of bounds. You can see they've run that play together quite a bit. That was in perfect rhythm.
In the Darvier Gray, a young man, first year at Grove City, and it was like last week. It said everything clicked for him. We saw him make the very nice touchdown catch from Sutton Ellis in the fourth quarter last week, and now here he is drawing into the starting lineup this afternoon and making that catch and giving the Wolverines 2nd and 5 just inside the 10-yard line.
Single receivers to each side. Flatty gets the handoff again, went left, cut back right side, and he's going to be down to the 5-yard line.
Looks like he's going to be just a hair short of the lead stick.
Going to bring up 3rd down and 1 for the senior tailback for the Wolverines. 3rd and 1. Ball resting on the 6-yard line. Pfeiffer takes the snap, gives it to Flatty. Big hole up the middle, lowers the shoulder, drives for the goal line, and in for a 6-yard touchdown run for Nico Flatty.
Key block there. You had Robert Tamburino kicking out the end man, and then Anthony Brunette leading through. Nico Flatty follows Brunette into the end zone, and the Wolverines have a 23-0 lead.
Derek Lambert to snap. Daniel Barabay to hold. And Sullivan on for the extra point. Snap down, extra point on the way, and this one is up and good. 13:26 to play in the first half, and Nico Flatty has his 2nd rushing touchdown of the afternoon, his 4th of the year, and the Wolverine lead grows to 24-0.
And we saw the run. Of course, Flatty, the 14-yard run to kind of kickstart the drive. Of course, great field position after the Brubaker interception, the completion to Gray, and then going back to Flatty, following his fullbacks into the end zone. Nico Flatty last year, leading rusher in the PAC, having another great year here in 2024. And as you said, his 2nd score of the afternoon, 24-0 in Grove City. And again, it's obvious, but the field position has translated into what we have here right now. Bethany's had long fields the whole afternoon, starting from the opening kickoff, and they started at their 10-yard line after mishandling it. For the most part, 90% of the game has been played on the Bethany side of the 50-yard line, and it just doesn't matter what level of football. If it's uphill like it has been for Bethany from an offensive standpoint, or you're defending that team coming downhill, that's doubly difficult. And the Wolverines are here rolling early in the 2nd quarter.
So Sullivan getting set to kick the football back to the Bison with 13:26 to play in the first half. Of course, Grove City home next week for Carnegie Mellon. 2 o'clock kickoff for homecoming next week.
Yes.
Sullivan approaches the football, gets his foot into this one, another end-over-end kick that they'll run up on. Try to bounce to the outside and pull down at about the 26-yard line. Returner thought he had a bit of a lane, but we've seen such good fundamental tackling on special teams this afternoon and all year.
Flag on the far side is open. Jason Minch down in kick coverage. The Wolverines special teams, you have a couple of starters out there, Jack Jolly, Jason Minch, Shea Aitken, who they've been special teams guys really since day one at Grove City, been on the kick team. But the Wolverine depth, where you have guys like Nick Heltzel, Trenton Rupp, Keegan Frazier, you go up and down the list, guys like that who are starter caliber players to be down there on the kickoff team, on punt return, on punt coverage, etc. When you have all of those, when you have guys who are of that caliber, that's what happens. Teams end up, the other team starts inside its own 20 on a consistent basis, just as Bethany will again here after the penalties enforced. It was a hold on the far side. So it goes back to the 17.
Phillips takes the snap, fakes the handoff, going to roll to the outside, looking downfield. He's going to run with the football. He'll be dragged down from behind. Looks like, was that the Jolly or Bladel on the tackle?
That was Jolly, as Bladel was actually out in coverage that time. A change-up from the Wolverines, but Jolly from the backside able to track him down. Phillips, a nice job. He was patient, trying to see if something developed, took off and run, and was able to scratch out a couple of yards. But the Wolverine linebacking core has just been in pursuit. And with the addition of Brubaker in the middle, that allows Bladel and Jolly to play more on the perimeter, be more, quote, edge guys. That's the en vogue term now. They can come off the edge and be real problematic.
Second down and long. Phillips takes the snap, looks to throw downfield. Receiver catching it in stride across the 35. And that'll be a first down for the Bison as the big first half continues for Todd Airy, number 81.
Nice job by Airy, the skinny post inside the cornerback. Good throw from Phillips in front of the safety. It was the hole in the defense over the linebacker as well. Very nice pitch and catch. Good play design and good execution by Bethany.
First and 10 out to the 38-yard line. 12:05 to play here in the first half. Phillips to throw, sets up the screen, and Ben Bladel says, no, sir, as he knocks that one down and incomplete.
Well, or maybe not incomplete. They're running around with it in the backfield. It's going to be a huge loss for Bethany as Ray Adamas ended up picking it up. I don't know how that was that was backwards. It certainly looked like it was forward. I think the officials will have to get together and discuss this one. As it stands, it's going to be a loss of about 15. And what do we have here? I think it's going to be incomplete. Yeah, incomplete. So 1 for 2. I guess earlier it was wrong on the interception, but you could see the receiver was, about a full yard ahead. If you lined up he and where the quarterback was up, the trajectory of the ball was going to be going forward. Bladel swatted it down so quickly that it looked like it might not have been forward, but it's coming out forward, and they'll have to make an adjustment to the clock as well.
So give Bladel the pass defensed, and it sets up a second down and 10 from the 38-yard line. Bison set up with one receiver to the right and 2 to the left side. Single back in the backfield looks like TJ Owensby, the junior from Lakota West High School. That's outside of Cincinnati. Phillips overlooking the defense on second down and 10. Takes the snap, gives the ball to Owensby, and Owensby hit right at the line of scrimmage and driven down as he's able to push the pile forward for a short gain. As you see all good running backs try to fall forward for that extra yards.
Yeah, Owensby, he was kind of the feature guy coming back this year, but he's sort of been supplanted a little bit by Hilliard. He's been more of a change of pace guy, but Owensby certainly a veteran. On a day like this where the inside running has not been there, maybe they look to use Owensby more, whether it's a screen guy, draw, get him on a outside run perhaps. But he's out there on this 3rd down and 8 play.
Wolverines looking to get off the field on 3rd down and 8. Phillips back to throw, feeling some pressure. Eyes downfield, and he just tried to flip it downfield and incomplete. And it brings up a 4th down and 8.
Nice job by Jason Minch coming off. That was Brubaker, 27, not 23. 27 was crumpled up in the back of his jersey, but coming from the underneath coverage and applying the pressure, and Phillips it looked like an old option pitch, just shoveling it forward to avoid a sack. He did have a receiver in the area, Airy, but that ball landed well short. And Bethany's drive, which started out on a couple nice first downs, stalls out, and the Bison will punt. Danino deep.
It's Caden Langley now punting the football, wearing number 13, a freshman. Snap back to him. Langley gets away, a nice high spiral. Benito back on it. Field the punt across the 20. Try to cut back inside. Had a defender miss to the 25, to the 30, 35, and a great return. And Grove City will have the football at the 36-yard line, 1st down and 10.
Hey, see why the Wolverines are excited about Danino? It's why he's on the field playing cornerback, because he's a very good athlete. And you just saw him there, the straight line speed, the shiftiness, of course, the good hands as well. We know what kind of hands he has. He goes against the old the joke of they put him on defense, he can't catch. We know Dominic can catch. A nice punt return, taking the ball out to the 37. So again, very good starting field position for Grove City.
So it'll be Frazier to the left, Lenhart and Heckathorn to the right side. Nico Flotti remains the tailback. Tamburino in motion will settle in the backfield. Play action for Pfeiffer with time. Going to throw off his back foot. Frazier made the catch, went out of bounds, but there is a flag back at the 36-yard line.
I think they may get a hold on one of the guys on the right side of the offensive line for Grove City. Wolverines are walking backwards. We will get the official indication. And they'll get the right tackle, Luke Jolly, as he was tangled up with Grant Snyder, the 240-pound sophomore defensive end on the near side. And Snyder able to get a little bit, won the leverage battle that time, and Jolly flagged for the hold. So the Wolverines are set back 10 yards. That wipes out what would have been a first down, or a first down via the completion.
So 1st and 20, ball back to the 27-yard line. 10:46 to play here. First half, Grove City 24 and Bethany 0. Pfeiffer checks with the sidelines. The cards go up. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right side. Tamburino in motion. Pfeiffer to throw. Has time. That pass sailed a little bit on him, as that time they double-teamed Frazier. And the pass will go incomplete and bring up a 2nd down and 20.
And Donnie Smith, the corner over the top, and the linebacker, Marky Anderson, cutting underneath. Really no room at all there. Good job defensively by Bethany. Perhaps a bit of a force by Pfeiffer on that pass. So it'll be 2nd down and 20 now.
We haven't really seen a lot of teams double Frazier this year.
Well, they've tried, but that's when then the running game was taken off. And the Wolverines done a good job managing those numbers. They've had the advantage in the run game of running the football. We'll see what they do here, as Bethany's kind of giving a 4-2 look here.
Pfeiffer takes the snap to throw on 2nd and 20. Has time. Looking deep down the field for Frazier, and he just quite couldn't put a fingertip on it at the 35-yard line, and it falls incomplete and brings up 3rd and 20.
Again, double coverage that time, but he was able to had a step on the defender. Pass just, again, you wonder if the wind might have knocked it down a bit there. Of course, going the other way, right to left in the first quarter, you had the ball sail. Looked like that would just, it looked like a split-fingered fastball. The bottom just dropped out of it at the end. So 3rd and long now for the Wolverines.
Flotti and Pfeiffer in the backfield.
I wonder if they go with a screen here, perhaps.
Pfeiffer takes the snap. He'll drop to throw. Steps up into the pocket. Going to take a shot downfield. Frazier caught. That's one. 30, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Wolverine.
The heck with the screen. Go deep to your big guy. Nice route. Pfeiffer stood in there. Bethany only rushed 3, so 8 dropping in coverage. Wolverines had 6 protecting. 5 linemen, and then Nico Flotti, the running back. Frazier running down the field, beats the coverage. And it was 8 guys covering 4, and the Wolverines get a 72-yard touchdown out of it. Beautiful pass, and obviously a blown coverage in the secondary.
Frazier, his 2nd touchdown catch of the afternoon. Give him 7 now on the year. Sullivan on for the extra point. Snap and hold are good, as is the extra point. And with 10:08 to play here in the first half, it is Grove City 31 and Bethany 0. We'll take a break, come back and have more on the Wolverines Sports Network.
Take a look under your bed. Find stuff under there? What about jobs? No? Now try your basement. There's a pair of overalls that overall you're not so into anymore. A perfectly good laptop that hasn't sat in your lap in months. And even more stuff, but still no jobs? Well, you really have both. See, stuff is defined as household articles considered as a group. Sometimes this stuff is no longer needed. Wait, no longer needed? That can't be right. Because remember those jobs you were looking for? Those are really needed, and they're the stuff inside your stuff, even inside that winter coat that moved with you to Phoenix. Our job is to unlock those jobs, and it starts when you donate your stuff to your local Goodwill. Here's how we do it. When you donate to Goodwill, we sell your stuff to provide job training for people right here in your community. So just by teaming up with Goodwill, you help create jobs. And isn't that worth parting with the leftover keytar from your 80s cover band? Goodwill. Donate stuff, create jobs. Find your nearest donation center at goodwill.org. A message from Goodwill and the Ad Council.
The Wolverines kick team has been busy this afternoon. They're set to kick the ball away back to the Bison. 10:08 to play in the half and a 31-0 lead for Grove City. Sullivan with the ball ready at the 35-yard line. This is a short end-over-end kick. We'll try to get to the outside. And got a block across the 25, 30, 35, and out of bounds. And on a return, looks like Carl Fowler, the fifth, a freshman from Seneca Valley.
Yeah, Fowler did a nice job getting to the outside. We talked about the Wolverines. They've been so disciplined. But that time, of course, the return starter on the far side came all the way to the near side, and the outside man for Grove City got sucked in a little bit. Not a lot, but just if you're thinking of lanes, 10 guys running down. If you divide the field into 10 lanes like a track, he was about half a lane over, and that was just enough to allow Fowler to get the corner and get upfield with a very nice return out to the 38. An excellent starting field position for Bethany. Badly needed starting field position.
1st and 10 for Phillips from the 38-yard line. Wolverines showing pressure. Phillips passes deflected. That's intercepted by Bowden Davidson. Has a clear lane down the sideline. 10-5 touchdown Wolverines. And for the second straight week, the interception results in a touchdown.
The third pick six of the year for the Wolverines, Bowden Davidson. Second time he's done that in his career, both times against Bethany. Bowden Davidson takes that one, the deflection. You can see that one just floating like a punt coming down the 40. And we, of course, Bowden, a very good kick returner as well. And he didn't have to do much weaving there. He got it, went straight down the field. Bowden Davidson with the pick, and the Wolverines extend the lead.
Sullivan on for the extra point. Lambert to snap. Bearbeta hold. Snap down, hold down, extra point up, and it is true. 9:49 to play in the first half, and Grove City's lead has grown to 38-0 as this defense has done a great job turning turnovers into touchdowns.
Third time in the last, 6 quarters or so that they've done that, and Bowden Davidson, his second career touchdown. We'll have to keep updating the game notes. So I was putting there last time it happened. Interception return. Well, we'll have to add another one on here with Davidson. But again, second year as a cornerback, and just that having a great two-sport career at Grove City. Of course, a lacrosse player as well, midfielder, very good midfielder for the Wolverines. He scored some goals on the lacrosse field, and he scored a goal there, a 6-pointer for the good guys.
And that's the opportunity you get at Grove City. You get the opportunity to play multiple sports.
Absolutely. You look at in the secondary line, two starters, Davidson and Jason Minch, both lacrosse guys. Ryan Lenhart, an accomplished thrower in track and field. And there have been a number of guys, of course, Gabe Dunlap last year, and James Perenni, and the list goes on and on and on. And Bowden Davidson looked like he was going down the field getting ready to score on a goalie. That time there was no goalie.
Sullivan's kick. Fielded at the 10, trying to get to the outside, looking for a block, and that time there was no running lane. He's knocked down right about the 16-yard line.
Dominic Danino down there, making his presence known on special teams, had the nice punt return earlier. That time on kick coverage down to chop down the returner back inside the 20-yard line. Call it the 17.
And that's a trend we've seen in college football over the last, 3 to 5 years. Typically, you didn't see starters on special teams, but that's gone to every level. Now you put your best athletes on the field.
Yeah, and in Grove City's case, there's a handful of starters, but they don't have to use all the starters.
Phillips to throw from the back of the end zone. Hit as he throws, and the pass falls incomplete.
Flag came right out, it came out right at the snap, thrown by the head linesman, and it'll be on Jason Minch, who was blitzing. And just a little bit early. He had the immediate pressure on Phillips, but he's able to get there because he had a head start. And it's a 5-yard mark-off would give Bethany 1st and 5. But Jason Minch, such a versatile guy. We talk about the lacrosse and how that translates. Of course, that's a physical sport. There's the contact, but the physical movements as well. And for the position he plays in this defense, the dog position, he is well equipped. He can stop the run. He can rush the passer and cover downfield.
1st and 5. Phillips going to set up the screen pass. Receiver made the catch and got upfield, but only got back near the line of scrimmage. And so this will set up a second down, and second down in a long 4 to go for the Bison. Clock continuing to run. We approach 9 minutes to play here in this afternoon's first half. So 2nd down and 4 for the Bison. And now we've got a penalty flag and we've got movement up front. But we'll look down to the field for this penalty call as officials get together. This will be a false start penalty on the Bison. So that will back them up 5, and this will bring up a 2nd down and 9. Second down, 9 yards coming up for the Bison. Phillips drops to throw. Has time. He'll look downfield. This will fall incomplete. So this will bring up a 3rd down and long now for the Bison. 3rd down and 8. Eight minutes, 44 seconds to go here in this first half of action.
Coming up at the half, we'll recap some Wolverine sports. A lot going on. Busy day here for the Wolverines, and a good day so far in a lot of ways.
8:44 to play here in the half as Phillips drops back to throw. Has a man open, makes the catch, broke through one tackle, and able to get down near the 35-yard line.
Yeah, finding Adamas out there. Adamas has been he's been a busy guy out there today, and involved a key part of this passing game, and a nice job by Phillips. Phillips, you can see why Bethany's excited about him. You can tell, he's their guy. They have their quarterback, their foundational guy, and when he's had time, he has been very effective, and he certainly has done that so far.
First down and 10 to the 33-yard line. Phillips looking towards the sidelines. Play clock down under 10 seconds. As a single running back with him that looks like TJ Owensby. Give the ball to Owensby, trying to bounce to the outside. Broke through one tackle, tried to turn on the speed. And there was Minch there to make the stop.
So you went with Randolph that time, 8 instead of 0. But Owensby had been in there. But again, another high snap mark. And that one nearly threw off the timing, but a good job by Phillips just to go up, make the one-hand grab, look like a rebound, just yanking it down with one hand. Basketball guys get it with two hands. Phillips one-handed it and was able to get the handoff and a decent gain on first down out to the 38-yard line.
2nd and 5, ball on the 38-yard line. 2 receivers right, 1 to the left side. Single back in the backfield with Phillips. Phillips drops to throw. Being pressured, rolls out, sidearms a pass downfield between defenders, and that pass is going to be caught. That's Elijah Moffitt with his first catch, the junior out of Atlanta, Georgia. So a first down for the Bison into Grove City territory to the 49-yard line.
You can't help but be impressed by Brett Phillips. He has a young offensive line, a lot of young receivers. This overall is a very young Bethany team. But you can tell with Coach Robinson, they're putting pieces in place.
Fake the handoff. Phillips looks to throw. Now sets up the pass to the running back out of the backfield who made the catch. Wide open was Randolph, and that is down to the Grove City 30-yard line.
Randolph listed as a wide receiver on the roster. We've seen him at running back, but circling out of there, and a nice job. Everybody went to the right in terms of the motion. All the receivers floated to the right. He circled back to the left. The linebacker trying to get over to him in coverage was not able to get there, kind of caught up in the wash a little bit. Phillips found his man, and Randolph takes it down to the 31-yard line.
So the Bison will send trips to the right, single receiver to the left side. Randolph will remain the running back in the backfield with Brett Phillips. Phillips takes the quick snap, tries to set up the screen. Receiver made the catch, avoided the first wave of defenders, and was pulled down in the backfield for about a 2-yard loss. Is a host of Wolverines right there to make the stop.
Minch with the initial hit. He was able to get away from Minch, was the receiver, but then the 2 new starters in the secondary today, Mike Ecke and Dominic Danino, finished them off. It's a short loss back out to the 34. Actually, it's going to be maybe a little bit more than a short loss. 2nd down and 13.
5 minutes, 25 seconds. Clock rolling here. First half, 38-0. Grove City leading Bethany. Bison on the move. Phillips overlooks the Wolverine defense, sends a man in motion. That's Moffitt. They will fake the handoff, fire underneath. Receiver makes the catch in stride and down to the 20-yard line. That's Tate on the reception, another Georgia native out of Prince George.
Little RPO concept there. Put it in there, quick pull out and throw the slant to the receiver. And Bethany's found something, the quick passing game. They have some guys that can move on the outside, and also the quick passing game that helps neutralize the Grove City pass rush. It's hard to get the quarterback when he's getting rid of it very quickly.
So 1st and 10, ball at the 20-yard line. Phillips sends a man in motion. He'll take the snap, stand in the pocket, roll to the right side, pressured from behind, and he just unloads this one downfield and incomplete. It's 2nd down and 10.
That time, that was not the quick passing game. A little slower developing play, and Bryce Spolnick applying pressure. Jack Jolly at the end, and Phillips throwing that one out of bounds. Bowden Davidson made a nice catch, but he was on lane 1 of the track in the far corner. But a good job by the Wolverines defensively on the back end, and then getting the pressure as well. But Bethany's done a nice job on this drive. Again, the quick pass, the quick game has helped, but also doing a good job in pass protection.
2nd down and 10 from the 20-yard line. 4:23 to play here in the first half. Phillips, 1 receiver right, 2 to the left side. Single back into the backfield. He'll take the snap, fire outside quickly. Receiver made the catch, got away from the defender, and Ray Adamas has another reception for the Bison.
Very nice route by Adamas. Phillips threw that one to the wrong shoulder. Adamas had to reach behind him and make the catch, but made it, spun upfield, and takes it down to the 10. Bethany 1st and goal now at the 10-yard line.
Four minutes to play here in the first half. Bison will send 1 receiver to the right and 2 to the left side. Phillips overlooking the defense. Play clock under 10 seconds. He'll take it, swing it out to the outside, and the receiver tried to turn upfield before he made the catch. Did Moffitt, and the pass will fall incomplete.
One thing we noticed with Phillips, he's kind of been dropping down sidearm more on this drive, and at times that can be very effective. A quarterback has to be able to do it. You see Patrick Mahomes, back in a generation ago, Brett Favre loved dropping down like that. I think maybe sometimes Phillips, he goes to that perhaps maybe not out of necessity as much, or maybe just dropping down there. And that time the throw was there, but that's something when it's coming out lower, or a better chance to get batted down at the line.
So 2nd down and goal from the 10-yard line. Phillips takes the snap. He'll look to run to the right side. Then he just went down in the backfield. He didn't look like he lost his footing. He just kind of went down.
We're all these baseball analogies today. I was just like he was sliding into third base. I think he saw that Jack Jolly and a couple of his buddies, Shea Aitken, among others, were coming up to perhaps deliver a striking blow. He went down at the 14, so it's a loss on the play, just essentially a quarterback run loss of yardage, but now 3rd and goal back at the 14-yard line.
3 minutes, 9 seconds to play in this first half. Phillips takes the snap, fakes it to his running back, tries to fire over the middle, and that pass is caught for a Bison touchdown as the defender was boxed out and he was able to make the catch for 6.
Great route by Adamas, got inside the quarterback, posted him up in basketball parlance, and Phillips put it right on the money. And if he didn't catch it, it was going to hit the T and the H in Bethany going across the jersey. Very nice drive by the Bison, orchestrated by the quarterback Phillips, and it's the Bison are on the board.
So Gallagher on to attempt the extra point, 2 of 3 on the year.
He had the field goal blocked earlier.
Snap down, and that is also blocked. And the ball recovered by the Bison. And that extra point is no good.
Ben Bladel coming through and blocking it. But again, high snap, and then that ball was coming out low. If Bladel didn't get it, I think somebody else would have. But Bethany gets 6 and gets on the board.
So with 2:57 to play here in the half, it is now Grove City 38, Bethany 6 will step aside for a 30-second break and come back on the Wolverines Sports Network.
Valvoline Express, carry car, wash and go.
Ken Frenchak here at the Valvoline Express Care and Car Wash in Grove City. Experience. We're all about experience. The experience of our expert quick lube techs and also the experience we provide you with every oil change. You can go anywhere for an oil change, but you come here to the Valvoline Express Care and Car Wash of Grove City for the experience. Drive in, drive out. It's that easy. The Valvoline Express Care and Car Wash of Grove City.
2:57 to play as the kick is away, fielded inside the 10. Brought back across the 10, 15, 25, sideline 35, and forced out of bounds. And that's Bowden Davidson on the return for the Wolverines.
Yeah, Bowden Davidson, of course, had the interception return. We talked about his kick return ability and a nice run back out there past the 35-yard line, call it the 37. So the Wolverines, with all three timeouts, left plenty of time. 2:49 to go in the half, looking to answer as Bethany's gotten on the board.
So the Grove City offense back out onto the field. It'll be Gray and Heckathorn lined up to the right side. It'll be Sullivan all alone to the left. Single back into the backfield is Nico Flotti. Turn, give the ball to the tailback who's twisting his way forward for another nice gain on first down.
A good tough run from Flatty, and again, there's nothing fancy about that, but when you're able to get 5, 6, 7 yards, in this case a 6-yard gain on first down, that is a success. That's a key ingredient to winning football.
Wolverines right back to the line. They give the ball to Flatty once again. This time, big hole up the middle. He'll have a first down all the way down to the Bethany 45-yard line.
Yep, pretty much same play, even better result. Gets the first down to the 45-yard line, and the Wolverines on the move here as we approach the 2-minute mark. The 2-minute timeout will be forthcoming.
Trying to get one more play off before that 2-minute timeout. They run the ball with Flatty again. Big hole up the middle, bouncing it to the outside, and Flatty all the way down the field and into the end zone for a Grove City touchdown right at the 2-minute timeout.
Nico Flatty, the one-man 2-minute drive. Racing 45 yards for the touchdown, picked up 6 on the first carry, another big chunk, and then goes 45 yards for the touchdown, and the Wolverines respond quickly.
So Sullivan will come on to attempt the extra point. Lambert to snap. Bear Bay will hold. Snap down, extra point on the way, and good again. 1:53 to play here in the first half, and Nico Flotti's third rushing touchdown of the first half expands the Grove City lead to 45-6.
Well, NHL season getting underway with Buffalo and New Jersey yesterday. Nico has a hat trick. Third touchdown, but 45 yards. And we saw those three runs. We saw Nico Flatty, what defines him as a running back. A good, tough run. We saw some nifty moves, the shiftiness left and right, and then straight line speed with a little bit of power at the end on the 45-yard touchdown run. Nico Flatty, great year last year, 1,234 yards, went over 3,000 yards for his career last week, and he's cute. He's working on the next 1,000 right now, but he's having a great afternoon here at Bethany, great senior season, and I remember he had, of course, that great freshman year. And then he was injured against W&J, the lower leg injury, serious injury. And you always wonder, okay, how will he be when he comes back? He has just gotten better and better and better and better. When you look at him now, bigger, stronger, faster, still has the quick feet, the connection for what his eyes, seeing those running lanes that the offensive line is clearing out for him. They're having a big part in this certainly too. That line with Brungard at center, Lane and Brady at guard. The tackles, Four and Jolly, the fullbacks, Brunette and Tamburino, all those guys, receivers downfield. It's certainly everybody that, and with Nico, his ability to see it and quickly translate it to the feet. What an afternoon, what a season so far for the senior.
Sullivan's kick is away and over and brought back inside the 10, trying to get to the outside to the 20, and goes out of bounds near the 23-yard line. On the return for the Bison. The name they announced doesn't match up to the name number on the roster. But, one of the other things I wanted to mention, you talk about Nico's career, and you saw from freshman year to sophomore year, when he spent that time in the strength and conditioning program, just how much stronger he got to help all of the other things he's done in his career.
Absolutely. You can see it just across the board in all of Grove City sports teams, the strength and conditioning program. And Nico certainly has benefited a lot from that. As first down completion, Phillips, another 3/4 delivery, and found his man Airy again on these skinny posts. So Phillips and Airy, and Adamas, these two receivers on the outside, Phillips at quarterback. Bethany, they have certainly some ingredients here, as we've said, they'll give every defense in the PAC problems.
Phillips to throw, set up the screen to his running back, and not able to hold on is Randolph, and the pass falls incompleted, 2nd down and 10.
Grove City still with the 3 timeouts. Also, Bethany with 2 as they factor that in. But, it's with Bethany, again, and Coach Brandon Robinson, you can see they're playing with a lot of structure. You can tell they are developing an identity. You can say this is the type of offense they want to be, defense. It's a young team learning, and we are playing, in a very tough conference. Sometimes the progress isn't evident.
Play fake, Phillips to throw, fires downfield. That's another reception across the 45 to the 46-yard line. And there's a rhythm to this offensive unit, and Airy's been a big part of it as a receiver today.
Yes, he has. And again, you would identifying, okay, we are going to be a quick passing team, use the quarterback on the move. And again, Bethany doing a lot of good things offensively in this first half.
Phillips to throw, rolling to the right side, looking downfield.
And Adamas came back and caught it, but he's going to lose yardage.
Couldn't quite tell if he got the foot down. But
the official, Bethany's probably thinking or wishing he hadn't, because it ends up being a loss of a couple. And instead of maybe being 4th and 3 and going for it, it's going to be 4th and 5, and the punt team is going to come out. Phillips was being chased by Bladel, did a good job. Adamas, again, that was a veteran move coming back, helping his quarterback. Unfortunately, it's one of the things, you do everything right, you don't get the payoff. You do it right, you come back, help out your quarterback, and you lose a couple of yards.
And it helped Grove City going out of bounds to stop the clock with 57 seconds to go in the half. So the Bison will punt the football away. Single returner back deep. Rush on, Mitch got the football, knocked it down, but the punter able to pick up the ball and get the ball out near midfield, and he's going to get a first down.
Minch blocked it, and then Jason is back behind the play. And you hope maybe just a case where the ball got him in the midsection and knocked the wind out of him. But the punter picked it up and ran with it and gets the first down. Randall, who was listed as a quarterback, Minch came through clean and blocked it. But he is down, and Bethany will have a first down. That is one of the more unusual plays you will see at any level of football. We see a lot of football, whether it's on Friday nights or Saturdays, or fans watching Division I games and so forth. And of course, Sunday and Monday, as Jason Minch is up and walking off and getting a nice hand, looks like Jason's going to be okay. That's an unusual one. But hey. Sometimes you're Bethany, you're thinking, hey, finally we got a break. They had the deflection that ended up in an interception earlier. Grove City took it back for the touchdown. Bethany thinking, all right, we finally something went our way here, as Keegan Frazier will check in for now on this new set of downs. Bethany passed midfield at the 49.
Phillips, first down and 10, trips to the right, single receiver to the left side.
Third block kick today by Grove City, too.
Phillips takes the low looping snap, tries to set up the screen. Back made the catch, got downfield across the 40, stayed in bounds 30 and out of bounds near the 25-yard line. They're going to spot him all the way down to about the 23.
Yeah, Randolph, good job of hiding. He got in amongst his linemen on the screenplay. Wolverines, coming through. Phillips did a good job of hanging in there under duress. Found his man Randolph. Caught it kind of on the near hash mark, and able to get outside the numbers. Got a couple of blocks, picked up additional yardage. And it's first down at the 23.
Trips stacked to the right side. And a flag comes out before the play can get underway. A procedure penalty on the Bison will cost them 5 yards and slow their momentum down just a little bit.
Yeah, I think probably a case of, again, with the relatively young offense, just 9 sophomores and freshmen in the starting unit, at least listed on the 2 deep, and a couple more young guys rotating in. In case where they had the rhythm, and I think maybe I thought, hey, we see something we like, and then everybody wasn't on the same page. And now you file that under the category growing pains.
So back it up. And there's 38 seconds to go here in this opening half. Phillips to throw. Steps up, loops the ball to the sidelines, and the pass knocked away. And incomplete. That ball sailed. And Minshew's back in the ball game, knocked the pass away.
Yeah, that one came out funny. As soon as Phillips let it go, it looked like he came off the, when you let it go, it was like off the other side of the hand. It was just wobbling, and it hung up there for a long time and allowed Minch to get over there. If he gets a clean release, perhaps it's a completion and a gain of, say, 8-10 yards, but that one did not come out of Phillips's hand cleanly at all, and flutters to the turf.
Second down and 15, 33 and a half seconds to go in the first half. 2 receivers right, 1 to the left side. Phillips takes the snap. He will hand it to his tailback, who got across the 30 and down to the 28-yard line. Did Randolph. And we've got a timeout on the field with 27 seconds to go. We'll step aside as well and be back after this on the Wolverines Sports Network.
Valvoline Express carrying car washing check your clothes and get you. Family service for cars, trucks, and SUVs.
Changing your own oil can wind up costing you more than you think. Hey, Ken Frenchak here from the Valvoline Express Care and Car Wash of Grove City. Do you know the right oil and the right filter for your vehicle? We do. Here at the Valvoline Express Care and Car Wash, we do it all. Our team will not only change your oil, we'll check your filters, lights, and fluids, and we will also install new wipers. Whatever you need. Why spend time and money doing it yourself when you can drive in and drive out? It's just that easy here at the Valvoline Express Care and Car Wash of Grove City. Also remember, now through the end of the year, buy one, get one free wiper blades with a full-service oil change.
Valvoline Express Car Wash of Grove City.
Off the timeout, Phillips and the Bison face a second down and 15. He's back to throw. Going to take a shot. Back corner of the end zone. Jump ball, and that pass is incomplete. Both sidelines celebrated for a moment, and the official there said, nope, that's incomplete.
There will be no celebrating. Adamas, the receiver, battling with Dominic Danino on the far side. They were jockeying back and forth, hand fighting. Looked like Danino might have had it for a moment. Then Adamas got a hand on there. He tried to corral it, ends up, it goes out of bounds. And then Adamas just fires it over to the far sideline to the ball boy here, or the near sideline. But pretty good arm for Adamas there. But going after the first-time starter at cornerback, Danino up to the challenge as Adamas and he were battling for the entire trip down the field.
So 3rd and 15, 20.6 seconds. Phillips to throw, going to take a shot to the other side of the field. Receiver fell down, and the pass will fall incomplete and bring up 4th down and long.
Yeah, going for Airy that time, and the route was run better by Bowden Davidson, the cornerback, as we have a whistle, and Bethany will take its final timeout of the half. So we'll keep it right here, Mark, as we can get you a couple of quick updates. Let's check the PAC scoreboard here. But we can tell you, Grove City men's soccer team a win today, 6-0. The final, and that there was no score at the half, but the Wolverines put up 6 in the second half. to get the victory today. So the Wolverines are now 6-1, or 3-1 on the PAC, excuse me. And looking at the PAC scoreboard in football, there are 3 other games ongoing in the conference. The late game tonight, Carnegie Mellon hosts Waynesburg University at 7. And all the updates are slow coming. So they'll wait till halftime. How's that for a teaser, an unintentional teaser? Well, now we're getting something. Okay, Geneva St. Vincent tied 13-13 at halftime. Case Western leading Allegheny 41-7 right before halftime. And Westminster hosting W&J. Westminster 3-0, W&J 3-1. And that update is forthcoming. 14-7 W&J, start of the second.
Phillips to throw on 4th and 15. Stands in the pocket. Ucks downfield, going to fire the ball to the corner of the end zone. And that pass falls incomplete. 3 white and red jerseys there in coverage downfield.
Yeah, Jason Minch, I don't know if they'll give him a pass breakup or not, as that one hit off his helmet as he was standing about a yard out of bounds. But good coverage by the Wolverines downfield. When you have that situation, you're having to cover, about including the end line, 37, 38 yards of field. But the other thing you have to keep in mind, though, too, is, the Bethany didn't need the touchdown. They could have maybe went for the first down, but now time down to 8 seconds to go, and the Wolverines will take a knee.
Everyone in tight. Pfeiffer goes under center. Brady Brungard, he will take that knee, and we will head to the locker room. Our score at the half, it is Grove City 45 and the Bethany Bison 6. We will have more for you coming up here at halftime, but will you have a 45-6 lead for Grove City here at the break?
And we'll take that break, Mark.
We'll take a timeout. We will come back and have more on the Wolverines Sports Network.
I'm Sally, a volunteer at United Way. I'm asking people around the neighborhood what they think this place needs. Excuse me. Hi. What do you think this place needs?
I'd like to see more parking.
More playgrounds.
Free movies.
That's easy. Better restaurants.
And you, what do you think this place needs?
This place? Oh, more ice cream trucks.
Okay. How about you?
Wi-Fi everywhere?
I was thinking more money in the pockets of local families come tax time.
Can I change my answer?
I was just kidding about the ice cream.
Oh, that's way better. Now that you mention it.
When it comes to getting better tax refunds into the hands of local families, what this place needs is you. To donate or volunteer, go to unitedway.org. Because great things happen when we live united. Brought to you by United Way and the Ad Council.
This is the news. This morning, we are saluting the 2.2 million women who have joined in the war effort. They now make up 37% of the workforce, changing their role forever.
The prestigious Harvard Medical School is breaking ground today, opening its doors to new female applicants.
Today, little girls all over the world look to the sky, where the first woman is now in space.
Military stereotypes are challenged today with the trailblazing promotion of a U.S. female officer to 4-star general. It was just announced that the vast majority of last year's doctorate degrees were earned by women.
We've come so far, but our news is changing for the worse. More women die from heart disease and stroke than men, even though it can be prevented. Make a change at goredforwomen.org today. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the American Heart Association's Go Red for Women.
Chris, can you put the video game controller down for a second?
I can talk and play. Oh, I'm totally annihilating this punk kid in Nebraska.
I just feel like you're not acting like a grown-up in our relationship.
Am too.
Well, you still ride your skateboard to work. There's the comic book collection, the race car bed.
Look, I'm young at heart, but I put money into my 401k every paycheck. I picked up a few savings tips at feedthepig.org. I have control over my financial life now, and that feels pretty grown up.
Put away a few bucks, feel like $1 million.
Putting some money from every paycheck into a savings account or contributing to your 401k can make a big difference later. For free ideas and easy tips on ways to save, go to feedthepig.org. That's feedthepig.org.
So, I bet I look like a grown-up to you now.
Well, except for the footy pajamas, I'd have to agree.
This message brought to you by the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants and the Ad Council.
Halftime here at Bethany, and the Wolverines on top of the Bison 45-6 here at the break. And it was an all-around strong performance by the Wolverines here at the half.
Yeah, you look at it, a lot of ways. We don't have official numbers right here. They've had a computer error, and that happens. Been there, done that. It's no fun. But the main thing, number one, it's 45-6. Wolverines a good first half of football here at Bethany. But Nico Flatty, 3 touchdown runs. Scott Frazier with the 2 long touchdown catches, 45 and 72 yards. Mark will have the scoring recap in our next segment. And then also the special teams, how good they have been today. Get the opening score from a field goal. Great kick coverage today for Grove City. Not 1, not 2, 3 blocked kicks today. A blocked field goal, a blocked punt, a blocked extra point today for the special teams unit. Defensive score, Bowden Davidson 40-yard interception return. All in all, again, the Wolverines have done very, very well in all 3 facets of the game. Again, Bethany's moved the ball at times. Quarterback Brett Phillips, his receivers Adamas, who has a touchdown catch, and Airy on the other side. They've been able to have success with the short passing game. Grove City's done a good job of not letting Bethany get the ground game going. But all in all, good first half for the Wolverines on the road, taking on a Bethany team that came out and with a lot of energy, a lot of enthusiasm. You can tell they've had a couple of good weeks of practice, and then the opening kickoff, Bethany mishandles it, begins a drive at the 10, bad snap. Grove City recovering at the 6-yard line. Bethany, I thought, very nice job forcing Grove City to kick the field goal, but again, another long field. Short punt, Grove City takes over at the 47, ends up Nico Flatty, the touchdown run. And then Scott Frazier, the 45-yard touchdown catch, 17-0 after 1. The field position has been so tilted against Bethany for Grove City. Wolverines used that to springboard them, and then really breaking things open in the second quarter. Flatty with a couple of touchdown runs. The pick 6 from Bowden Davidson, Grove City's 3rd interception return for a touchdown in the last couple of weeks. 3 takeaways overall. Caleb Brubaker also with the interception, recovering the fumbled snap. It was Bryce Spolnick on that recovery. All in all, Wolverines, a very strong first 30 minutes.
You talk a lot about forcing turnovers. This team has done that through the first 3.5 games this year, then taking the opportunity to take some of those and turn them into touchdowns.
Certainly, a turnover margin is such a key stat in football to begin with, but then when you are not only setting up your offense in good field position, but actually taking it in and scoring yourself, doing that work, if you will. That is big time stuff. This year, the Wolverine defense has scored 3 touchdowns and given up 3 touchdowns in 3.5 games this year. I think that's a pretty notable stat.
And that was where the first point surrendered in the first half of the game this season.
Yeah, and that was a very nice drive by Bethany and a good pitch and catch from quarterback Phillips to Adamas. Very nice route, perfectly thrown pass to get Bethany on the board. But Grove City then answered back. I guess you don't answer back. That's redundant. You answer or strike back or whatever. But either way, Nico Flatty's 45-yard touchdown run closing the first half scoring.
We will step aside for a break. Halftime continues. Grove City 45, Bethany 6 on the Wolverines Sports Network.
Grove City College is a Christian college where you'll be challenged academically and nourished spiritually, where you can determine your calling and understand how to pursue it, and where you'll be a part of a community of purpose and principle. An excellent education is at the heart of the Grove City College experience, coupled with a commitment to faith and a mission to keep higher education affordable. I'm Grove City College President Paul McNulty, inviting you to visit gcc.edu to learn more.
My name is Jim. I'm a veteran, and I lost both legs in Vietnam.
My victory was proving that disability is not a limitation.
I'm Julius. I'm a veteran. My victory was going from homeless to home.
At DAV, we're on a mission, helping veterans of all generations get the benefits they've earned.
I'm Cece. My victory was finishing my education.
When America's veterans win, we all win. Help us support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
Hey, there he is. How's it going?
I'm having a stroke.
Are you going to shake my hand or what?
I'm having a stroke.
Wow, you're not even moving your arm.
I'm having a stroke.
Are you okay?
I'm having a stroke.
Your face looks weird too.
I'm having a stroke.
Are you having a seizure or something?
I'm having a stroke.
When someone is having a stroke, they may not be able to say it with words, but their body language will tell you loud and clear.
I'm having a stroke.
You just need to know the sudden signs. Look for FAST, F-A-S-T. F, face drooping. A, arm weakness. Or S, speech difficulty. Then T, time. Time to call 911 immediately, because the sooner they get to the hospital, the sooner they'll get treatment. And that can make a remarkable difference in their recovery. Know the sudden signs. Face, arm, speech, time. Spot a stroke fast. Visit strokeassociation.org. Brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
You don't usually get a stock tip from a 16-year-old, but I'm here to tell you about a different kind of stock. It's called Better Futures, a stock for social change that's not about making money. Instead, you invest to help students like me go to college, which ends up making the future better for all of us. My name is Alicia, and I'm your dividend.
Invest in better futures with UNCF. Visit uncf.org/invest. A mind is a terrible thing to waste, but a wonderful thing to invest in. Brought to you by UNCF and the Ad Council.
When I was little, I didn't talk for a long time. I was sensitive to lights and sounds, so I built secret hiding places where they couldn't get in. Sometimes I did the same things over and over, until one day I found out I had autism. My family got me help. Slowly, I learned how to live with it better.
Early intervention can make a lifetime of difference. Learn the signs at autismspeaks.org/signs. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And welcome back to Bethany College. Dawn Altfield, Ryan Briggs here at the half. Mark Means will be rejoining us for later in halftime and in the third quarter. Halftime, Grove City with a 45-6 lead over Bethany. The scoring summary in this one, 12:33 to go first quarter. Grove City takes a 3-0 lead. Daniel Sullivan, a 23-yard field goal. That drive started at the 6 after the Wolverines recovered a bad snap. The Bethany defense held, and Grove City takes the 3-0 lead. Next Grove City possession ends on Nico Flatty's 25-yard touchdown run. Came at the 9:15 mark. Sullivan with the PAT, and Grove City had a 10-0 lead. That was Flatty's first touchdown, first of 3 here in the first half. 1 second to go in the first quarter. Scott Frazier, a 45-yard catch and run from Logan Pfeiffer. Sullivan, the PAT, made it 17-0 Grove City. Turn to the second quarter. Nico Flatty, a 10-yard touchdown run at the 13:26 mark, 24-0. Wolverines get the ball back. 3rd and 20. Frazier gets loose for a 72-yard catch and run. Pfeiffer put it on the money. Their second connection of the afternoon. 10:08 to go in the half, and Grove City had a 31-0 lead. It took just 19 seconds later for the lead to grow to 38-0. Bowden Davidson intercepted a deflected pass at the Bethany 40 and takes it 40 yards for the touchdown. Extra point from Sullivan made it 38-0. Bethany gets on the board with 2:29 to go in the half. Ray Adamas, 15-yard reception from quarterback Brett Phillips. Extra point blocked by Ben Bladel, and it was 38-6. And on that drive, the Wolverines had blocked a punt earlier. Jason Minch came through, blocked at the punter. Randall picked it up and ran for a first down. That kept the drive going, and Bethany cashed in. It's rare to have 2 blocked kicks on one drive, but Bethany had that happen, but able to get the touchdown, 38-6. Grove City answers quickly, however. Flatty, a 45-yard run, the third play of the drive. Nico's third touchdown of the half. Sullivan's extra point made it 45-6. Looking at the PAC scoreboard at halftime, Case Western leading at Allegheny 44-7. The Spartans, they are rolling. We'll see them in week 10 in the home finale, November 9th at Thorne Field. Geneva and St. Vincent are tied at 13 at the break. W&J looking to bounce back after a very tough loss last week to Carnegie Mellon at Westminster. It's a good one in New Wilmington, 14-7. W&J with the halftime lead. 7 o'clock tonight, it is Carnegie Mellon hosting Waynesburg University at Gessling Stadium. We will see the Tartans next Saturday at Thorne Field. 2:05 kickoff, starting 5 minutes later due to regional television next week. And we'll be on the air at or around 1:30 with the Andrew DiDonato show next week. For that one, as Grove City and Carnegie Mellon will square off in PAC action. Looking at some other Grove City athletic events today, the men's soccer team, a 6-0 victory at Teal. No score at the half, but the Wolverines score 6 in the second half, as Aiden Eck scoring twice, the junior defender from Akron. He scores twice. Goals also for Noah Gray, Ryan Merrick, Jaden Claycamp, and Jed Hart. The Wolverines are 6-1, or 3-1. I keep saying 6-1. They're 3-1. Hope they get to 6-1 at some point, but 3-1 right now. And they have the open date coming up this Wednesday. Grove City will host Westminster next Friday, 7 p.m. at Don Lyle Field to help get homecoming weekend underway. The women's soccer team is also at Teal. That game kicked off at 2:30, and actually they started a little bit later than that. No score. They are about 90 seconds into that one in Greenville. Grove City volleyball team breaking the seal on the PAC schedule today at home in the Grove City College Arena. And in set 4 with Chatham. Right now, Chatham with a 2-1 lead. Grove City won the first set 25-17. Chatham took the next two, 26-24 and 25-19. And right now, in the fourth set, Chatham has inched ahead of Grove City 8-7. Chatham is a preseason favorite in the PAC in women's volleyball this year. And the Wolverines certainly also considered among the favorites. And right now, Chatham with that slim lead in the fourth. But the Wolverines, they need to win the fourth and then win the fifth to open up conference play with a victory. Women's tennis team hosting Baldwin Wallace today. Senior day for the women. Non-conference action. Grove City, a very nice win over previously undefeated Westminster on Thursday. A 6-1 victory for the women's tennis team. And they are in action today against Baldwin Wallace. As their regular season for the fall is starting to wind down. PAC tournament upcoming in a couple of weeks. The women's golf team is at the Penn State Altoona Invitational today. Their final tune-up for the PAC Championships, which will be held not this coming Monday, Tuesday, but the following week over in Warren, Ohio at Avalon and Squaw Creek over there. The men's golf team hosted its annual Fall Invitational Thursday at Grove City Country Club. Grove City putting 3 men in the top 6. Michael Astrab, the junior from Norwin, career best 74. He was runner-up. And then Luke Kimmick, who was a member of the soccer team, but he's injured right now. That's a PCL injury. He was able to golf, however, and he shot 75 with one good leg. So the men's golf team, they'll be also at the PAC Championships early next week. And cross-country in action today out at Lehigh at the Paul Short Run. Women ran at 1, men running at 3:15. We'll get all the results compiled, etc., and have those on athletics.gcc.edu. And believe that covers everything, Mark, in terms of on the fall calendar. As we are fully in fall, the swim teams have been practicing. They'll be getting underway. Their first meet is in 2 weeks on the 19th. Basketball practices will start, and the calendar slipped to October. September was busy. October is going to be perhaps even busier, but as I say, it's a good kind of busy.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a fun time of year with so many sports in action and more coming down the road.
Certainly, and a lot of excitement. The swimming teams, the preseason favorites in the PAC polls that were released earlier this week. Both basketball teams, a lot of optimism there, a lot of experience for both teams. As, of course, the men had that strong finish last year. They have had no seniors last year. Big senior class this year. Certainly looking for big things from them. The women's basketball team as well. Really a great blend of youth and experience for second-year head coach Jason Baker. Wolverines, I think they're a team to watch out for as well this winter.
Absolutely. A lot of, like you said, a lot of experience back on both of those squads.
So, a lot of experience there, a good senior group. They've had the basketball teams, because of the change in NCAA rules, they get 4 essentially preseason days to work out, and both teams so far, the early returns, very excited about what they're seeing, and they'll get really going October 15th.
incredible that it feels like it's already basketball season. I know, like Midnight Madness is starting to pick up soon,
Yes.
and as much as that isn't as big as it used to be.
Yeah, it's I think that's kind of a thing. It was a thing for a while, and then it's sort of gone away. And but the way the Wolverines always practicing in the afternoon and evening. No late night required for us, Mark. Fortunately, so we'll take our final halftime break and back with the third quarter. How's that sound?
Sounds great. We'll be back right after this on the Wolverines Sports Network.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn, but not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Smokey Bear, and I made an assistant to help you out, because only you can prevent wildfires.
Hey, Assistant Smokey Bear, call me Papa Bear, because I'm grilling up dinner. Did you get it?
Yes, good job.
So, what should I do with all these coals?
Don't just toss them out. Put them in a metal container because those embers can start a wildfire.
I understand. The stakes are high.
Ha, 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 ha.
Learn more at SmokeyBear.com.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
The possibility of lung cancer can be pretty scary, especially if you're one of approximately 8 million current or former smokers at high risk. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know that now there's a breakthrough low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early, and it only takes 60 seconds. You stop smoking, now start screening. For an easy quiz to see if you're eligible, visit SaveByTheScan.org. It could save your life. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
We are moments away from getting the third quarter underway here this afternoon, and what's turned out to be a beautiful afternoon here at Bethany. Grove City with a 45-6 lead at the break, and moments away from beginning this afternoon's third quarter. And of course, next week, the homecoming festivities get underway.
Yes, busy time, always a fun time. It gets underway. Soccer doubleheader Friday night, 4:30 and 7 against Westminster. Football game Saturday, of course, 2 o'clock with Carnegie Mellon. There'll be a lot riding on that one, certainly. CMU with one regular season loss the last couple of years. That was at Grove City in the night game last year. Coach Larson and his crew, they are loaded this year. They have been, as they say, taking names and coming off a great comeback at W&J last week. Carnegie Mellon hosting Waynesburg tonight. No doubt keeping an eye on what's happening here today against with Grove City. And that should be a lot of fun. Two outstanding football programs next week. I'll be squaring off on homecoming, and then homecoming. There's always you always hear about homecoming team. Yeah, you get a team like Carnegie Mellon coming for homecoming. That's a big deal as well. So it should be a lot of fun next week.
We are just about.
We
ready.
hope it's a lot of fun.
We do.
You play Carnegie Mellon, you better pack a lunch.
Gallagher's kick gets us underway here in the third quarter. As it's fielded inside the 10, across the 15, cuts back 20, 25, 30, 35, and Bo Davidson pushed out of bounds, and a flag comes flying in at the end of the play.
Wonder if they might get a hold on the Wolverines right at the end of the return. A couple of the blockers from that second line of the kick return unit, they had a wall set up, but one of the guys' hands get outside the frame of the body. We're going to find out in short order.
Little conversation still underway to sort out the penalty.
That's going to be a face mask. I wonder perhaps on the stiff arm if Bowden Davidson grabbed the defender's face mask. That's my guess. The referee mic not working. here, but so it's going to be 15 yards, and it's going to go back to the 24, so 15 from pretty much the end of the run.
So 1st and 10 for the Wolverines, and they will work left to right here to begin this third quarter. Pfeiffer takes the snap. He'll hand the ball off to Nico Flotty on the first down, and after the big first half, Flotty carries the ball down to the 30-yard line, and that's a 6-yard gain. It's 2nd down and 4 for the Wolverines. Grove City going to go right back to the line of scrimmage. Saw this up-tempo at the end of the first half. Now they'll check with the sidelines. Play cards going up. Single receiver to each side of the formation. They turn, hand the ball off to Flotty again. This time a big hole opens up, and he runs the football down to the 40-yard line. Picked up the first down, plus an additional 5, and another Grove City first down.
Good blocking on the left side. Left tackle Dalton Ford, Nate Brady, the left guard combining, getting the double team, getting to that second level, and clearing the lane for Flatty, who takes up field to the 40. The Wolverines get their initial first down of the second half.
1st and 10 from the 40, 13:45 to play, third quarter. Pfeiffer takes the snap, turns the ball over, fires downfield. Receiver made the catch, got across the 50, stayed on his feet. That's Sullivan with his first catch, and now we got a couple of late flags coming in as that play went into the Grove City bench area.
Yeah, perhaps the tackle maybe tossed him down out of bounds on the far side among the guys in the all-white jerseys over there. But Daniel Sullivan, who, of course, has had a great season at receiver so far this season. We've not seen him on offense yet today, but he picks up the first down. They're going to give him 16 on the catch, and then looks like 15 more upcoming.
For Sullivan, adding to his season total, that his 11th catch on the year. So that penalty pushes the ball deeper into Bison territory, down to the 29-yard line.
So Sullivan and Gray are the receivers to begin the second half for Grove City. Only personnel change for the Wolverines.
They hand the ball off. That's Flotty trying to get to the outside. This time he is strung out trying to get to the edge. And he's going to get a short gain, bring up a 2nd down. And just about 8 yards to go. And he has been the only running back to see action so far in today's game for the Wolverines.
Yeah, Ian DeMary was shaken up last week. I think being held out precautionary. We've seen Chase Rankin on the kick return team. We've not seen him or Eli Jones in the backfield yet. But you have to think as this afternoon progresses, we'll see some of those guys getting some carries.
Pfeiffer looking to throw on first down. Fires to the middle of field. Wide open receiver spinning down to the 5-yard line. On the reception, that is Heckathorn, and it's going to be 1st and goal for the Wolverines.
Well, we talk, of course, Sullivan. We talk Frazier, talk Gray getting the start. There's old reliable Ryan Heckathorn, the 5th-year senior. All he does is make 20-yard catches. Big catch over the middle. Pfeiffer found him, 8 to 88, and it's going to be 1st and goal, interestingly enough, at the 8.
5th reception of the year for Heckathorn. Pfeiffer takes the snap, gives the ball to Nico Flotty. Flotty able to squeeze his way between a couple of defenders and gets the ball down to about the 3-yard line. It's going to be 2nd and goal from there.
A brief moment, a couple quick hellos. John Gracer, one of the proprietors of Northwestern Mutual in Grove City. He's listening to us today in Grove City on a beautiful fall day. And then Matt Gregg, one of the great offensive linemen and former assistant coach at the college. He's tuned in the Pittsburgh area, the pride of Hopewell High School. Heard from Matt as well. Great to hear from those guys. Hope everybody's enjoying this one today. The Wolverines on the road for the 2nd time in 2024.
Pfeiffer going to go under center from the 3-yard line. Takes the snap, turns, hands the ball off. And Nico Flotty is going to be tripped up and dropped in the backfield for a loss. It'll bring up 3rd down and goal.
Yeah, nice job by Donnie Smith, the linebacker, coming through. He did not make the tackle per se, but the fullback coming across, Brunette, he slammed into him, knocked him into Flatty. So Nico being able to go over right guard, right tackle, had to bow it outside, another hole or two, if you will. And it's 3rd and goal.
Bison substituting late. get an extra defensive back on. Sullivan also onto the field for the Wolverines. Sullivan to the left, Gray to the right. They give the ball to Nico Flotti. Reverses field and then took on a big collision right at about the 1 yard line. And it's going to be 3rd and goal for the Wolverines.
Corey Ardrey, the safety, was there and met him right at the 1 yard line. I was like, you see the old, Wild Kingdom, whatever, the two Rams out in the wild slamming into each other, and neither giving an inch. The Wolverines will go for it on 4th and about a full yard. 4th and goal from the 1, maybe even the 1.5.
And now we've got a whistle. And we're going to have a timeout called with 10:14 to play here in the 3rd quarter. It's Grove City 45 and Bethany 6. Back after a quick break on the Wolverines Sports Network.
This is Grove City College President Paul McNulty. Grove City College is a highly ranked national liberal arts college where your formation is viewed holistically, embracing mind, heart, and hand. You'll discover your calling and be equipped to pursue it. You'll also be a part of a community of purpose and principle. Faithfulness to this mission is one of our core values. Learn more about us at gcc.edu.
Wolverines using one of their 3 timeouts. They have...
No, Bethany actually took the timeout.
That was Bethany that used the timeout. Initial indication pointed this way, but Bethany took that timeout and went off the board. 10:14 to play. 4th down and 2 coming up. First time this afternoon we see the offensive line shuffling up front. Pfeiffer going to go into center. Both fullbacks into the backfield. Tamburino in motion. They hand to Flotti, following the fullbacks and looking for the goal line. A 4th rushing touchdown for Nico Flotti this afternoon.
Crashing over the left side. The Wolverines, of course, they shifted the strong side to the left side. Bobby Benton in as an extra lineman. Both fullbacks there. Lineman washed down. Fullbacks kick out. Nico Flotti goes in for his 4th touchdown. Great goal line execution by the Wolverines.
Daniel Sullivan on for the extra point. Lambert to snap it. Bearbay to hold. Good snap, good hold, and the extra point is up, and that kick is good. 10-10 to play in the 3rd quarter, and Grove City has put 52 points on the board this afternoon. They now lead Bethany 52-6.
Great start to the second half. Yeah, had a good kick return that was negated a little bit by the face mask, but still it was okay position. Moving downfield, the big pass to Heckathorn. Sullivan, a nice catch. The penalty tacked onto that as well. So some other guys getting involved, and then a guy who's been involved a lot today, Nico Flotti, putting a punctuation mark on this 3rd quarter drive. And perhaps the final time we see him today. The one thing keeping in mind is you have to think, you look at the schedule ahead. Next week, Carnegie Mellon, W&J the week after. It seems highly unlikely that you're going to have a wide margin such as this either way. The Wolverines, week 1, week 2, first 3 games have been like this, in which it's been a wide margin. Wolverines have been in command. They're able to get some of the young guys a lot of work in the 3rd and 4th quarters. You also have to have your starters ready to go 4 quarters, because at some point, whether it's next week, the week after, whatever, they're going to need to play 60 minutes. And you're trying to find that right balance of getting the young guys work. You don't want to risk guys, but also have guys ready to play in the 4th quarter. It's a delicate situation that Coach DiDonato and staff, that they're looking to find the right balance.
So the Wolverines will get ready to kick the football back to the Bison. Scott Sullivan, who has been busy kicking this afternoon, back out there. His kick, this one going to drive all the way into the end zone for the touchback. Definitely his best kickoff of the afternoon.
He's saying, I got good and loose running those pass patterns. And boom, that one landed well into the end zone. And Bethany will take over at the 25-yard line.
A Another busy afternoon for Daniel Sullivan, and we will see as we go through the rest of this game when they decide to substitute.
Yeah, no, you mentioned Sullivan, 10 points today. He came in as the team's leading scorer. But field goal and 7 extra points today gives him 41 points on the season. But I believe that young Mr. Flatty has perhaps, no, Daniel's still in the lead right now. No, Scott Frazier, 42 points with his 7 touchdowns on the season. So a lot of guys getting into the scoring column for the Wolverines. That's never a bad thing. Had to check the notes there for a minute. But Sullivan, a couple of touchdowns this year, a couple of field goals, and plenty of extra points.
So 1st and 10 for Phillips and the Bison from their 25-yard line. 1st down and 10. Phillips going to roll to the wide side, looking downfield, trying to find an open receiver. He's just going to throw this one away. Incomplete, had nothing downfield available to him. Great coverage downfield by the Wolverines secondary.
Yeah, the design rollout for the right-handed quarterback coming to the left, and he just spiked it into the ground at the feet of Elijah Moffitt, his tight end. Bethany's been using Moffitt more. And on a touchdown drive, they've been using him. He's a tight end, but they've essentially used him as an extra blocker and pass protection. And by doing that, that's when we saw Phillips get into rhythm between the quick passing game, but then the extra protection. Moffitt's a big body. That time he released into the pattern, and the Wolverines were able to come free on Phillips.
2nd down and 10. Phillips takes the snap. He will hand the football off to his running back, who's able to get across the 25, and that's TJ Owensby, number 0 on the carry.
Yeah, the counter play that time where they pull the backside guard, in this case Moffitt, the wingman, coming around. Guard, his job is to kick out. The tight end wraps around and seals off the linebacker. Kind of a slow developing play, and Owensby able to get 3 before the Wolverine pursuit gets him.
So it brings up a 3rd down and 7 from the 28-yard line. Under 10 minutes to play here in the 3rd quarter. Phillips, 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left side. Single back in the backfield with him. He'll take the snap, drop back, roll to the right side, feeling some pressure, going to throw downfield, and that pass is going to be caught. Receiver broke away from the defender, and he has gone down the sideline for a Bethany touchdown. That's Ray Adamas, the freshman, who came in as their leading receiver.
That's his 2nd touchdown of the afternoon. The cornerback gambled, could not come up with the interception. Then the safety had a crack at him. Adamas able to outrun the pursuit. Bethany on the board. 72 yards from Phillips to Adamas, and the Bison have scored their 2nd touchdown of the afternoon.
So this will bring on Liam Gallagher, the freshman kicker, to attempt the extra point. Gallagher 2 for 4 on extra points on the season. Snap down, extra point on the way, and this time it is up and good. 9:08 to play here in the 3rd quarter. And it is now Grove City 52 and Bethany 13. We will step aside for a quick break. We will come back and have more on the Wolverines Sports Network.
Founded in 1955, the President's Athletic Conference is regarded as one of the elite NCAA Division III conferences in the nation. Comprised of 11 private institutions and 2 associate members, the PAC remains unique in this day of high-pressure college athletics. As a charter member of NCAA Division III, PAC student-athletes excel in 23 varsity sports as well as the classroom. Want to learn more? Visit us at pacathletics.org or follow us on social media.
After the 2nd touchdown by the Bison, they will get set to kick the football. We'll see what they elect to do here, trailing 52-13. They will kick it away, end over end, short kick, runs up on it on the 15, across the 20, 25, a burst of speed and down near the 29-yard line. And that is where Grove City will take over, 1st down and 10.
And that was Bowden Davidson on the run back. He's been a busy guy today in terms of his defensive work and a couple of kickoff returns also. Grove City will have it at the 29, and we do see some, in the old days we'd say clean jerseys, but with the turf, everybody stays clean. But Andrew Coffey in at receiver now, some changes on the offensive line. Seth McGroarty at receiver, and the strong-arm junior from Mercer, Ethan Wiley, in at the quarterback spot.
Two receivers go to the right, one to the left side. Fullback, that's Burnett, goes in motion. They will fake it, fire downfield. Pass caught across the 40, down to the 43-yard line. And a nice catch to keep this offense in rhythm with some of the younger players now getting a chance to check in as Coffey makes his first catch.
You think of Coffey, you think hot coffee. That pass came in hot there from Ethan Wiley. And Andrew Coffey, the senior out of West Branch. Good to see him make that catch and run. I'd like to see him get out in the open. He's a very good hurdler for the track and field team, both in the 110s and the 400s. And he was one shoestring tackle away from being off to the races.
First and 10 from the 43-yard line. Wiley takes the snap. He'll hand the ball off to Chase Rankin, who gets his first carry. And not much running room for Rankin. Stopped at the line of scrimmage. It'll be second down and 10.
Yeah, the Wolverine offensive line now, it's the left tackle is Gavin Mills, the freshman from Tussey Mountain High School. Tyler Francis at left guard. Bobby Benton is at center. Bobby's recently moved to center. Right guard is Nate Trainer, and Brock Carroll, the senior, kind of the utility man up front. He's at right tackle. Lucas Lohman getting some work at fullback.
Two receivers to the left, one to the right side. That's the senior in Coffey. Rankin remains the tailback. Play clock down to 5 seconds. Wiley to throw with time. Shows off that big arm downfield, and the pass falls incomplete. Double coverage on the Grove City receiver downfield, and it's going to bring up a second down and 10.
Looking for Seth McGroarty downfield on that one, but it's incomplete, and it will now be actually third down. So they were a little tardy in getting the down box changed over there on your mark, but third and 10, Wiley, a rare incompletion for him. I don't recall too many of his passes hitting the turf, home or away.
So third down and 10 for the Wolverines here. 7:32 to play in the third quarter. Wiley back to throw. Has time. Fires downfield. Receiver made the catch right near the first down marker. Then got forced back by the tackle. It's going to bring up fourth down.
Yeah, I think if he went down right away, they might have given progress. It wouldn't have been enough for a first down, but they'll mark him down. Well, now where are they going to put it? Oh, they maybe will give him progress. Or I think they're maybe splitting the difference. I don't know. Oh, no, first down. Okay. So they will say progress first down for when the defender contacted him and pushed him back. So it will be a first down. Seth McGroarty, he's had some big catches last year and this year in a reserve role. Guy that the Wolverines certainly have high hopes for. He's demonstrated what he can do. And Ethan Wiley, what a dart he threw to the outside.
Third catch for McGroarty on the season. Puts him over 100 yards receiving. They're going to run it on first down with Chase Rankin, who hesitates in the hole and is able to power forward down to about the 38-yard line. And Grove City looking like they want to pick up the tempo once again.
Yeah, of course, in the first half, we talked about multi-sport guys. How about Ethan Wiley? Very good javelin thrower, also one of the top javelin throwers, not only in the PAC, but in really the Mid-Atlantic region. And you can see how he can throw a football. He can throw the old javelin out there pretty well, too.
Second and 5 from the Bison 42-yard line. Play action. Wiley looking to throw, and that one a little too tall for Andrew Coffey and falls incomplete. Coffey, 6'5", 200, you said, out of West Branch High School.
Warriors are having another good year.
Undefeated so far on the year. Saw them back in week 1 of the high school season. 6:04 to play, third quarter, third down and 5 coming up for the Wolverines. We split twin receivers to each side of the formation, single back in the backfield. Wiley takes the snap, turns the ball over, goes downfield, receiver wide open, made the catch, turned upfield, has the first down and a whole lot more. And another catch for Seth McGroarty, his second on this drive.
McGroarty going up there and using his hands to catch it, pulled it in, turned upfield and got the necessary yardage for the first down. So the Wolverines, a very veteran group of receivers, but the young guys are showing that they are nipping at the heels. as Wyatt Barzak, the junior from Cockerton, will check in for the first time today. He's in the slot to the right.
1st and 10 from the 38-yard line. Checking with the sidelines. It's Wiley and Rankin in the backfield. One receiver to the left side, trips to the right. Play clock rolling down is now at 7 seconds. Wiley to throw. Steps into a shot downfield, has a receiver out there and just too far out in front of him. That pass will fall incomplete and bring up 2nd down and 10.
Looking for McGroarty again, who had a step on the defender, but Ethan Wiley just a little bit too much on that one. I don't think you're going to see Ethan Wiley underthrow anybody very often. Just a strong arm, and strong arm. They polished up the mechanics a little bit, and that strong arm has become even stronger.
So 2nd down and 10. Single receiver to the left. 2 to the right side. Rankin remains the tailback with Wiley. Going to run a little toss to Rankin to the outside, running to the short side of the formation. And he's going to go out of bounds after a short gain and bring up 3rd down. And we've got a whistle that stops play with a player slow to get up on the field.
There's a Bethany man, and it's perhaps a cramp the way that one of the teammates is over there. That could be the case. Quick look at the PAC scoreboard, Mark. Early 4th quarter in Latrobe. Geneva ahead of St. Vincent 16-13. W&J up 21-14 at Westminster, 11:35 to go in that one. And Case Western all over Allegheny 51-7 midway through the 3rd quarter. Update, Grove City women's soccer. A shootout, if you will. Not literally, I guess, a shootout per se, but 5-2, Grove City up in the first half as the Wolverines scored 5 the other day against Geneva, 5 more this afternoon up in Greenville. Still about 20 minutes to go in the first half there, so a lot of offense for the soccer team here as of late.
I would say 7 goals combined in not even the first half. That's a lot of action.
Yes, it is. I mean, that's they've been the Wolverines have been lighting up the scoreboard as of late, and Teal's put a couple on the board also. Teal, much improved team this year.
So injured player helped to the sidelines. Grove City facing a 3rd down and 6 from the 30-yard line. Wiley has trips to the right side, single receiver to the left. He's just going to try and run it and pick up the 1st down. And there wasn't much room for the 6'3", 210-pound junior out of Mercer. It's going to bring up 4th down.
And the quarterback draw, and Bethany defense not fooled by it. Wiley a modest gain, but it will be 4th down, and the Wolverines will go for it.
So Rankin remains your tailback with the quarterback Ethan Wiley. Trips to the right, single receiver to the left side. Play clock down under 10 seconds. Wiley takes the snap, 2-step drop, fires downfield. McGroarty makes the catch, and then has a 1st down for the Wolverines.
Looks all like Pfeiffer to Frazier, doesn't it? Did I steal your line?
I was about 3 seconds away from that exact comment.
I'm sorry, Mark.
That's fine. We saw the same exact thing.
I guess that's good, but you see just the timing, and obviously you can tell these guys have worked a lot in practice the last 2 years, and needing the yardage here. Got past the marker. Wiley put it there where only his man could catch it. McGroarty pulls it in, and the Wolverines get a new set of downs at the 23-yard line.
3 minutes, 40 seconds. Clock rolling here, 3rd quarter. 52-13, Grove City. Going to give the ball to Rankin. And Rankin staying on his feet, trying to work for some extra yardage. As a nice gain on 1st down. And we've seen a lot of the next 3 backs working their way up the depth chart.
Yeah. Chase Rankin, who was a safety last year. This is his first year on the offensive side. He's done well. Eli Jones, a converted quarterback, and then in recent weeks we saw Alec Raffle score a touchdown last week. Ian DeMary out this week, and I think more probably precautionary than anything else. But what Rankin has done, and they're all different styles of runner too. And they nice complement. They complement each other very well.
2nd down at 6. Back to throw. Pass caught. That's Coffey. Has another reception down to about the 12-yard line, but that is enough to move the chains.
Coffee, that big frame, kind of posting up. High target, north-south and east-west. Broad shoulders, big target for Wiley. I think the term they use now is catch radius. And Coffee certainly has a very nice catch radius. And Ethan Wiley put it right in the center of said radius.
1st and 10. They marked the ball at the 13-yard line. 2 receivers left. That's Coffee to the right side. Rankin remains the tailback with Ethan Wiley, the quarterback. Wiley back to throw. Steps up, fires downfield, hit as he throws, and that pass short hops his intended target in the back of the end zone, incomplete.
Looking for Ryan Lenhart in the end zone. He was open for a moment, but as you said, the pressure got there. And one of the few times where we've seen a Wolverine quarterback pressured today, and that one falls incomplete.
So the incompletion brings up a 2nd down and 10 with the ball on the 13-yard line. Get 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right side. Chase Rankin is the tailback. Check in with the sidelines. Play clock, plenty of time. Now down under 10 seconds. Fullback goes in motion. They're going to give the ball to Rankin, and the host of green jerseys right there to make the stop. And that's going to bring up 3rd down for the Wolverines.
Marky Anderson listed as he's a linebacker on the roster. He's listed as a backup defensive tackle, but no matter where he's playing, he's made a couple nice plays today, including leading that defensive charge, putting the Wolverines behind the sticks. A rare 3rd and long for Grove City, back outside the 15.
So 3rd and 12 from the 15. We approach 90 seconds to play here in the 3rd quarter. Trips to the left. Wiley looking to the right side, firing for a Coffee in double coverage, and that will be incomplete of the back corner of the end zone and bring up 4th down. So we will see Sullivan come on to attempt the field goal. 2 for 2 in field goals on the season. Bear Bay to hold. The knee will go down at the 23, make this a 33-yard field goal. Snap down, the hold down, the egg field goal on the way, and it is good. Just inside the left upright and good. And with 1:20 to play here in the 3rd quarter, it is now Grove City 55 and Bethany 13. And Sullivan getting some field goal attempts the last couple of weeks, knowing that could be key over the second half of the season.
Absolutely, and certainly plenty of leg. And for a guy that he came to Grove City primarily as a kicker. He was recruited as a kicker. They found out, he's a good wide receiver too. But with him, kicking, doing the bulk of that, getting this experience again, making it. Obviously, you want to make it, but just being out there. A couple today, the one last week. You're looking ahead, next week or the week after, or down the road against Teal, Waynesburg, Case, Westminster. What if it's a tie game late? Or what if the Wolverines are down late and he has to kick a field goal? Again, it's a pressure situation, but he's gone out there. He has the confidence to know that he can do it in a game situation. Out here where there's guys trying to rush it and block it, there's crowd, officials, all that. Every one of these that he makes is just another notch in his belt. Obviously, it's 3 points on the scoreboard. That's a big deal. But in terms of for the confidence standpoint, great to see.
And after seeing, the same 3 the last couple of years in that kick setup, you've got a new snapper, a new holder, and a new kicker. So as many reps as they could get together in game action can only help.
And certainly Daniel Barabay doing a great job holding Derek Lambert, doing the snapping for the kicks and punts this year. And he's been flawless. It's been great to see. And Sullivan, he's been very good too. His 3rd field goal of the season.
So Wolverines set to kick the ball back to the Bison. We've got 1:20 to play here in the 3rd quarter. That kick driven back inside the 5, trying to bring it out across the 10, full head of steam, 15. Then took a big hit by one of the Grove City special teamers and drove him down to the turf.
Michael Walliser caught him from the side and flattened him. Bethany will be beginning this drive at about the 20. We'll be actually on the 20-yard line. Michael Walliser, 4th leading tackler on the team. Pretty good for a guy that is not a starter. Now, he's out there 3rd down on all the special teams, but Michael Walliser just what a glue guy You hear those terms, whatever sport it is. He is a glue guy, and he's a type of, you love having a guy like number 34 on your team.
So 1st and 10 for the Bison from their 20-yard line. Phillips takes the snap. He'll hand it off on 1st down. Getting in the corner before being pushed out of bounds down near the 40-yard line. That is Randolph, and we've got a flag back at the end of the play.
Yeah, they're going to get a hold as the cornerback in there, Levi Teets. He was there to make the tackle, and he ended up, the next thing you know, just disappeared as the wide receiver on the perimeter. That was Adamas, I believe, who was not done too many things wrong today, but that time he's going to be nailed for the holding penalty, and that will wipe out what was about a 15-yard gain. Of course, he's able to get 15 yards because of the holding penalty. That's what sprung him.
Levi, one of the young players, got his first career interception last week.
Yeah, interception last week at the goal line to thwart an Allegheny scoring opportunity. The sophomore from Morgantown. So he's back in his home state, not necessarily near his hometown. You have to go through Pennsylvania to get back to Morgantown, but playing here in his home state for the first time as a collegian.
Phillips sends a man in motion. He'll take the snap. Going to fire out quickly. That pass is juggled and caught across the middle, across the 40, 45, 50, 40, 30, 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown. That's Adamas on the touchdown reception. And the freshman has had a big day this afternoon.
Yes, he has, and caught it out in the open. Just outran the defense. Bobbled it for a moment, but boy, Adamas, a guy to, the freshman, 6'1", 190, him and Phillips. And we've said, I know I've said it's ad nauseum, but Bethany is putting some pieces in place. Adamas is a guy you can build around. Remember when Grove City got things going? You had a guy like a Cody Gustafson, West Schools. Adamas can have, he's already demonstrating that today against a really good defense, that he is a keystone of Bethany here in 2024 and for the years to come.
Gallagher makes the extra point, making it Grove City 55 and Bethany 19 with 41 seconds to go here in the third quarter. We'll step aside for a break, come back and have more on the Wolverines Sports Network.
Ken Frenchak here at the Valvoline Express Care and Car Wash of Grove City. Experience. We're all about experience. The experience of our expert quick lube techs and also the experience we provide you with every oil change. You can go anywhere for an oil change, but you come here to the Valvoline Express Care and Car Wash of Grove City for the experience. Drive in, drive out. It's that easy. The Valvoline Express Care and Car Wash of Grove City.
Off the timeout, we are back here on the Wolverine Sports Network. And Grove City set to get the football back from the Bison after the long touchdown reception by Adamas. And notice this afternoon, they've had some success with a lot of in-breaking routes.
They have, yes. They've been able to get across to the drags, the skinny posts, etc. as the kick is angled far side.
And that kick is just at the last moment covered up by the Wolverine special teams. As that live ball just took the unique football bounce, and they were able to cover up and maintain possession.
A good job by Evan Wright, the senior fullback. He's just up the road at McGuffey High School, just going out Route 22. We actually drove through that area coming down today, Mark. He was one of the up men. That kick landed. The return man for Grove City was coming upfield, lost his footing, just like as they say in hockey, caught an edge. He went down. Evan Wright didn't try to be a hero and pick it up and do anything with it. He just jumped on it, made sure the Wolverines maintained possession.
36.6 seconds to go here in this third quarter. Wiley remains at the quarterback spot. He will hand it off on first down. Two hands wrapped on the football. And another good gain on a first down, with Grove City running the football in the arms of Chase Rankin. He'll pick up 5. It's 2nd and 5. And the Wolverines do not need to snap the football here in the end of this third quarter. But they will. And they will run it with Rankin. Hesitates and is able to get across the 25-yard line, down to the 26-yard line, and that will do it for 3 quarters of action. After 3, it is Grove City 55 and Bethany 20 on the Wolverines Sports Network.
Hey, is that a faucet running?
Nope, that's not a faucet. That's a river rushing through the forest.
It is?
Yeah, forest rivers provide over 100 million people with clean water to drink. The water comes straight from the forest to us. In fact...
What? I can't hear you because of the vacuum.
That's not a vacuum. That's the trees in the forest cleaning up the air we breathe.
How do trees clean the air?
They soak up the dirty air on their leaves, branches, and trunks, which means clean air for us.
Cool. I didn't know that.
Yep, but the forest does more than give us clean air and water. It gives us shade for hot days, birds to listen to, and trees to climb.
Wow, that's awesome. I didn't know how cool the forest could be. Hey, let's go explore some more.
Visit the forest today and enjoy all it does, just for you. To learn more about the forest and find one near you, go to discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Final 15 minutes of this one put up on the scoreboard. Mark Mean, Sports Information Director Ryan Briggs, with us for the first time this year.
Yeah, first time. They didn't make the trip to St. Vincent. You and Jim Craven doing an outstanding job with Western Reserve Radio. Always great to pair up with you guys. Always fun to go on the road with you, Mark. We had a nice trip down, a little bit of traffic on 79. Stopped for a little bit, but it was a nice day. We enjoyed the sunshine, and now here enjoying the first 3 quarters of this one.
So the Wolverines will go right to left here to begin this 4th quarter. Wiley takes the snap. He'll hand the ball off and right up the middle for a nice first down run. This Wolverines second unit, and that is a first down run for Chase Rankin.
You see a couple other guys sprinkled in on the offensive line. We see Samuel Miller, freshman lineman from Weston, Florida, in. He's in at center now. Bobby Benton is kicked over to left guard. Lucas Lohman back in at fullback. Derek Lambert getting some time at slot receiver. New set of downs from the 36.
2 to the right, 1 to the left side. Fullback goes in motion. Wiley takes the snap. He'll drop to throw. Looks downfield on it, just a little too far out in front. Intended for Seth McGroarty. That's incomplete, and it's going to bring up a second down and 10. $14:20 to play, 4th quarter, 2nd and 10. Grove City from their 36-yard line. Wiley overlooks the defense, takes the snap, hands the ball off to Rankin. Wasn't the cleanest exchange, but he was able to get the football and push the pile forward for a few to bring up a 3rd down and 8.
We'll see Eli Jones checking in. We'll make a 3-Dog Night reference. Eli's coming. I played that in a few of our days in an old AM radio station.
I would think we have over the years.
Waited all season for that one, Mark. I got my chance. I got the pitch and I hit it.
So Jones now getting some action at the tailback spot. Wiley to throw it. Going to roll to the outside. Directing traffic. Going to take a shot downfield and just off the hands of the intended target, as that pass will fall incomplete.
Looking for Derek Lambert. Oh, he was there, and that pass just sailed a little bit. Lambert came open, made a dive for it, and unable to bring it in. But Wiley doing a good job extending the play. You know, Ethan, he's a big guy, but he's also nimble. I mean, you watch him throw a javelin. Just he has good foot speed and getting outside, and then just uncorking that one, and just a bit too much on it. So Barabay on to punt for the Wolverines with Lambert, who had to sprint downfield, then you have to snap and then go chase after the punt returner.
Barabay averaging 39.2 yards per kick. Low snap. He's able to pick it up, get away a wobbly kick that the returner comes up on, makes a fair catch at about the 29-yard line, and the first punt of the afternoon for the Wolverines.
Yeah, we haven't seen, we're certainly not wearing out Daniel Barabay's leg, and that is a good thing. But he's been very busy holding and doing a great job for that. And, of course, at St. Vincent a couple weeks ago, no punts either. So that's his first road punt of the season. And Bethany will take over at the 30-yard line. A chance to chat with Dan in the hallway or after that St. Vincent game, or about just not punting a whole lot. And he says, "Yep, they're keeping me busy holding." So, and he's doing a great job of that, and a great job punting as well.
High snap for Phillips. He pulls it down. He'll just try and turn it upfield, and he's going to be dropped behind the line of scrimmage for a loss of a couple. It brings up a 2nd down and 12.
Danny Franco, the freshman linebacker out of North Catholic, in the linebacker spot, knifing through to bring him down. Franco, they're really high on this young man, the linebacker position. Just great depth at linebacker for the Wolverines. Brock Belmont also in outside linebacker now, and at the buck position. And see Dave Cower on the defensive line, Joe Semelka, Mason Summers, a new front three, Jace Herrick in at safety.
Phillips overlooks the defense. Play clock down to 10 seconds as he takes the snap. Steps up in the pocket, looking to run. Gets an angle across the 30, 35, and out of bounds, but a flag in the backfield as well.
Yeah, flag thrown by the head linesman across the way. And I would guess it is holding, but not normally an area where you see holding called very often. Perhaps something on the perimeter on the left tackle.
Now that hold is on the opposite side of the run by the quarterback, Phillips.
And we'll see. And indeed, it is holding. They're actually going to get the tight end over there, Moffat, who we talked about him doing such a good job in pass protection that time, getting called for the hold. But sometimes when a play gets extended like that, lineman, or in this case, a tight end, get reaching a little bit, and based on his position and the head linesman over there, one of his responsibilities, all the officials have an eligible receiver, so he's keeping an eye on him, and he sees him do that, and it's a tough spot for Moffat, who was kind of just victim of circumstance a little bit.
2nd down and 21 for the Bison. Phillips working out of the pistol from his 19-yard line. Running back right next to him. He'll take the snap, drop back into the pocket, going to fire over the middle, and that passes in and out of the hands of Moffat.
I don't know if Walliser got a finger on it or not, but it certainly hit Moffat right in the breadbasket and popped out of there. So it'll be 3rd down and long now. So tough couple of plays for Moffat, who's had a pretty good day. And that's kind of what with Bethany, that they've done some good things. But again, it comes with a young team. Have some positives, and then there will be a hold, a drop, a missed blocking assignment, something of that sort. And then the two good things the team does get canceled out.
So 3rd down and 21 from their 19, 12-16 to play in this afternoon's 4th quarter. Going to send the back in motion. Phillips drops the throw, sets up the screen to him, makes the catch, steps outside across the 25-30, and he's going to go out of bounds. Going to say at the 38-yard line, and that screen game has worked very successful to Randolph this afternoon.
Yeah, Bethany's done a good job finding Randolph, who, again, he's listed as a receiver, but using him out of the backfield. But he's run the ball as well, so it's not as if you just key and say, hey, 8's in the game, they're throwing it to him. But that time the screen, and did a good job of catching it, and then out in the open as well, and giving Bethany a shot here to go for it here, 4th and a full yard from the 39-yard line.
So 4th down and 1. We are under 12 minutes to play in the 4th quarter. Looks like Randolph's going to stay at the tailback spot, but the Bison, with a big 4th down coming up, elect to use one of their timeouts. Give us a chance to step aside quickly for a break, and we'll have more after this on the Wolverines Sports Network.
Changing your own oil can wind up costing you more than you think. Hey, Ken Frenchak here from the Valvoline Express Care and Car Wash of Grove City. Do you know the right oil and the right filter for your vehicle? We do. Here at the Valvoline Express Care and Car Wash, we do it all. Our team will not only change your oil, we'll check your filters, lights, and fluids, and we will also install new wipers. Whatever you need. Why spend time and money doing it yourself when you can drive in and drive out? It's just that easy here at the Valvoline Express Care and Car Wash of Grove City. Also remember, now through the end of the year, buy one, get one free wiper blades with a full-service oil change.
Off the timeout, the Bison elect to punt. Wolverines will not send anyone back. And this ball is going to roll all the way down and go out of bounds near the 2-yard line.
The Wolverines kept the base defense on the field. We have 4th and a yard. You think, there's a chance they'll fake it. They go for it especially after the timeout, thinking, well, maybe they're going to have something drawn up. But the punt, and then ends up going out of bounds at the 2-yard line. In the old days, back when I think even maybe before when we were kids, but the old coffin corner kick. That's essentially what that was. I don't think it was designed, but the way the roll and went down and then took the right turn and trickled out of bounds. So Grove City deep in its own end. Eli Jones remains in at running back. Ethan Wiley at quarterback. The Wolverines have a lot of green in front of them here, taking over in this 4th quarter.
Wiley working out of that pistol formation, takes the snap, try to give the ball to Eli Jones. The ball is loose on the turf, and to see who comes out of there with the football, and is
it recovered? It's whoever recovered. It's going to be points of some sort. It is a safety, as the Grove City recovered it in the end zone, but put 2 on the board for Bethany, and Wolverines missing the quarterback-running back exchange, and Bethany gets 2 points, and we'll have for the first time in 2024, a free kick upcoming.
11-12 to play in the 4th quarter, 55-22 in favor of the Wolverines. And you'll have that when it's someone you don't have a lot of reps with, and it was just a missed exchange that cost them 2 points. So that free kick will be coming up as the Bison are going to get the football back. And you've said it throughout the afternoon. You see lots of positives. A young football team that will make a great play, and then as you said, something doesn't go their way, and they have to try and battle back.
Yeah, I mean, this Bethany team's continue to battle, and those, if you're Brandon Robinson and staff, you're saying you're continuing to battle and compete, and there's not finger pointing. There's not you look on the sideline here. We're on the home side. You don't see heads down or guys feeling sorry for themselves. They're continuing to fight and battle, and those are things you look for, even when it's been a tough day for them, but they've continued to battle, and I think that's again, those are all things that are. It's not going to be reflected on the scoreboard or the stat sheet or whatever. But when you see, when they watch the film and they see this, a lot of positives to be mined. And let's remember, Bethany's had a really tough start to the schedule. You have Carnegie Mellon and Case Western Reserve early on. Those are 2 really, really, really good teams. Wolverines, number 7 in the country. They are a really good team. Bethany's good. Second half of the year, keep an eye on the Bison. I think this is a team that nobody's going to want to play them here over these next 5-6 weeks. Because you look at what Phillips, Adamas, these guys just really emerging, this very athletic defense. A lot to like with the Bison.
So the free kick coming up.
And it will be a punt. The Wolverines, and in college, you can use the tee or a punt. It'll be Barabay to punt from the 20.
Barabay gets his foot into this high kick that is going to be on a bounce, goes off of the returner who picks it up back at the 25-yard line. Gabe ground and was tackled back near the 23-yard line. Bethany avoids disaster, but they gave up some yards doing it.
I think when you say it's a free kick, it's like a kickoff. That is a live ball. That's not a punt you can just let bounce. And good job of the coverage unit. Donovan Biggs and then Hayden McCready, the sophomore from Grove City down there to bring down the return man. And again, that's a good, for Bethany, that's a good coaching point as well. Down the road, reminder, that's a live ball. Because you could get a situation down the road, whether it's this year, next year, whatever. Just a reminder, that ball is live. Same for Grove City. The free kick is something that doesn't happen very often. You go through in a game situation. You hope you don't have to very often.
Phillips to throw on first down, and the pass dropped by his intended target. Tate, the sophomore out of Prince George, Virginia, and the incompletion brings up a 2nd down and 10.
Wolverines secondary, Trenton Rupp and Levi Teets are the corners. The safeties are Jace Herrick, Mason Klaus, the freshman from Red Bank Valley, And then Donovan Biggs. Biggs is at the dog position. Linebackers are Walliser, Belmont, and Danny Franco. And then up front, Mason Summers and David Cower on the end spots, Joseph Semelka in the middle.
Second down and 10. Phillips takes the snap. He'll hand the ball off, and that ball is loose on the turf back near the 13-yard line. And waiting for the official indication, but looks like the Wolverines have come out of there with the football, and they have.
Brock Belmont knocked it away from Randolph. Randolph very slow getting up. Might have got his leg folded under, and that ball popped out of there. Belmont knocked it loose. Jace Herrick, the sophomore from Greenville, jumps on it. The Wolverines will have it at the 14-yard line. The fourth takeaway of the day for the Grove City defense.
So the Wolverine offense coming back onto the field with the ball resting at the 14. Ethan Wiley remains at the quarterback spot. Eli Jones at the tailback. Two receivers right, one to the left side. Wiley takes the snap, gives the ball to Jones, and he's able to fall forward for a couple of yards on first down. Brings up a second down and 8. And you talk about converted players from one position to another. Big difference going from quarterback to running back.
It certainly is. And Eli Jones, who was kind of an option quarterback in high school, so he's used to running, but as you said, it's different. Instead of getting the snap and directing things, now you're the recipient instead of the giver. But Jones, he's made that transition well and really finding a nice niche here in his junior season.
Wiley to throw, fires downfield. That pass a little too tall for his intended target. That sails over his head and incomplete.
Luke Schuegas, the sophomore from Penn Cambria, down in central Pennsylvania, down in the Johnstown, Altoona area. The intended recipient there, that pass over his head. So to bring up a third down now and at 9 for the Wolverines.
10:15 to play in this fourth quarter. 55-22, Grove City leading Bethany, looking to go to 4-0. Wiley takes the snap. He'll look to throw. Fires to the back of the end zone. Receiver was open, but that ball got caught up and kind of sailed on him and incomplete, and it brings up fourth down.
Yeah, Schuegas, the intended receiver, I think he got just twisted around a little bit. So the Wolverines will send out the field goal unit. It will be Devin Thomas to attempt the field goal. Sutton Ellis will hold. And the Wolverines will look to add on to the lead here.
Thomas with the ball at the 20 will attempt a 30-yard field goal. Snap a little errant. They get it down, and that kick is blocked, and kick is no good. As mechanics of that one just a little bit off.
Yeah, the operation was not very crisp. The kick came out low, and I don't know if it was blocked or if it hit one of the linemen, but they had Noah Cardoy in the snapping. But the snap was not bad. And his first collegiate snap was a little behind. Ellis put it down, but yeah, that did not go as planned, and Bethany takes over at the 18-yard line. So we've had 4 blocked kicks today, 3 by Grove City, 1 by Bethany. We've had a little bit of everything, a safety. It's a lot to talk about from this one.
Phillips takes the snap. He'll hand off to the running back as he kind of bobbled the ball, but was able to complete the exchange for a very short gain, if any. Will bring up second down and 9.
Mason Summers, the junior from Huntington, Pennsylvania. We've been to Huntington a few times. That's where Juniata College is. Summers there and making a nice play there. The reserve defensive end. He's a little bit of a change of pace guy compared to the other two guys up front with Semelka and Cower. Summers a little lighter, a little quicker, and making a very nice play on that second down, or the first down play.
Phillips takes the snap, looks downfield. The pass is going to be knocked away and incomplete. As they're in coverage defensively for the Wolverines, able to knock the football loose from the receiver was Trenton Rupp.
Trying to get to Airy, who's had a pretty good day as well. Rupp that time. Rupp, nice length on the perimeter, 6'2". We heard Coach DiDonato talk about him in the pregame. His ability to play both cornerback spots and also what he's done working with a pretty young group of secondary men. And we're very happy with what he has done this year. Happy with what he did on that second down play.
So 3rd down and 9 for the Bison. Phillips takes the snap, drops back, he'll roll out. Trying to guide things, and he'll just fire this one downfield, and we'll see if that is going to be a good catch, and it is across the 40 to the 42-yard line. That's Moffitt with the reception for a first down.
Very similar to the Scott Frazier catch we saw early on in terms of needing every last bit of his anatomy to make the catch. Was wobbling, able to get it tucked away before going out of bounds. Donovan Biggs there in the coverage, but a little bit of an edge with the the size, and Bethany able to get a first down.
Phillips overlooking the defense. We go under 9 minutes to play, 4th quarter. He'll take the snap, drop back to throw. Feeling some pressure. Flag on the play, directing traffic. And unloads this pass downfield, and pass will be incomplete into double coverage and out of bounds.
Flag, I think they're going to get a hold on one of the Bethany linemen, maybe Stephen Bundridge, the right tackle. Brock Belmont, outside linebacker from that buck position. Actually, it's going to be a face mask, so instead of 10 yards, 15. But either way, Belmont beat him off the snap, got inside of him, and drew the penalty, and that will set Bethany back 15 yards. That's our cue to give a couple finals, Mark.
Okay.
Geneva holds off St. Vincent 16-13. The GTs go on the road and get a win. Case Western up late 58-14 at Allegheny, a minute 10 to go in that one. And W&J holds off Westminster 21-14. Presidents go to 4-1. Westminster drops to 3-1.
Phillips back to throw, has his receiver at the 26-yard line before being knocked out of bounds. And a nice afternoon continues for Airy, who we found out was inserted into the starting lineup right before the beginning of the game and has played well.
Yeah, I would be surprised if he comes out of the starting lineup the way he has played today, and he's doing a really nice job. Phillips has looked for him, and modest gain there, still 2nd and long.
2nd down, now 23. They need to get to the Bethany 48-yard line for a first down. Two receivers go to each side of the formation for Phillips. Slot man Moffitt will go in motion. Phillips hit as he throws, and that pass will fall incomplete as Wolverines got inside for all kinds of pressure on Phillips, and he just had to unload the football incomplete.
Yeah, Belmont and Summers were both in pursuit, and there's a Bethany lineman down. That is the center, Jonathan DeSena. I think he might have got rolled up on as that play was finishing up. He's on a knee now, but just the way that play unfolded, the two defensive players coming at Phillips from opposite sides as he made the pass, and everybody just kind of went down like dominoes.
Plays like that are why you see a lot of offensive linemen wearing those leg braces.
Yep, you see the Bethany guys, of course, Grove City, and it's they are it's why they wear them, because when you have 260, 70, 80-pound guys, it doesn't necessarily have to be somebody big, just somebody at the wrong angle catching you from the side or the backside, and those knee braces, they don't prevent everything, but they prevent a lot. And a case like that, maybe what's still is notable, but hopefully maybe just something that keeps him out for a few plays or the rest of the afternoon as opposed to the next several weeks.
Still tending to that player, Jonathan DeSena, that you mentioned, who was part of this young offensive line for the Bison. And they've got a lot of these players that will potentially be here for the next couple of years that they can really develop into something.
Certainly, and and they've taken some lumps today. They've also done some good things, as DeSena is going to walk off a little bit gingerly, but under his own power. And, these experiences and understanding what it takes to make that next step and then the next step. And again, Bethany's going to take a lot of positives from today's game. And, again, certainly they have a ways to go, but progress is being made. Again, people just want to look at standings or a score or whatever, but you can see even from where they were at 1 o'clock today to now, this Bethany team growing and growing.
3rd and 23 for the Bison. It's going to be a quarterback keeper for Phillips, trying to pick up some yardage, and it's going to get about 2 before being driven back, and this will bring up 4th down for Bethany.
Good job by Danny Franco again, linebacker. stayed home.
This will bring on Landon Bailey, a senior from East Liverpool. So the former Potter will come on to punt the ball away. Single returner back for Grove City at the 35-yard line. Bison bring on one extra man, part of their protection package. Good snap, rushed on. Bailey gets the kick away, and a fair catch called for. That was a tough Sun field for the fair catch, but able to make it and hold on to it, and the Wolverines will maintain possession with 6:54 to play in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, Dino making the fair catch. As you said, fighting the sun here as we're now into sort of late afternoon, but still high sun. This time of year, as we're now past the autumnal equinox, angle the sun can get is a little bit different, a little lower. And you saw the punt, too. It was a knuckleball, and that thing was there, and it just kind of just turned over, just sank. And Danino doing a good job of fighting those elements to field the punt, and Grove City takes over at the 37. Sutton Ellis now at quarterback.
He will hand off to the ball carrier. That is Eli Jones, who hurdled a tackler, and he'll have a nice gain of about 8 yards on first down, setting up second down and 2.
Eli Jones right up the gut. Lucas Lohman still in at the fullback spot, the sophomore from Chambersburg, 225-pounder. Doesn't say low man wins. He won on that play.
Give the ball to the tailback once again. That is Eli Jones. And Jones has a first down across midfield and out to the Bethany 48-yard line.
And Lohman won again on that play, kicking out the defensive end, giving Jones a lane. Good job on the left side of the line. Gabe Hilty, the freshman left tackle from Gibsonia and Kiski Prep, he's in there. Bobby Benton's at left guard. Good job by those guys.
Eli Jones, junior running back out of Liberty Township High School. Trenton Edgewood, his alma mater, and he'll have a nice gain again on first down all the way out right near the sticks, and a potential other first down as they will move those chains for the Wolverines. Jones, 6'2", 215 pounds. Getting that extra experience playing in a new position here this year. 5.5 minutes to play, fourth quarter. 1st and 10, Wolverines. Ellis back to pass. That one is going to be complete down to the 34-yard line. And McGordy comes up with another catch, I believe his third for the afternoon.
Yeah, McGordy doing a good job. We've seen Seth, really, he's not just a one-trick pony receiver. We've certainly seen a couple deep balls, but that time the short one, we've also seen we saw him catch a couple in that 10 to 12-yard range. Also, really, he has developed into a really well-rounded, complete receiver. Good size out there, too. Listed 6'1", 170. I think that's a bit errant. We'll have to check that. But
run with Eli Jones again, and Jones, the ball came loose. They'll say it was he was down, and that's going to be close to another Grove City first down.
Back judge right on there. He had a good line, a good vision line towards that one to see that ball coming out at the end of the play. So it's going to be first down. Wolverines will now send Tanner Guaglianone, the sophomore from Brockway, in at fullback. Lohman gets a breather. Evan Wright also in as an up back for this 1st and 10 play.
Ellis overlooks the Bethany defense, gives the ball to Jones once again. Cut to the right, now back up middle of the field, and he's going to have another 9 yards. And it's been an impressive drive for Eli Jones.
Yeah, Jones doing a good job again with DeMary not playing today, and think he's going to be back next week. But in case if he's needed, Eli Jones is showing, hey, I can do the job, and really impressive here.
Jones will get the ball again, and he's going to be right at that first down marker, and looks like that'll be another Grove City first down as they are working some time off this clock that is down to 3 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter, and Grove City up 55-22. Wolverines taking their time as they come to the line of scrimmage. Let some time run down off the play clock. That is down under 20 seconds. Ellis takes the snap, gives the ball to Eli Jones. And Jones inside the 15 and down to the 14-yard line. And he's got the majority of the work here on this drive.
See a few more guys checking in. Cole Gray in at receiver. Derek Lambert back in. Cole Gray, sophomore out of Flemington, New Jersey, Hunterdon Central. Wolverines had a pretty good linebacker a number of years ago, Tim Irwin, out of Hunterdon Central. Sportsman of the Year at the college his senior year.
Ellis going to run with the football, went right up the middle, inside the 5, spins his way down to the 3-yard line, and a flag at the end of the play. Looks like this is going to be holding on the Wolverines.
Not sure. I think they may have got one of the receivers downfield as it's going to be marked off from about the 10. But good job by Sutton Ellis. Ellis, a little different dynamic with him than with Ethan Wiley when you're thinking about the number 2 quarterback spot. Certainly Wiley, the strong arm and can move. Ellis, he has a good arm as well, but perhaps a step or two more mobile than is Ethan Wiley. But those guys have really been battling throughout camp, and both men have done a good job, and they've got an opportunity to showcase themselves on Saturday afternoons as we've reached the 2-minute timeout.
At the 2-minute timeout, Grove City 55, Bethany 22 on the Wolverines Sports Network.
Mama, what does the chicken say?
Chicken. Oh, okay. A wolf.
Woo! What about the tiny dog? Cat. Dolphin. What does the turkey say? Do the giraffe.
Giraffe, really? Okay. Giraffe.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are buckled correctly in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right.
Visit NHTSA.gov/the right seat.
Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
2 minutes left in this one here this afternoon. As Grove City with a 55-22 lead. 2 minutes left to play. There's Ellis in at the quarterback spot. He's going to keep it, turn upfield, break a couple of tackles, and he's all the way down to about the 12-yard line. And showing his mobility there, turning it upfield for some extra yards.
Yeah, the speed option that time, and he, along with the new running back, Alec Rafa, and Ellis elected to keep it, found a lane and shot up through there. Gets back the penalty yardage and a couple more, bringing up 3rd down.
3rd and 5 from the 14. 90 seconds to play in this afternoon's game. Ellis takes the snap. He's going to keep it, run right up the middle, look for the goal line, and he is down to the 1-yard line. It'll be 1st and goal, Grove City, as we hit the 1:15 mark of this 4th quarter.
Nice lead block by Rafa, the running back.
Stop the clock momentarily, and 1:16 now it will run. Alex Rafa at the tailback spot with Sutton Ellis at the quarterback. They give the ball to Rafa, looking for the goal line, driving for the end zone, and Alec Rafa is into the end zone for Grove City with 59 seconds to play here in the 4th quarter.
Rafa, the junior, good to see him punch one in. 210-pounder out of Ashtabula Lakeside. And you look at the depth in the backfield for the Wolverines with Rankin and Jones and Rafa. These are guys who are all in the mix, trying to trying to get a few more carries, and when they've gotten their opportunities, they've taken advantage of it. And good job. Good to see the young guys go to get a touchdown on the board this afternoon.
Thomas on for the extra point. That kick is up and inside the right upright and good. And with 59 seconds to go in this ball game, Grove City's lead is now 62-22. And again, another afternoon where a lot of the younger players got a chance to see the field today.
Certainly, and because Grove City does not play JV games. Some teams in the PAC do. Right now, Grove City doesn't, and the reason of that is each player is limited to 10 games total with varsity, JV, whatever. And of course, a lot of Grove City's reserves are on special teams and so forth. So maybe they're not playing 70 snaps on Saturday, but they're out there. But it counts as a game played once you're on the field. So a chance like to come out here, against another team, on the road, come out and do some things is it's great. It's great to see. It's also very exciting for the future. Yes, this is a very veteran Grove City squad. We look up and down the roster, a lot of seniors, a lot of juniors. You think, what about the future? Well, number one, the future is now, but also the future is very bright with what we've seen from these young guys, what they've been able to do against other teams this first month of the season.
So Devin Thomas, the sophomore from Blackhawk, will kick it away. End over end kick, runs up on it at the 20, and when he came on that football, he also touched down on the turf, and that's where they'll begin first down and 10.
I think one of the other return men actually signaled fair catch.
Okay.
So they'll take it at the 25 instead of the 22. That was it was not the return man, but somebody else. And I don't know if I think there's some confusion. I wonder if maybe a guy was kind of putting a hand up to shield to see where the ball was. They thought it was a fair catch. Either way, Bethany will have it at the 25-yard line as we're under a minute to go.
57 seconds to play, fourth quarter. Phillips hands the football off on first down. And not much running room there, right back to the line of scrimmage.
See Jason Dominic, the junior from Newcastle, on the tackle. Jarrell Simpkins, Brock Batchy, both in at linebacker for Grove City. Nick Heltza, who we've called his name on special teams a couple times. Today he's in at cornerback.
Second down and 10 for the Bison. Phillips again will hand the football off. That's TJ Owensby on the carry. And Owensby going to go out of bounds, and a flag comes out near the Grove City bench with 17 seconds to play.
Might have hit him a little bit out of bounds. I guess once you're out of bounds, you're out of bounds. You're not a little bit out of bounds, but you get what I mean. It was a guy coming over and might have just got him when he was a step onto the white. That would give Bethany 15.
That will be the call. A late hit out of bounds will add 15 yards onto the run, and we'll have one more snap of the football here this afternoon. They'll move the ball down to the Bethany 39-yard line. Phillips takes the snap. They'll run it again, and he'll gain a couple down to the 43-yard line, and doesn't look like there will be another snap of the football here this afternoon. Our final score, it is Grove City 62 and Bethany 22. With the win, the Wolverines improved to 4-0 on the season, and the Bison drop to 0-4. We'll step aside for a break, come back and begin the post-game show next on the Wolverines Sports Network.
I'm asking people around the neighborhood what they think this place needs. Excuse me. Hi. What do you think this place needs?
I'd like to see more parking.
More playgrounds.
Free movies. That's easy. Better restaurants.
And you, what do you think this place needs?
This place? Oh, more ice cream trucks.
Okay. How about you?
Wi-Fi everywhere?
I was thinking more money in the pockets of local families come tax time.
Can I change my answer?
I was just kidding about the ice cream.
Oh, that's way better.
Now that you mention it.
When it comes to getting better tax refunds into the hands of local families, what this place needs is you. To donate or volunteer, go to unitedway.org. Because great things happen when we live united. Brought to you by United Way and the Ad Council.
This is the news. This morning, we are saluting the 2.2 million women who have joined in the war effort. They now make up 37% of the workforce, changing their role forever.
The prestigious Harvard Medical School is breaking ground today, opening its doors to new female applicants.
Today, little girls all over the world look to the sky, where the first woman is now in space.
Military stereotypes are challenged today with the trailblazing promotion of a U.S. female officer to 4-star general. It was just announced that the vast majority of last year's doctorate degrees were earned by women.
We've come so far, but our news is changing for the worse. More women die from heart disease and stroke than men, even though it can be prevented. Make a change at goredforwomen.org today. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the American Heart Association's Go Red for Women.
Chris, can you put the video game controller down for a second?
I can talk and play. Oh, I'm totally annihilating this punk kid in Nebraska.
I just feel like you're not acting like a grown-up in our relationship.
Am too.
Well, you still ride your skateboard to work. There's the comic book collection, the race car bed.
Look, I'm young at heart, but I put money into my 401k every paycheck. I picked up a few savings tips at feedthepig.org. I have control over my financial life now, and that feels pretty grown up.
Put away a few bucks, feel like $1 million. Putting some money from every paycheck into a savings account or contributing to your 401k can make a big difference later. For free ideas and easy tips on ways to save, go to feedthepig.org. That's feedthepig.org.
So, I bet I look like a grown-up to you now.
Well, except for the footy pajamas, I'd have to agree.
This message brought to you by the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants and the Ad Council.
Wolverines continuing to put up big numbers offensively and able to get the win here this afternoon over Bethany, 62-22.
Yeah, good first half. Wolverines led 45-6. A little bit of a couple of shaky things in the in the second half. But again, you have some young guys in some different spots. Nico Flatty, 4 touchdown runs today. Look at Daniel Sullivan kicking a couple of field goals. All in all, the Wolverines. Again, you're being a little bit nitpicky. You win a game on the road by a large margin like this, and you're thinking, wow, we could have done this. Hey, Wolverines, a lot of great things today. Again, they will be, some things to address. Certainly, Bethany, give Bethany credit. This team, moved the ball, the short passing game. Phillips at quarterback, a lot to like there. Adamas and Airy on the other side, doing a really good job as receivers, short, medium, and long. And then, again, Grove City did a good job of negating the running game. Grove City got its running game going. Offensive line, clearing the lanes for Flatty. Then the other backs we saw, Rankin and Jones and Rafa. All in all, Wolverines are 4-0, and they will go home tonight, be able to catch the CMU Waynesburg game, get a little bit of a free scout, I guess. Although everybody exchanges films and stuff, so there are no secrets, but they can put that one on the TV or, cast it from the phone to the TV or on the computer, whatever it is that they'll want to do to see that, to that. Then get ready for a big one next week against Carnegie Mellon. Tartan's playing, again, Waynesburg tonight, and Wolverines will get after it starting probably even later tonight. Probably start with some film breakdown and whatnot, getting ready for the Tartans next week. But Grove City getting the win today, 62-22.
Yeah, and one of those where, any road victory earned in college football is a big victory and one to be savored and enjoyed. But as you said, now the attention turns to homecoming in a big matchup between two nationally ranked teams.
Yeah, Carnegie Mellon, depending on which poll you're looking at, kind of around the 15-16 spot, and frankly, maybe a little bit underranked, if I may express an opinion on that. And the CMU coming in. Again, CMU was a 10-win team last year. 10 wins the season before. Veteran team with quarterback Ben Mills. He's back for his he's a grad student. Trey Vasiliotis, the running back, who's outstanding. That defense led by the Corey brothers at linebacker, Adrian Williams in the secondary, receiver Reese Kolke, who was a PAC Offensive Player of the Week this week. CMU, great special teams as well. They present a lot. They present a lot of. They present a lot.
They
Wolverines,
sure do.
The Wolverines will have their work cut out for them next week against the Tartans when they come to Thornfield. But same can be said too. Wolverines will certainly be ready, and it should be a lot of fun next week. Homecoming, and if you can't make it to Thornfield, we certainly hope that you can. But if you can't, Mark and Chris Birch will have all the audio action here on the Wolverine Sports Network starting around 1:30.
Should be a lot of fun for that one. Great view, and always fun to be here at Bethany.
Yeah, thanks to everybody here at Bethany, starting with the newly minted VP of Athletics and Enrollment, Brian Sansom. He and the entire staff here at Bethany, we thank them for the hospitality. And thanks to Todd Gibson, our athletic director at Grove City, for all of his help and support with everything. Thanks to Tyler Grupak, Assistant Sports Information Director. And thanks to Vince DeStacy, our Vice President for Information Technology, for all their support as well. Mark, thanks to you. Had a lot of fun. We'll do this a couple weeks at W&J. I'll see you and Chris next Saturday at Thornfield.
That is going to do it for us here on the Wolverine Sports Network. The Grove City College Wolverines are 4-0. They win it here this afternoon at Bethany, 62-22. For Sports Information Director Ryan Briggs, my name is Mark Means, and you've been listening to the Wolverine Sports Network.
Thank you for tuning into the Wolverine Sports Network. We'll talk to you next time on the home of the Wolverines.
Youngstown, Warren, and Salem's local and national sports talk can be found on TuneIn and the Live 365 app at Western Reserve Radio, WRDB, The Scourge.
15. At Florida State, the disappointment continues. Obviously, they did pick up a win against Cal, but Florida State is hosting Clemson, and it's a big number. Clemson's laying 17, and there's a total of 47 on the board.
Yeah, I didn't do much here. You're kind of questioning, okay, is Florida State, and I often talk about it, when you have some struggles, are they going to stay with the season? They did, stuck with it. They got that grinder win over Cal a couple weeks ago and really had to hang on for dear life to get it. But now, no DJU, of course, which I don't know based on his lack of effectiveness, is not going to be good necessarily for Florida State. That could probably only be a good thing. This offense just has been really bad. So, I believe if they announce a starter, I think it might be Brock Glenn. That is going for Florida State in terms of the starting role. So look, Clemson, ever since that game against Georgia, that opener where they looked very, very poor, they've looked like a wagon though, and they've been running teams out. So, we shall see, if Brock Glenn, is going to able to re-galvanize this Florida State team that just a lot was expected. They were a top 10 team and probably were overrated in the polls. And you always get these teams that are a little bit overrated in the polls to start the season. But I don't think anybody thought that this team was going to be 1-4 right now. No. And, just trying to hang on down in Tallahassee. So nothing for me as of now on this one.
Late window as well. Should see some offense here. Tennessee's at Arkansas. Tennessee's up to 2 touchdowns. So they're laying 14. Juice is coming down a little bit, and 57.5 to 58 with Tennessee at Arkansas, Wes.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to see if I have the guts or maybe the lack of brains to go against Tennessee here, because if you've been doing that, it hasn't been working out necessarily because their offense is just a juggernaut. Now, I think Arkansas, they can put up points, and you have Green now, Talon Green, the quarterback that was at Boise State. And, they've been able to put up points like in first halves, and then in the second half, they kind of get shut down a little bit. So, I don't disagree with the move on the over. You're probably, or the move's actually been on the under, but this could be a buy low spot, I think, on the under here. So, it'd be Arkansas or nothing at plus 14, but I might leave it at nothing.
Yeah, at the 14, I'd say Arkansas or pass as well. Elsewhere, look, the Iowa and Ohio State and Auburn and Georgia matchups, I don't think it's a big surprise, but it's been all defense thus far. Iowa does have the ball, so it looks like they're going to cover the first half as Ohio State leads 7-0, a minute 39 to play. Down in Athens, Georgia leads 7-3, a minute 52 to play. Auburn does have the ball on their own 3.
Yeah, they do. So 7-3, very low scoring. I think we did anticipate that. And look, Georgia, after they gave up all those points last week, you knew that they were probably going to come out super focused, and they certainly have defensively. Minus 14.5 on Georgia, 35.5 on the in-play total. In-play total, by the way, down in Columbus, now down to 30.5 as Ohio State leads 7-0.
All right. Elsewhere, Wes mentioned the baseball. The Phillies do lead the Mets 1-0, bottom 3. The Phillies do have a runner on first with 1 out. The next one up today, ALDS, coming up in about an hour, maybe a little over an hour and a half. You've got the Royals and Yankees. Of course, the Yankees, big time as far as the series, a favorite, and big time with Cole on the mound today for the Pinstripes. They're laying a $1.98 at DraftKings, and Waka coming back with Kansas City West plus 164.
Yeah, and look, we have seen the Dogs do very well. I think in these series with these teams, and Yankees have had a little bit of a time off. I think with the Orioles going out and with the Astros going out, you would think, Patrick, that this would finally set up for the Yankees here. that this would,
Right.
that it's wide open for these guys. It is Garrett Cole taking the mound. Strikeout prop, by the way, 5.5, which he's gone over in 6 of his last 9 starts. He's kind of figured it out after he came back from that injury. He was a little bit hittable. A slider wasn't working. We know that that's his main out pitch, but would lean over the strikeouts here. That's a big price, I think, to lay on the Yankees for a Royals team that does have momentum. But I feel like, we're going to get one of these chalky teams through, I think, to the World Series. I don't know which one, if it's going to be the Yankees or the Dodgers, but I think we're going to get one chalky team finally, and we're not going to get 2 wildcard teams like we've seemingly had the last couple of years.
Just quickly before we say goodbye, 10 Michigan getting a point at unranked Washington. Did you do anything there?
UW on the money line here. Look, can Alex Orji do this on the road in the passing game? I don't think so necessarily. Steve Belichick, the defensive coordinator, has done a very good job with this defense. Washington, top 18 nationally in yards per game, both on the offensive and the defensive side of the ball. I think this is a tough spot for Michigan here.
Wes, great job. Fun 4 hours. I'll see you next Saturday, buddy. Enjoy your day. Okay, great job. Sabrina Carpenter and Huey Lewis in the news. That was the theme today, Live Bet Saturday. Jonathan Von Tobel and Dave Ross are next. Bison, the Sports Betting Network.
If I was to describe this sandwich in one word, I would say magical. Hi, this is Jamor, and the little thing that I love about the Chick-fil-A honey pepper pimento chicken sandwich is that extra off. I go back and forth from the spicy filet to the original filet. I get into the sweetness of the honey, then you have the extra kick from the spicy filet. The combination alone takes it over the top. It's award-winning.
The Chick-fil-A Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich is back with a bite. Try it with the original or spicy filet, now for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
NFL Sunday Ticket subscribers, you can watch the VSiN Pro Football Tailgate Show every Sunday on YouTube as part of your Sunday Ticket subscription. Never watched VSiN? Well, this is your chance to check us out each week as we get you ready for every NFL game. It's the VSiN Pro Football Tailgate Show with me, Stormy Bonantoni, former NFL MVP Rich Gannon, and NFL General Manager Michael Lombardi. Every Sunday from 10 a.m. to 1 Eastern on YouTube and VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
The VSiN Morning Line.
The fact that Aaron Rodgers couldn't throw the ball down the field, they've dominated the front. The Denver Broncos stopped the Jets from even trying to run the ball. I think there's deeper issues clearly at the Jets because we know this. Look, Robert Saleh is a 34% win percentage coach in the league. It isn't like he's walking into the stadium, he's going to outcoach somebody. I think we saw Sean Payton outcoach him on Sunday.
The VSiN Morning Line, weekdays at 7 a.m. Eastern on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Come on.
I want sales reports on my desk by Monday.
Oops. My bad.
Love racing? RTN brings you every live simulcast on your home television, plus live video streaming and race replays on your PC and mobile devices. To order, visit rtn.tv. RTN, a breed apart.
The only thing better than football is the excitement of all the contests. Catch the Circa Friday Football Invitational at 9 p.m. Eastern with picks from some of the sharpest bettors around the country. Then on Saturdays at 9, watch the Football Contest Show, where our expert hosts and guests go through the consensus choices for some of the biggest betting contests in the world. The fun doesn't stop there. Visit VSiN.com for the full lineup and join us on the Sports Betting Network.
Coming up Monday on Follow the Money, playoff baseball, baby. We also recap a wild weekend, college, NFL, and Chiefs and Saints Monday Night Football. Follow the Money weekdays, 4 to 7 Eastern on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Twitter,
Instagram.
We know the hashtags.
For show highlights, picks, breaking news, and the best sports betting analysis, follow VSiN on social media at VSiN Live on Twitter and at VSiN Live on Instagram.
This is Money Moves.
I never want to watch another Chiefs game the rest of my life. I'm bored. The offense is he gets it done. The defense makes stops when they have to. We understand the formula. There's no way this team should be 4-0. Mahomes isn't putting up huge stats, but they continue to win. But I'm officially bored. I'm over them.
Catch Money Moves.
You're listening to WRDB, Western Reserve Digital Broadcasting, Youngstown, Warren, Salem, and around the world.
This is VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
This is Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
And here we go live. Bet Saturday. Dave Ross and Jonathan Von Tobel here at the D in downtown Las Vegas. Next 2 hours, going to break down everything going on, obviously, in the world of college football, but we also have Major League Baseball playoffs going on as well, and getting ready for UFC 307 tonight in Salt Lake City. And, of course, we're already underway in week number 5 of the NFL, so we'll do a little look ahead as well to that. JVT, always great to be with you, my friend. I guess you and I can always expect the unexpected on this show. Maybe the unexpected so far. Bama struggling at Vandy?
Yeah, I mean, so Vandy was like the sharp spot of the week, right? Like everybody and their mother that had some respected opinion was on Vandy in this spot. And so right now it's coming to fruition as they were up 13-7 with about 14 minutes left to go in the second quarter. We did see 2 drives ago. Bama did respond and punch in that touchdown. They were now 13-0 earlier. So maybe this is the start of the comeback potentially, but you would think that you were going to be able to do something on your drive after the touchdown. Haven't been able to do anything yet. So 2nd and 11, trying to get the ball back, waiting for this number to get more watered down so we can get in game here on Bama. Like Luke and I were looking at this right before the touchdown drive.
You can lay 9.5 right now.
Yeah, see, it's getting 9.5, and that's because Vandy is inside the 25-yard line. So let's see if we get some points out of Vandy, come in and get a cheaper number on Bama. But at some point, I mean, it's not going to happen until the second half, but are we going to get Bama as a dog in game?
Oh, my God. Well, here's the crazy thing about doing the show with you in the last couple of weeks. It feels like every week we do have one of these where we go, is this really going to happen? And then we normally get one. We've got potentially 3. They've just gone to halftime at the shoe. It's 7-0 Ohio State over Iowa, literally walking off the field right now as we speak. So we've got Bama down 6 at Vandy driving. Ohio State only up 7, and right now that live number is 14.5 with Ohio State. And that total, now we finally get an Iowa football game, right? We're getting defense again. That total is now 27.5 as we've hit the break there. And the third game that we're going to have to monitor closely right now is what's going down in the Plains. And I think we all thought, all right, Georgia, great comeback last week against Alabama, come up a little bit short. This will be, they just put the wood, between the hedges in Georgia. Against Auburn today, they'll just put the wood to them. Not so fast here. 7-3 with 30 ticks before halftime. So, Jonathan, we've got 3 games low scoring. Well, Bama might turn out to be higher scoring, 13-7 right now as they play in the second quarter. But Georgia with only a touchdown here with 30 seconds to go, and Ohio State with only 1 touchdown on the board, 7-0 at the break. Those, if one of those 3 came through, we're upsetting potentially the apple cart for the college football playoff.
Yeah, so 2 things. First off, I'm glad you specified from the Plains to between the hedges because guess what? I had no idea where either is what we're talking about here.
Down south.
But regardless, you're right. And look, this goes to show that for both teams, right, letdowns are not just necessarily coming off of losses or whatever it is or anything. Like, you play a really big, emotionally charged game the week prior. You have 2 lesser opponents the next week. I think it is hard for these college kids to get up for games like this after what they just did the week prior.
I agree.
That's really tough for them to do. And so now you see a team like Bama. We watched that team last week. That team last week, if they're playing at that level here, they're not down 13-7, potentially about to go down 20-7 here with 13 minutes left to go in the second quarter. So these are true letdown spots. And again, this is one of the things that I have to get better at as a college handicapper is you will talk to college handicappers all the time and they will bring these up, these emotional spots. And sometimes like, whatever. In the pros, I don't think there's letdowns. But in college, very clearly there are letdown spots.
You've been waiting for this number to drop. It is dropping, as Jonathan was alluding to. It looks like Vandy knocking on the door here, 2nd and 4, deep in Bama territory, inside the 10 at the 5. So they can't get a first down without scoring a touchdown. That number, Jonathan, has already moved down to 7.5 to Bama. Boy, I got to be honest with you. If you give up the touchdown here, and I wonder where that number will go if...
I was going to say, we assume we do.
They're going to get... Oh, it's going to be 3rd and inches at the 1.5. So again, you can still get a first down.
Let's call this now. If you're Vandy, go for it. You are at home against Bama, up 13-7. Screw your rinky-dink field goal. Go for the touchdown. Go for the throat. Go up by multiple scores. Like, enough with this nonsense. So I know I like how I'm saying enough with it, even though we don't have it yet. But still, don't put the foot on the throat when you have the opportunity.
Yeah, you can't kick field goals against them. Still 7.5 there. Georgia, by the way, that live number is 17.5. Although it's still 7-3. So interesting there that Auburn is hanging tough in that one. And right before we came on the air, you just chuckled and you laughed when you saw the Oklahoma State score against West Virginia.
Get off these guys, these frauds. I will say this is in the college football betting guide. You can go back for proof. This is the one thing I knocked out of the park. I did not get it with Oklahoma State. I didn't. This is a team that brought back. You could say on its surface and go, "Hey, they brought back 11 defenders or 10 defenders." That's great, right? Not when you're ranked in the hundreds in like every defensive category.
Do you want those guys back,
right?
Yeah.
Not when you gave up 6.5 yards per play last year. These guys stink. And Alan Bowman in this offense, it stinks. They weren't good last year. I was shocked by the love for this team. And today, this is the interesting part about this. This week, the market completely turned on them.
Yep.
You saw them open up as like 5.5 point favorites in this spot. We got all the way down through that 3 in multiple spots. Market said, we're done. We haven't had enough of you. You guys are frauds. We're not doing this anymore. And right now, the market's all over. West Virginia's up 17-0. And I think they have the ball now, too. So, like, this is a nightmare for Oklahoma State.
Yeah, right now, if you want a piece of Oklahoma State, you can grab 14.5 on the live numbers. They're down 17-0, 8 minutes to go at home. We mentioned Georgia. There are 30 ticks to go, but they are deep in Auburn territory
inside
here.
The 20 right now, yeah.
So they're trying to get more before half with 23 seconds to go there. They're going to have a first down.
Wow.
And Bama trying to get to that goal line stands
this
here.
Is the 16th play of the Vanderbilt drive.
Oh, my goodness. 2nd and goal at the way. Timeout. We're going to take our time here. 10 minutes to go at the second quarter right now. 13-7, 7.5, still that number there.
I'm looking at Bama under a touchdown now, at least over at MGM. It's locked, but still. So this is the cheapest that we're getting with this number for Alabama.
I mean, if it was Nick Saban and you're going to halftime, you're down at Vandy, you would hear like an old Bob Knight type speech that he used to give to Indiana. Like, I'm not here to mess around and lose to Vanderbilt. But, I mean, I wonder if we still have by touchdown Georgia. So Georgia does get in just before the half. So those numbers are going to flip here as they go 13-3 PAT pending now. That number's going up to 20.5 there. And we'll keep an eye on Vandy as they come back at a break. But that is an 11-yard touchdown for Georgia. So they're now getting a little bit of a cushion there. I just want to say this, and if you guys know me, you know that I'm pins and needles for the Metropolitans. They've got 2 on, nobody out, top of the 4th. Down 1-0 in game 1 of the NLDS. And guess who's at the dish with 2 on?
And guess who's swinging at everything?
Pete Alonso. So Polar Bear Pete is swinging for everything. Right now, that live number, if you want to grab the Mets, you can do so on the run line plus a run and a half at minus $1.54. The live total is 5.5 with Zach Wheeler still pitching pretty darn well. So
how'd you feel about your Metropolitans coming in here as Alonso gets Cade?
Thought that was a high strike they gave to
Did you get him looking?
Yeah, and that wasn't a strike. I'm with the Polar Bear on that, but that's neither here nor there. So 1 out, 2 on for the Mets. You know, this was the Kodai Senga game that he starts today. That ball's high.
Yeah,
that's just high. Get those robot umps. I've always been against the robot umps until it goes against you. Then I'm like, yeah, get the umps.
I don't know. That ump cam, that was pretty high and out. That looked pretty
easy to see, right? Yeah, I don't know where they missed that one. I thought like with Senga going today, like you had to give it a shot to see what he had, but I'm a little surprised he only went 2 innings. He gave up the leadoff home run to Kyle Schwarber. That's the difference of the game right now. But you had to see what you had. Like if Sega could go all of a sudden, I don't know if they knew that he was only going to give you 2 innings. It's kind of a bullpen type game against their ace. But it is house money right now if you're a Mets fan. But again, 2 on, 1 out there. So we'll keep you updated. 17 seconds before half in Georgia, 14-3. I'm sure that we'll see if Auburn just takes knees and gets to halftime.
Okie State just gave up about a 25-yard run.
Oh boy,
to West Virginia. They have 32 total yards right now, down 17-0, and the Mountaineers are inside the 20 yet again.
Oh my! Now Vanderbilt has not come out of commercial. 13-7. 2nd and goal there. So again, we mentioned you got it under a touchdown. You saw 6.5.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. 6.5 minus 125, and it's open. Ooh. So, want to see. I'm tempted, but at the same time,
are you betting on a goal line stand if you're taking the Bama minus the 6.5?
Right.
Because like you said, Vandy's got to go. They can't kick field goals.
Oh, they better.
Right?
They better.
If you get stuffed
I'm going to write a strongly worded letter if they don't go for it.
Those always work out well, by the way. Those terse
I know
letters.
Somebody who wrote a strongly worded letter to the Raiders many years ago about their experience at the Oakland Coliseum and got a free ticket out of it.
Seriously?
Yeah. How about that?
That works.
Many years ago, obviously, but.
Mets it into a double play. Iglesias, how does that happen?
All this college football, Dave Ross is locked in on the Metropolitans in this league divisional series.
1-0 bottom 4. It's going to be a touchdown. Did he get in? Is Vandy in? They're not going to give it to him. So here's the scenario that Jonathan and I are describing. 3rd and goal now from the 1. Really from the inch-yard line at this juncture.
That's close, buddy.
Do we review that?
You got to look at that. That looked pretty close. He was extending out. Hip was down.
So live number still 6.5 on the Bama side.
What a great angle. Yeah, show us this angle where we can't see anything.
Into the sun.
Yeah.
Right eyes directly into the sun. Nobody can tell.
Yeah, let's see. All right, he's extending out. He's not down to those hip hits. Oh, I don't know, man. That's close.
Boy. They're not giving it to him. So Vandy's going to go on 3rd and goal from the 1. Of course, he gets in.
Touchdown. Here we go.
Feeling like Sunday morning for the Commodores.
Yeah.
Oh, my God, 19-7. So these numbers now.
That's about like a 19-play drive, by the way.
Yeah, these numbers are not dipping. It's still 6.5.
Yeah, so, obviously these numbers are ahead of us, too, so maybe they knew that this touchdown was coming. And you would assume that baked into this is the thought that they were going to go for it. I would assume that's the case. Good drive.
By the way, your Oklahoma State's Cowboys just gave up another touchdown.
Cowboys suck.
20.
What is this?
Nothing.
This is on me. I told Luke asked me because I'm very anti-Oklahoma State. We've been on the show with some anti-Oklahoma State stuff before in terms of bets, but I thought, market's got a little too far. Nope. Not at all.
But at least you're betting with your. Still, you're following getting the best of the number. You just couldn't count on Mike Gundy. I'm a man. I'm 50.
Down to 5.5 here for Alabama.
Unbelievable. So many updates to go. And yes, we'll keep an eye on the baseball as well and talk some UFC 307. Come on back. It's live that Saturday.
Wendy's breakfast burrito has an entire breakfast in every bite. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, American cheese, cheese sauce, and sausage or bacon. So the first bite is like fresh cracked American cheese sauce, bacon. And the second bite is like fresh cracked American cheese sauce, bacon. And the third bite, you get the idea. The boss of breakfast burritos, gotta be Wendy's.
Participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Experience the time of your life at Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas. Live it up with the world's largest sports book, Circa Sports. Get loose and get loud with all sports, all seasons at Stadium Swim. Take in the $1 million views at our rooftop lounge, Legacy Club. Go big and go all night with our luxurious rooms and suites. Book the time of your life today at circalasvegas.com. Elevate your swim game at Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, featuring the best pool in history, Stadium Swim. 3 levels, 6 pools, and a 143-foot diagonal screen. It's 365 days of fun in the sun. With all sports, all seasons, Stadium Swim. Located at Circa Resort and Casino. Book today at circalasvegas.com.
NFL Sunday Ticket subscribers, you can watch the VSiN Pro Football Tailgate Show every Sunday on YouTube as part of your Sunday Ticket subscription. Never watched VSiN? Well, this is your chance to check us out each week as we get you ready for every NFL game. It's the VSiN Pro Football Tailgate Show with me, Stormy Bonantoni, former NFL MVP Rich Gannon, and NFL General Manager Michael Lombardi. Every Sunday from 10 a.m. to 1 Eastern on YouTube and VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Driving has a rhythm all its own. Don't wreck it with a text. Before you get behind the wheel, silence your phone. Or better yet, designate a texter. For more text-free driving tips, visit stoptextstoprex.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
The Mahoning Valley's leader for golf, Milk Creek Golf Course, is now booking tee times for 2024. We offer stay and play opportunities available with 9 area hotel partners. For more information, visit our website at millcreekmetroparks.org. Also, look for new, exciting opportunities coming soon, including an indoor player development center with Trackman, an indoor Callaway Club Fitting Center, and an Odyssey Fitting Studio in 2024. Follow us on Facebook at Milk Creek Golf Course or call 330-740-7112.
This is Matt Lipsack, the voice of the Youngstown Phantoms, and your home for Phantoms hockey is Western Reserve Radio.
This is Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Betting to the next level by playing the ponies on First Bet from Santa Anita and Gulfstream Park to the Kentucky Derby and the Preakness. First Bet's got you covered. Sign up at firstbet.com. That's firstbet.com. That's the number one, stbet.com. Use promo code VSiN200. Claim a 20% rebate for the first 60 days up to $200. So head to firstbet.com and do so today. Alongside JVT Jonathan Von Tobel, I am Dave Ross here at the D in downtown Las Vegas. Live Bet Saturday continues. Boy, for a second, and JVT's Johnny on the spot. You could have grabbed Bama minus 1.5 for about a second because it looked like there was a fumble on the field. And then all of a sudden it goes gray. They review the call. It's overturned. Bama keeps possession. But Jonathan, 20-7 Vanderbilt. And right now the number is down to 5.5. The total of 65.5. Anything in game that you would look at here, or is Bama really in some trouble?
No, I mean, I want something under a key number is really what it is.
Yep.
Like we're looking at, I mean, we might get something here. I mean, this thing flashed back down. It's locked, but Bama minus 3.5. So might have like a third down here coming up, 9:16 left to go. But I wouldn't say no if they go 3 and out, punt this thing back, and then that's the number we're going to get.
Yep.
And so that's what I think I'll be looking for. They are better than this, obviously, and down by 13 against Vanderbilt is a pretty difficult spot. But to lay 3.5 with Bama here in the second quarter, I think that's a position that I wouldn't mind taking.
Well, Commodores are really getting some heat on Milroe. They get a big sack here, so it's going to be 3rd and long. 9 minutes to go in the second quarter, and 4.5. It's amazing. This is why we do this show. By play, you're seeing this number jump with possibly a pending punt coming. So I've got on the live screen now Bama 4.5. 65.5. So it is literally changing by the second. Can the ballpark hold it? It can. The Mets get out of the bottom of the 4th. Warning track power from Marsh. I am a mess. Meet the Mets.
Brandon Marsh, former
Vegas guy?
Angel,
yeah.
Sad.
Good beard.
Sad.
For Brandon Marsh.
A lot of hair.
1-0 Phillies. They go top 5 there in game 1 of the NLDS. This is the way it's going to be, people, when you watch Jonathan and I on Saturdays. We're scatterbrained. We're all over the place trying to get you the best of the numbers. Georgia has hit the half between the hedges, everybody, down there in Georgia. 14-3 over Auburn. 21.5 is the live number. 40.5 is the low total, which tells you we're not expecting a whole lot of points out of War Eagle in that second half.
No, I would say, I mean, obviously they're in a much better position here. I would expect that Georgia's going to do the Georgia thing where they're just going to schoolyard bully, sit on their chest, and just try to get out of this thing unblemished. And look, going back the last few years, Georgia, dating back to the beginning of last season, has not been a good cover team. They've been a good team, but they have been very overrated by the betting market.
Yeah.
And if they can't cover this number, it would just be another one in a long list of failed covers by the Bulldogs.
Halftime, getting ready to start the third in the shoe. State, dot the I, 7-0 over Iowa. Iowa, I thought they had their offense back. Not so much. 27.5 is the live total, minus $1.15 either way, by the way. And Ohio State's 15.5. Is there danger? Because Iowa, we know they can play defense. They have been able to score more now in this new version of Iowa football. We're not going to get something crazy in the second half of the shoe, are we?
I don't think so. I think I can trust that Ohio State's going to be good enough on defense that they're going to be able to hold this thing down. I think from a total standpoint, I don't know, man. I don't think I would say no to still going under
27.5.
I mean, I don't think Iowa has anything for this team.
Wow.
And Iowa is good enough defensively that they would be able to at least muck this thing up for Ohio State, much as they have here in the first half. By the way, we're reviewing a catch here for Alabama.
Uh-oh.
So I don't know what happened. It looked like a pretty easy catch, turn, and go upfield. But I don't know if maybe when he went down with the catch, he was fumbling it the whole time or whatever. But they are reviewing whether or not this is a completed catch or not for Alabama.
And we've gone gray on the screen. Yeah.
And if not, I believe they're going to be facing a 3rd and 13.
Oof. And that's why it did dip down to 3.5.
Oh, we are down to 1.5 right now.
Oh, my goodness.
So I would assume that this is not going to be a catch.
Okay. Now, here's where we go, America. If you get Bama.
Oh, Bama money line minus 105.
Oh, my God.
They are now officially the underdog.
Oh, my God.
Alabama over at BetMGM is officially an underdog. And then I just went to go bet it and got locked out. So,
okay. So, year of our Lord 2024. We're in the first half of a Bama-Vanderbilt game. Now, look, I'm still mad that Virginia Tech couldn't win at Vanderbilt. I guess the other side of this conversation is, are we devaluing Vandy? And all of a sudden might have to go, wow, they did beat the Hokies in week 0, 1, whatever the hell we're calling it. And now, I know it was a pick 6 to get some of those points, but all of a sudden, Jonathan, I mean, this is the number 1 team in the country, Alabama. Mm-hmm. It could have massive tentacles to those college football playoff wagers. Numbers are going to go crazy if somehow this holds.
Yeah, and don't sell Vandy short, kind of what you're alluding to there. They're 3-1 ATS heading into this week. They have been outperforming expectations relatively well. And we're talking about covering on average by 10.9 points per game.
Wow.
So they have been blowing away market expectations for the most part, even going through this first week. So I think what we're looking at, you see what I'm talking about? Like, it's a catch, he turns. Oh, but he's going.
Ball pops
whether
up.
or not they're going to complete the process of the catch. So it's a catch with his back. Yep, and that's an incomplete pass, 4th and 13. So Bama's going to have to kick this thing back. So after briefly, okay, so this is the funny thing. After briefly going to Vandy minus 1.5, and I tried to bet in on that, Bama is now a 4.5 point favorite. I'm going to assume that something positive happens for them because you're not going to go from 1.5 to 4.5. On a punt back the other way. So maybe we're talking about a muff punt here. No?
Right. Okay. That very odd to me because I'm still seeing 2.5 here. So these numbers are literally jumping.
Mine's settling in, minus 2.5, minus 125.
I mean, look, I think people are going to go, well, I got to auto bet Bama and lay the 2.5.
Oh, I'm going money line. Let's go. Get it down. Wow. It's down to 1.5 right now. Let's get this money line open up here. Come on.
And that would be a bet that if you lost, you'd be willing to accept, right? If you're taking Bama at a pick-em price.
Yep.
All of a sudden you're down 13 in the second quarter. Yeah, I think that's something you have to consider. Starling Marte just got drilled by Zach Wheeler. He's very pissed off, JVT. Look, we need the base, Starling. So, I get it. It hurts. We need you on first base. But, man, he slammed that bat down. Like, we haven't seen a good fight in the postseason, I think, since, the 1970s, since, the Royals and the Yankees.
Yeah.
And this was a drilling right on the elbow. Oh, forearm shiver. So the Mets got a man aboard the hard way. Still 1-0. Ow. Top of the 5th there.
Come on, man.
In Philadelphia.
This is what I'm talking about sometimes. Vandy's got the ball back, okay? Alabama, you know what I'm trying to do here, and yet it's locked this entire drive.
It's not going to let you.
It's not going to, no. They're locking it out this entire drive.
Okay, if Vandy comes down and scores, where does this number go? Bama plus?
Vandy's now minus 1.5, so they're probably going to be over a field goal favorite if they score. Depends on the score, too.
Well, obviously. Then you have to bet Bama plus the if you get 3, right?
I would assume.
So, again, 7.5 to go here in the second quarter. So we're trying to find you some actionable bets. And Vanderbilt, here goes that running quarterback again that Virginia Tech couldn't tackle. Bama can't tackle him either.
Open it up. Let's go.
Wow. So Vandy's got John just wants to get in and hammer Bama on the live number. One other game to keep an eye on, and they've been the darlings so far the early part of the season, is Indiana. Third quarter in Northwestern, 17-10.
Yeah.
Wes Reynolds' Indiana Hoosiers. But this is one of those games where Northwestern's kind of mucking it up, getting enough offense, and all of a sudden that game feels like very much in the balance. You got to lay 12.5 with Indiana on the road. I don't think that's where I'd want to be.
No, not so far. Unless they're going to start to show you something on offense. They're 1 of 4 on third downs. They only have 275 total yards so far. It's been pretty inconsistent up to this point. And this was like, peak market value Indiana, right? Are you going to be able to cover some of these big numbers now that the market's fully behind you? And right now they're off to a little bit of a tough start, especially again, you got to be better on third down. 1 of 4 so far. It's got to be better than just 25% of the time you're converting that.
Yeah, and so that number, we'll see if that switches as Northwestern tries to move the ball into Indiana territory. And we've got a 2nd and 1 for Vandy, 6 minutes to go before halftime. And they are down at the third. They're already, well, depending on how these kickers are in college football, potentially already in field goal range. So we'll see if those numbers flip. And I'm seeing 1.5 for Bama. We're getting close to where JVT is going to get.
Oh, I hate this.
Oh, my goodness. We're down to the 28.
Oh, this is
unbelievable what is transpiring. Ohio State, by the way, first drive of the second half against Iowa. So they've just begun the third quarter there. And we'll keep you updated on what's going on, getting ready to start the third quarter in Georgia, between the hedges, between Auburn and Georgia, 14-3 lead there. Again, Metropolitans down 1-0, top of the 5th in game 1, trying to get a little rally going there. So we got a lot of action. Oh, Okie stayed on the board, 24/7. Yep. Mike Gundy, the comeback begins in Stillwater. We'll see if Oklahoma State can get some points on the board here to try to keep this going. What we got there?
Texas A&M.
Oh, they just put the wood down today to a top 10 team. Is that what we were led to believe?
That's we were led to believe.
Number 9 in the nation.
SEC.
It just means more. Updates, scores, everything. Come on back. It is Live Bet Saturday.
What's better than one win? 3 wins. With Straight Savings, you keep your own phone, get one line for only $25 a month with real unlimited data, and get rewarded with a $200 phone credit after 12 months. It's a win-win-win. Head to Walmart or visit straighttalk.com today. Switch to Straight Talk. Less dollars, more sense. Straight Savings Plan enrollment requires compatible unlocked device and new line of service. Bonus device credit requires 12 months of active service. Offer ends if eligibility requirements are no longer met. Taxes and fees apply. For network management practices, see Straight Talk's terms and conditions.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable.
This is Mario.
Use the symptom check.
You know me as a race car driver, but I'm also a Meals on Wheels volunteer. I've raced against the sport's biggest personalities, but I've never met more vibrant, amazing people than the seniors served by Meals on Wheels. You can make a difference by dropping off a hot meal and saying a quick hello. So, America, let's do lunch. Volunteer your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org.
This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
People been saying to your friend, get a different face, and posting on their feed, they're super ugly. The things they say to them online are cruel and they're not true. So tell your friend, I'll stand up for you. Don't worry, I know what to do.
Know someone being bullied online? You can be a witness and make a difference by letting the world know it isn't cool, and by letting your friend know you care. Learn more at eyewitnessbullying.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
Hope you enjoyed your meal. And I just want to say, he's lucky to have a brother like you.
Lucky? Caring for my brother is far from easy. But he's a part of me, like my arms and legs, so I'll be his. No time for tired. Nothing can disable this love. He needs me, but I'm the lucky one, even though I need help now and then.
If you're caring for a loved one, visit aarp.org/caregiving for care guides and community support for your strength. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
I spend a lot of time in the backyard, and I'm the center of attention at summer barbecues. In '96, I made some of the tastiest s'mores. And in '09, it was me, your backyard fire pit, that accidentally started a wildfire when a summer breeze carried one of my embers into some dry brush.
Spark a change, not a wildfire. Visit SmokeyBear.com. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
My name is Lola Silvestri, and I'm going to be 95 this year. I was very independent. I fell, and I had to have Meals on Wheels. America, let's do lunch.
1 in 6 seniors faces the threat of hunger, and millions more live in isolation. Drop off a hot meal and say a quick hello. Volunteer for Meals on Wheels by donating your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org. This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
Hey everyone, let's all stop what we're doing and take a moment. You see, every moment can be kind of special. But they can be loud moments, goofy moments, dorky moments. It doesn't matter. Because every time dads like us take a moment like that to spend with our kids, well, it's pretty momentous. So let's take a moment to make a moment. Call 877-4DAD-411 or visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
You're listening to Western Reserve Radio at westernreserveradio.com on the Live 365 network and the Live 365 app.
This is Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Live Bet Saturday has a special offer right now. You can score 40% off our football season special when you use the promo code LIVE. Sign up now. Get full Visa Pro access to everything we do from now through the Super Bowl, which includes daily best bets leaderboard showcasing the top pros and their impressive ROI. 19 hours of live programming featuring expert breakdowns and in-game analysis, proven betting systems used by professional handicappers, exclusive betting splits updated every 5 minutes with DraftKings odds, seeing where the money is moving. Save 40% off the football season special this week only when you sign up using the promo code LIVE. This offer will expire on Monday, so do not wait. Go to VSiN.com/subscribe to sign up now. That's VSIN.com/subscribe. Back alongside Jonathan Von Tobel, Dave Ross here. We are at the D in downtown Las Vegas. One point of order that I think we should bring to your attention if you're watching on VSiN.com. Jonathan and I did not coordinate the shirt selection today, but we are true company men.
That's right.
And we got these new shirts. Can you get them at VSiN.com? Can you purchase these?
I believe you can.
Okay.
I believe you can. Go to VSiN.com.
They're pretty cool. Now, I'm getting a little bit older. What size do you think this is, John? Brand new, people.
Medium.
It's a large.
There you go.
Thank you. I feel like an adult. First time in my life.
Why?
Because it's a little bit big. I could never wear larges when I was a kid. They'd be like dresses on me.
Yeah. There you go.
Growing into my body.
You're bulking up, yeah.
I'm hitting puberty at post 50.
Don't you do push-ups every day or something like that?
I do.
There you go.
I try. Game of the day, of course, the Metropolitans. Plus 260 in the live number. They're down 1-0. Bottom of the fifth in Philadelphia. David Peterson has taken over for Kodai Senga, who went 2 innings. Zach Wheeler doing what Zach Wheeler does, pitching a masterpiece so far for the Phils. Ohio State has scored first drive of the second half. They're up 14-0 on Iowa. And that is now a 19.5 live number on the Buckeyes. Total has gone up just a little bit. Not so much, though. 30.5 is what we're seeing there. And again, the game of the day, potentially. Vanderbilt up 23-7 on Bama. Yes, they've tacked on a field goal, but that led JVT to get in live. John, what did you do?
We got plus 101.5 on Alabama, minus 105. So let's do this thing.
I like it. Roll Tide. And by the way, again, this is kind of what we talk about, actionable bets. Again, if Bama doesn't come back and win this game, you tip your cap to the Commodores, the smart kids, and say, hey, you're able to beat Bama for 4 quarters? I can live with that wager.
I mean, this is the drive. We've been very much like a 23-14 deficit here
at halftime. Yeah, then you got to feel like you're really live.
Because the problem is we've kind of discussed, and Bama's going to get the ball back too, so that's the big part, right? If you could score here and then come back and sandwich that up with another score, you're cooking. Opening drive, 10 plays, 75 yards, 6 minutes and 14 seconds. After 3 plays, Jalen Milroe throws a pick 6. You come back, you lead a touchdown drive, the one that we watched right before we came on the air that concluded right when we started. And then you have a big run here for Bama.
First down, Bama.
17 plays, 75 yards, 9 minutes and 50 seconds for Vanderbilt. You go 3 and out as a team because of that drop pass. Then you give up an 8-play, 26-yard drive over the course of 4 minutes. So the point I'm making here is Alabama's offense has not had any consistency. The defense has been on the drive now, or on the field now, for 27, 3, 37, 36 plays. Like, that's brutal. For a vast majority of this first half, if you can finally find some continuity and score here, it's going to be a pretty big deal. So trust that Alabama is going to be able to kind of get back into the flow of things with a pretty big drive. Again, you score a touchdown and you get the ball back at half, you're talking about, what did we talk about? 23-21 potentially.
Yeah.
By the time you're done with your first drive of the second half.
Yeah, and what does Michael Lombardi always say in the NFL? It's that middle eight, right? That last 4 and the first 4. That's exactly what Jonathan's getting at here. So Bama on the move, 2nd and 2 right now, down by 16 though. That's the shocker so far of the day. Hey, Mike Gundy, you get a score, 24-7. You're back in this. Defense gets a stop.
Nope.
Oh no. West Virginia right down the field and scores 31-7. It's the Mountaineers over the Frauds of Oklahoma State.
That's correct. Thank you very much. Also, I couldn't find it up here, so we got it on the phone. Touchdown, Cornhuskers.
Ooh.
Bonner into the end zone. 13-0, extra point coming, 1:48 left to go in the second quarter.
One other score I want to pass along. This is going on in the farm. Get that hokey high. Hey, 21-0, Virginia Tech. Look, I'm still bitterly upset over the Miami of Florida loss where they flipped a call on the field and Miami gets the win. And I know people are like, oh, they made a call from the ACC headquarters. I'm not going to go conspiratorial on you, but I thought
that call was made last night.
Kind of like the UNLV Syracuse game last night. But boy, if Virginia Tech gets that win, all of a sudden the ACC's thrown into chaos.
Of course.
And without it, it still feels like Miami, it's theirs to lose, correct?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So now, and now Miami, you look at the Hurricanes in an interesting spot. Look ahead, and we have a turnover for Iowa, so Ohio State's going to jump on this fumble. And now you look at Miami. Interesting spot because last week the look ahead was Miami laying 14, touchdown Indiana. And now we're looking at 10.5 in favor of Miami against Cal.
Oh.
And we talked about this last week with Matt Grill, who's trading manager over there at DraftKings, which is like, hey, I think it's kind of an interesting spot. Catching 14 if you're Cal against Miami. But for the market to move about 5 points off of a result as opposed to an injury is pretty interesting, considering the look at was 14 last week.
I think I could only be on the Canes at this point with that line move, right?
And you can lay under 10. There's a 9.5 out there, multiple spots.
Yeah, and again, even though my betting interest, having a ticket on Syracuse to win the ACC and a ticket on Virginia Tech, I'd like to see the Canes lose. I think that's a good value play if you get that under 10 at this juncture with Miami of Ohio. You mentioned Indiana. They now lead 24-10 midway through the third there. Ohio State, possibly a knockout. I can't see Iowa coming back, but you couldn't see them coming back from 7-0. Certainly, I couldn't see them coming back if Ohio State punches in another one here after that turnover. 14-0, 9 minutes to go in the third quarter. One game that went final last night that I think has got people a little bit of an eye raise was Michigan State. Did you see the end of that game against Oregon where they kick a field goal in the final minute to get within the number?
There you go, baby.
And now, I guess the question is, why? Like, what if you can't win the game and you're just kicking up, I think it was a 41-yard. It was like 41-yard field goal. It wasn't a gimme. Are we to the day and age that we know what the numbers are? And we're like, all right, by the way, as long as the Pandora's box is open, I'm okay if they're like, no, we want to do right by our boosters and people that wagered on us, and we've been in a tough game. Is that okay now? Is that acceptable?
I mean, James Franklin does it all the time, right? I mean, is it acceptable because you're running up scores? So it's okay to run up scores to cover big numbers, but it's not okay
to cover a number?
Potentially kick a field goal to cover a number?
31-10 ended up being the final, and 31-7 late. Oregon's going to cover the number, and Michigan State. Again, I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but this is what it is, and you're kicking a field goal down.
I mean, it was a 4th and 14.
Yeah, there it is, right? So there is, but it is.
It's not like it was 4th and inches at like the half-yard line.
But it was like 45 seconds ago.
Right, but like it's 4th and 14. You're down, 31-7?
You tell me, America.
What are we doing?
Let us know. At me, JVT.
I'm gonna go. I was at Allegiant. I was watching the games. I didn't watch the end of this. Now that I have the information presented to me, why is this a conversation?
I mean, look, people out there go, oh, my God, it's Michigan State. They phoned in. You got to kick the field goal. No, dude. This is new age football. I'm okay with it as long as it's on the up and up. Everybody knows what the numbers are. Sparty kicks the field goal late, 31 to. By the way, I had no action on the game, America, so it wasn't like I was on the side of the Spartans plus the points.
So speaking of that game, obviously taking on Oregon in a big matchup next week against Ohio State. A lot of people thought, would it be a look-ahead spot for both of these teams as they get ready for a much more important opponent? Well, Oregon does not cover against Michigan State. Ohio State, though, doing their best job. They convert that turnover into a touchdown. It is 21-0. Buckeyes over Iowa.
Two other scores. We mentioned one earlier today. Texas A&M all over number 9 Missouri, 41-10 today. Never a ball game, 24-0 at halftime. And they roll there. Penn State a little bit lackluster. They don't cover the number today against UCLA, 27-11. I think a surprise to some is SMU on the road at Louisville. And this is a team I know that you talked about before the season began. A nice win on the road in the ACC. SMU might really be a player before this is done in the ACC.
It's how far we've come, right? From struggling on the road against Nevada to now all of a sudden getting things together and looking a little bit more competent as a team. It's a pretty big turnaround, I think, here for the Mustangs. And a lot of people thought that maybe they could be. The questions just were, hey, you bring in some transfers along the defensive line. Was that actually going to hold up against some Power 5 opponents? So far, it looks the case. Good upset as a 7-point underdog on the road.
Halftime in South Carolina, and Shane Beamer's boys not putting up much of a fight against Lane Kiffin and company. 24-3 Ole Miss. Again, depending on what happens today in Vanderbilt. And I know you grabbed a little number today or this week on Jackson Dart.
Yeah.
This team could be interesting if everybody starts to have a loss. Georgia's got a loss. Let's say Bama has a loss. If they lose today to Vanderbilt, all of a sudden, Ole Miss and company, they could be right.
I just don't think a loss to Kentucky eliminates you from Heisman contention. You're still going to be able to put up some pretty big numbers. If you thought that this guy was in the single digits prior to the loss to Kentucky, I don't understand what the big change would be just because he lost a single game. So no, I added him to the portfolio 20-1. Big targeting call for Alabama too. So they are now inside the 40-yard line or just thereabouts with a 2nd and 1.
At the 2-minute timeout. Again, if you say 2-minute warning, an NFL official will show up at your door.
First down, baby.
And demand money for copyright.
Here we go, Tide.
Roll Tide. 23-7 Vandy updates and line changes when you come back with us on Live that Saturday.
I was so excited when I heard the sandwich was back. What's up? This is Mike.
And this is Celia.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich
is the symphony of flavors. You can always count on that crispy, tender, juicy chicken. It's so good.
My favorite part is the pimento cheese. Topped off with the honey, it all comes together perfectly. I like the original.
I like the spicy chicken fillet. But either way,
you're getting a winner.
The Chick-fil-A Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich is back with a bite. Try it with the original or spicy filet now for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your...
People been saying to your friend, get a different face. And posting on their feed, they're super ugly. The things they say to them online are cruel and they're not true. So tell your friend, I'll stand up for you. Don't worry, I know what to do.
Know someone being bullied online? You can be a witness and make a difference by letting the world know it isn't cool and by letting your friend know you care. Learn more at eyewitnessbullying.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
Keyboard Cat, Hamilton the Pug, and Toast Meets World. These are some of the internet's most beloved pets, and they all have one thing in common. Their stories started in a shelter. Start your story. Adopt a dog or cat today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org to find a pet near you. Training that pet to play the keyboard, that's optional. Start a story. Adopt a shelter or rescue pet today. Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
Allison is perfect. I mean, she'd never tell you that. She's humble and perfect. She likes everyone. She even likes her untidy roommate's weird guinea pig. Allison, wait, are you texting and driving? Allison, no. That's the exact opposite of what I was just saying about you. Why, Allison? Why? Texting and driving makes good people look bad. Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
We are live outside the home of Joe and Rosie Goddard, where a pretty big tickle fight broke out just minutes ago. Sources say their father instigated the laughter. Let's go inside for a comment. Apparently, they have no comment. Dads, let this be a reminder that it only takes a moment to make a moment. Call 877-4DAD-411 or visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
It may be hard to believe, but people just like you are already saving money. FeedThePig.org makes it easy. Their simple savings plan teaches you how to start saving without going overboard, so you don't need to start foraging wild berries.
I was skeptical, but these are actually pretty good.
You don't need to sell your soul to the devil. $15 is the best I can do. You just need FeedThePig.org. Don't get left behind. Get tips and tools at FeedThePig.org. Brought to you by the American Institute of CPAs and the Ad Council.
Welcome to Calvin's Barbershop.
You all got to see this.
I don't even want to know what you're looking at on that phone.
Well, you should. I was learning about the dangers of high blood pressure and that we need to get ours checked regularly. High blood pressure can increase the risk of heart attack or stroke, but this text program can help keep it at a healthy range. Just text Barbershop to 97779 to sign up.
I'll get right on it as soon as I'm done with this baby panda video.
Text Barbershop to 97779. A message from the American Heart Association and the Ad Council.
This is Everett Fitzhugh, the radio voice of the NHL Seattle Kraken, and you're listening to the home of the Youngstown Phantoms, Western Reserve Radio.
This is Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
We roll on Live Bet Saturday. Dave Ross and Jonathan Von Tobel here at the D in downtown Las Vegas. During the break, we had a couple scores that we need to update you on. Roll Tide. JVT hopped in. Luke, you hopped in too, our producer, right?
Oh, yeah?
Luke hopped in as well.
Hell yeah.
On Bama. So you guys have got Bama plus 1.5. That's looking better and better as Bama gets on the board again. 23-14 now. The PAT is good. Bama has flipped back to the favorites at 2.5 over Vanderbilt. And maybe another game we have to pay a little bit more attention to. Down there between the hedges. Touchdown Auburn. Yeah. Bo Jackson on the touchdown. No. Auburn with the score. It is 14-10. And now Georgia is laying 12.5 between the hedges down there in Georgia. And a total there is adjusting to about 43.5 is what I'm seeing for that total. So Auburn not going quietly. And speaking of not going quietly, Northwestern has just scored. So 24-16 PAT pending against Indiana. It's been the darling so far. And rightfully so. But Northwestern giving some resistance there. And I believe Iowa down 21-0 is starting to mount a drive in the shoe. So we got some big-time schools, namely Ohio State, Georgia, Alabama. Another big-time school is Ole Miss. They're rolling down there at South Carolina right now. 24-3 there as they've begun the third quarter. And just as I say that Iowa is mounting a drive, interception. Woo. Old Iowa offense is back at 21-0 for Ohio State. And it looks like right now all that is needed to pass there for Ohio State to get ready for Oregon is about 18 more minutes.
Yeah, so a couple of notes. First off, we are also at the half between Rutgers and Nebraska. Nebraska covers as a first half favorite of 3.5 points total. 19.5 it's going to stay under as Cornhuskers lead 14-0 at the break. I also wanted to say that I'm actually kind of surprised Bama's only a 2.5 point favorite.
Yeah.
I mean, considering that if you look at this in game situation, the reason Vandy has been able to build this lead has been long, arduous drives built off the run. I don't think they're going to have anything in a minute and 25 seconds, despite Diego Pavia warming up on the sidelines. I don't think you're executing a 2-minute drill here against Bama. So I feel pretty certain that we're going to enter the third quarter with Bama getting that first possession. only trailing 23-14 with the ball. So pretty interested that and by extension, that money line is that cheap because I think Bama's in a pretty good spot here.
And by the way, that number has just moved to 3.5 to the Bama side over that key number of 3.
Honestly, I mean, you got 2 timeouts here. You burn them, you could probably get something back here or maybe get something going.
Yeah, so I think there's a chance Bama's looking for more points here as they take their second timeout with 1:19 to go before halftime there. So
I got to say really quick,
yep.
More often than not, like we saw this last night, if you have an opportunity to potentially try to score, do it. I thought one of the biggest mistakes UNLV made last night was at the end of regulation.
Oh, my goodness.
You had about 27 seconds left with 2 timeouts. And we know that the drive stop, time close stops when you get first downs, everything like that. You got a pretty good shot to potentially. And by the way, you're averaging over 7 yards a play. Oh, and they did not try to go for the field goal to potentially win the game at the end of overtime. I thought it was incredible they came out to need that ball.
I tweeted out when Syracuse had tied. I said Syracuse should have gone for 2. Because I said
100%.
they can't stop UNLV. And I said, well, now I don't know. I said in real time, I don't know if Syracuse can stop UNLV in 23 seconds with 2 timeouts. And they took a knee, and I went, Barry Odom, thank you.
Yeah.
Like, that was a huge mistake. And I'm with you. The way certain offenses run, like Alabama, they're thinking Caleb DeBoer is not going to be passive like Barry Odom was last night. He's going to try to every opportunity to stop the clock, try to get the ball back before halftime, and get more points for Bama. So I'm right there with you. You guys got a really good number with Bama plus 1.5. It's now flipped to Bama minus 3.5 here on the live number. This Georgia game, 14-10. And again, Auburn right now, it's 13.5 in the live number. So it doesn't feel like there's any danger there, at least in the betting market. But there's still 10 minutes to go in that game here. I don't want to say that Georgia can't trip up again. But God forbid you stumbled at home to Auburn after losing to Alabama. Would that take you out, unless you win the SEC automatic bid? Would that take you out of the at-large pool for college football playoff?
No, because they'll rank you Auburn like 23rd after winning this. So they'll
move them up.
They'll be 3-3, but they'll be like 23rd, 22nd in the country, and Georgia will drop to like 11th, and they'll still be 11th ranked team, and they'll still make it in.
And again,
remember, it's the SEC. This is how tough it is, buddy. This is how tough it is. Look how good our programs are. Okay. Vandy's pushing Alabama. This is just the depth of the SEC. This is totally not a reflection on the 2 teams that are, struggling. This is totally about the conference and the depth of the conference.
I would love to see it. I'd love to see if Auburn could pull this off here, only down by 4, as the Polar Bear, Pete Alonso, strikes out again. 1-0 going to the bottom of the 6th. Zach Wheeler just throwing up zeros.
I'm going to open this can of worms because I think I'm going to know the answer. I think I've gotten to know you enough at this point. Yay or nay on the logos on the side of the batting helmets?
Hate it. Absolutely hate it. I despise
We're watching the KBO here. What's going on?
Absolutely. Now, if it said Bison or, like Circa Sports or the D, all right, cool. We get some residuals from that. They're like, I'm all for it. But if it's not us, John, take that crap off the album. This used to be a proper country. What are we doing? Major League Baseball. By the way, what
nifty little play here.
What do we got?
Holy smokes, Vandy's in field goal range. What a nifty little setup. Looked like a fake speed option left with the pitch to the middle. Holy smokes, that was awesome.
So Vanderbilt's trying to get points out. Okay.
So fake speed option left. Boom. Just pitch it right back inside for a big chunk play.
But
Bama thought they had that.
Pavia's made a real difference for this Vandy offense, right? You go back to that win against Virginia Tech in week 1, and Virginia Tech had no answers for him at all. I'm not saying that Alabama can't stop them, but when you're looking at 23 points.
I mean, Dave, you might be able. You should say that. I don't think Alabama can stop them. I mean, look what they're doing.
Could you imagine Vanderbilt having north of 25 if they kick a field goal here before halftime against Alabama? I mean, this is absolutely amazing. So, again, a minute to go before halftime there. 23-14. Let's see if those numbers have flipped. Just down to 2.5. So 3.5 down to 2.5 here, with Vandy potentially getting more points.
I mean, realistically, it's still a 2-score game if you give a field goal here. So it's not the most impactful thing in the world if you end up losing if you end up giving up this field goal.
Yeah. So Georgia's still on their side of the 50, by the way. 6.5 minutes to go there. 14-10 in that ball game. Indiana, boy, every time Northwestern gets close, here goes Indiana. They are already back inside the Northwestern 10. That is a 7-point game right now. The live number there is Indiana still laying 14.5. So anticipating a score here with about a minute to go before you get to the fourth quarter there. But now Bama I believe, is out of timeouts, and we got a penalty against Vanderbilt. So if you're Vanderbilt, the one thing you can play for is that at least you don't give up points before halftime, right? Like, that's the one thing that big play did, even though they get a delay game here.
Well, that's a big delay game, right? Knocks you out of field goal range. So
3rd and 15, too.
3rd and 15 knocks you out of field goal range to see if you can maybe get back inside of field goal range. But a pretty big penalty if Alabama can get out of this blemish-free out of this drive after giving up that big play.
Georgia, nice back shoulder throw. But I believe they got a big first down here for Georgia. So they're looking for points. 5.5 minutes to go here between Auburn and Georgia. And right now, much closer than Bulldog fans would like at 14-10. And this is a big play here for Vanderbilt. They're going to try to run it. And I'm seeing a lot of people here at the D. I just saw some arms go up and say, what is that call? And I think what that call was, they were trying to sneak in 5 yards and then kick a field goal. But what they can do, wind the clock all the way down with no timeouts and kick a long field goal try and run out. Whether good or not, the worst Vanderbilt should go to halftime.
I don't know.
Is up 9.
I mean, there's let me see here. My math is correct. 14 seconds, 16-second differential. I don't know, man. Yeah, I think you're...
third down. It's still third down. Okay, I thought it was 4th down coming up. So Vandy can run one more play. They do have a timeout.
Yeah, this is your whole point. You're going to
try to get 5 yards, right? And there goes Pavia in the run, and they can't tackle him. And he gets out of bounds. So there's 13 seconds to go.
It is 2 yards longer than the career long for Vandy's kicker.
Yeah, but they're really smart. Does that translate to kicking?
I think so. Triangulate the wave or the wind patterns and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
These nerds.
These geeks.
Look at him. Look at the kicker.
Yeah.
Kid weighs like 75 pounds.
Taylor's weighing 88.
You know what? To your point, we used to be a country. We used to stuff kids like that in lockers. You know what I mean? We used to be a good country.
I used to be the kid you'd stuff in the locker, JVT.
We used to harass these kids.
Yeah.
Now look at him.
They're kicking.
Now he's an athlete at a Power 5 program. We used to be a country.
So he's going to try a 60-yard attempt in college football, kids. This is what we're doing nowadays, but it does have big-time implications. Timeout, Vandy.
I believe the second touchdown for Emeka Egbuka today, too. 27-0.
So Ohio State absolutely rolling. Ow. So PAT pending, 13 seconds to go there. Georgia is knocking on the door. They're at about the 1-yard line of Auburn. I'll be honest, I'm rooting for a stop here because I want chaos in the college football playoff to see if other schools like, say, a Syracuse or a UNLV could get back in the mix with their one losses.
There you go.
That's what we're trying. It looks like, do we have it? Can we get a signal? No touchdown yet. We'll update that, update Vanderbilt, update Major League Baseball. So much to get to. Come on back. Hour number 2 straight ahead of Live Bet Saturday.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com.
Okay, what are you wearing right now? Nothing. That's right. So mommy's going to teach you how to dress yourself. Underwear always comes first, name tag at the back, then pants, then shirt. Get the first button in the right hole or you have to start all over. Socks going first, then shoes, right on right, left on left. With shoelaces, just take the ends, cross them over, switch the loops. The rabbit goes down the hole, pull tight, and you're left with bunny ears. Got it? Why are your pants on your head?
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier, and it could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. Visit 2min2x.org to find out more. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
This message is for all of you sitting in the passenger seat. And apologies if it gets a little uncomfortable. But how does it feel to be at the mercy of someone who thinks a random text is more important than your life? Someone who takes their eyes off the road while speeding along in a 3-ton hunk of steel. Freaky, right? Well, why not just ask them to stop? Or better yet, volunteer to text for them. It might be a little awkward, but believe me, you'll live.
Learn more at stoptextstoprex.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
We are live outside the home of Joe and Rosie Goddard, where a pretty big tickle fight broke out just minutes ago. Sources say their father instigated the laughter. Let's go inside for a comment. Apparently, they have no comment. Dads, let this be a reminder that it only takes a moment to make a moment. Call 877-4DAD-411 or visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
How's it going?
I'm having a stroke.
Are you going to shake my hand?
I'm having a stroke.
Wow, you're not even moving your arm.
I'm having a stroke.
When someone is having a stroke, they may not be able to say it with words, but their body language will tell you loud and clear. Look for FAST. F, face drooping. A, arm weakness. S, speech difficulty. T, time to call 911 immediately. Know the sudden signs. Spot a stroke fast. Visit strokeassociation.org. Brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
In the small town of Elmira, New York, a boy was born into an all-American family. The odds of him achieving his dream in the fashion industry? 1 in 23 million. The odds of having a child diagnosed with autism? 1 in 68. I am Tommy Hilfiger, and my family is affected by autism. Learn more at autismspeaks.org/signs. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
Youngstown, Warren, and Salem's local and national sports talk can be found on TuneIn and the Live 365 app at Western Reserve Radio, WRDB, The Scourge.
This is Live Bet Saturday on Bison, the Sports Betting Network.
We begin hour number 2 live Bet Saturday. Dave Ross here at the T downtown Las Vegas alongside Jonathan Von Tobel. During the break, we thought the smart kid's going to try a 60-yard field goal at the gun.
Nerds.
When did the smart guys decide to become passive?
What are you talking about? That's the whole point.
Oh.
It's the MO of a smart person. They are fickle.
They're objective. They're
cowardly.
Like, let me calculate the odds if I miss this. They didn't try it. They punted. But they do go to the half, by the way, still with a 23-14 lead in the shocker so far of the day. Live numbers, Bama minus 3.5. So Luke and JVT, you guys got the better of the number here. You got Bama plus 1.5. So you're already four points ahead of the number here at halftime. Look, I don't know Caleb DeBoer and his demeanor, but it would be a Revenge of the Nerds type speech by Nick Saban if he was still the head coach.
I've never seen Revenge of the Nerds.
What?
But I will say really quick, I interrupt program. We do have an injury update, pretty big one. Ollie Gordon is down on the field for Oklahoma State. So a team that has had nothing is getting checked on. Their best offense players getting checked on. So we'll keep an eye on that. No, I've never seen Revenge of the Nerds. I couldn't no reference and no reference point, nothing. Don't know who's in it. I don't know. Is it black and white? Luke, have you seen it? No.
You never Booger. Everybody knows Booger.
Yeah, no idea. No shot. You want a stat?
Yeah.
Zach Wheeler has induced 26 swings and misses by the Mets through 6 innings, the most of any outing in his career.
Still 1-0, top of the 7th, by the way. Live number in the Metropolitans, plus 240. All I'm going to say is
they're cooked.
Mets going to win this game. They're going to win this game. I'm not going to bet the live number. I've got too much invested on the Mets. I got a 60-1 JVT on the Mets to win the pennant and 125 to win the World Series.
We'll say this. Those are good for you. Second, no, I'm serious though. But second, we've now seen this multiple times in these playoff games. The game 1 though, Tigers and Astros come to mind in that. Team falls down early, but bullpen does its job in calming everything down.
Yeah.
Right? So you give up the tater tot early from Kodai Senga, but then everybody's calmed down. You've kept it at a 1-0 deficit. So every time you come to the plate, you are one swing within tying this game. Like the bullpen's doing its job. So
glass half full.
At some point, the Phillies offense does have to do something to give Wheeler some run support because, dude, you're going to get to the pin, and this team's still going to be able to potentially get something done. I know I'm blind, but is he at 94 pitches already? Is that 84?
Nah, I think it's 94. They do have action in the bullpen, but Zach Wheeler is...
Come on, buddies.
By the way, former Met. We're not going to get into that now. But 1-0 right now, bottom of the seventh. Phillies.
Let him walk, huh?
With a big let him walk. Why did we let him walk? 7-0 Guardians earlier today, by the way, in game 1 against the Tigers. So they're up in that best of 5 there.
Yeah, good thing. We'd love to see it.
Jackson Dart looked like he had a touchdown pass, and then the receiver tries to do the old stretch the ball over the goal line. Ball is knocked out. Probably not going to affect Ole Miss today. They're still up 24-3. But that's become an epidemic, hasn't it?
And for audience, fumbled out of the end zone.
Yeah, in the end zone. So it's a turnover back to South Carolina. But, man, exposing the football willingly when you're taught your whole life, don't expose the football. But at the goal line, it seems like that's what players are now conditioned to do.
It is, and let me say this opens the door for me to unveil my hot take in sports. Everybody talks about rule changes.
Yeah.
You ready for this? You want my rule change?
Yeah.
I like the fumble out of the end zone leading to a turnover. I think every fumble out of bounds should be a turnover.
Whoa! I am with you that defense has got to get rewarded as well.
What happens when you step out of bounds in an NBA game?
It's turnover.
Okay. What happens in tennis if you hit the ball out of bounds?
He goes
Point the other way.
Yeah,
right. Okay. We can go down the list here, right? What are we doing? This is the way this thing works, okay? Turnover. In hockey, if the puck goes out, right, if it flies over the glass, what happens? It's a face-off, right?
Yeah.
Free puck. Whoever gets it, gets it. Come on now. This is the hot take that this is the rule change we should be talking about. Enough of this, like, mamby-pamby crying about, like, change the rule, fumbling out of the end zone. That's ridiculous. No, every fumble out of bounds should be a turnover the other way.
I'm with. I do not want to change the rule that we have right now.
What happens in bowling? I don't even know.
When you go over the line, you're disqualified, I think. But yeah, that's an interesting one. I don't know if I can get all the way there, but I'm still all for these people that want to give every advantage to the offense. Oh, they should retain the ball at the 1. Absolutely not. Goes out in the back of the end zone. That is a fumble. That is a turnover.
Speaking of smart folks, too, Brian checks in at Brian5679. Smart guy says, at me, JVT, is Oklahoma State the worst team in the Big 12? Some are saying.
Touchdown Northwestern. Speaking of smart guys, all of a sudden, IU's in a tussle. 27-23. PAT pending there. I mean, one thing you don't want to go is into the burbs of Chicago and play Northwestern when they're angry.
That's what they're saying.
So that game is very much in the balance there. By the way, we just saw, because we were talking about earlier, if you remember the Miami of Florida game against Virginia Tech, where they overturn the call of touchdown on the Hail Mary, and somehow they overturn it. Here in Auburn and Georgia, it looks like a goal line stand for Auburn. They call a touchdown on the field, they review it, and they stick with the call on the field. We're not in New York or looking at it wherever they're looking at it. But from our vantage point, it looked like a clear overturn and no touchdown. I'm not normally going to back Hugh Freeze, but he seemed right for his outrage on this.
I just wouldn't have called it a touchdown.
Right.
Like that's my whole thing. I just, from the angle they showed us, I don't know how you realistically, and one of the line judges ran in and said he was down short.
Yeah, that's a very curious call. So what that does now is 2 minutes to go in the third quarter, Georgia now gets breathing room, 21-10 on a touchdown. I think we think should not have counted. Now they can play some defense and get a big sack here to begin this.
We also have a really quick, we have a turnover again. The third turnover of the day for Iowa. Cade McNamara did not look happy, and I don't know why I would either, because he's not particularly great at the sport of football, despite the fact that he plays it. Fumble by Cade McNamara, and do we got... Oh, no, never.
I thought Marte might be having a Marte parte.
Thought it might have been it.
But it was just a fly out. So there's 2 outs, top of the 7. Mets do have a man aboard against Zach Wheeler. Ohio State, to your point, JVT, they look like they're going to be... It's 28-0 already. Now the only thing in play is the adjusted numbers. Remember, 27.5 is already gone. It went up to 33.5. That's very much in jeopardy as Iowa keeps turning the football over ad nauseum here. And to the tweet, is Oklahoma State the worst team? Well, 31-7. 11 minutes to go there in Stillwater. And the Mounties all over right now, Oklahoma State and Mike Gundy. I got to be honest, I liked Oklahoma State at the beginning of the year. I didn't play anything, but I'm so glad I didn't, because I read reviews like yourselves, and I just said, I'm going to stay off this football team. There's too many people that have bad things to say about them, and I think they're coming true right now. Well, it's going to be a 3-loss football team already?
Yeah, they are 3-2, I think. And by the way, they should have lost the Arkansas game.
Yes.
If you go back to that game that they lost, they got outgained. Was it like 620 to 330 or something in that range? Got absolutely obliterated in that contest. Not that I'm bitter or anything, considering that I got eliminated from last man standing on it, but still, totally deserved the loss.
Should have lost that game. So that's where we stand there.
Okay, your boy didn't go. Your boy didn't go.
Tyrone Taylor, the 8th place hitter for the Metropolitans, is up right now. A lot of nervous people in Philadelphia, both on the Mets side and the Philly side. 1-0 man on for the Mets. This is the way every Mets game's gone so far in the postseason, whether it's the Brewers, the double dip against the Braves. They're always living on the edge like John Bon Jovi.
There we go.
But 2-2 count right now on Tyrone Taylor. Very quickly, JVT, just want to give out a couple plays that I have at UFC 307.
Well, listen.
I'm going to take the first fight of the night, by the way, is Court McGee against Tim Means, the Dirty Bird. You're getting a really good value play, I believe, on Court McGee here.
When does that happen?
That is going to be...
No, I mean, when do you go through your career and go, the Dirty Bird? That's what I'm settling on. Or is he from Atlanta?
I don't know if Tim Means is from there, but he is a dirty bird. He's kind of a dirty fighter, puts his neck out there a lot. And I think that's why the dog is really live in the very first fight of the night. I played Court McGee at plus $1.70, down a little bit here, plus $1.65 I'm seeing here. So I think it's a good value play to start off your card at UFC 307. Obviously, people want to know about the bigger fights here. I'm taking a couple longer shots. In the main event, Alex Pereira against Khalil Roundtree Jr. I don't want to lay the big price point here, almost $5 betting favorite for Pereira to retain his light heavyweight championship of the world. There is something that is telling me that Pereira is going to look to do something he's never done in his career before, and that's win by submission. And he made a bet with Kayla Harrison, who's also on this card. And Kayla alluded to the fact that it might be the bet who can get a submission, or for Kayla Harrison, who normally submits her opponents, who can get a knockout. So 16-1 is the number on Alex Pereira today. If he's in complete control against Khalil Roundtree, I can see him looking for that sub. The other play I have in pocket here, it's the King of Rio. It's Jose Aldo against Mario Bautista. He's a small dog in this one, Jose Aldo. But Aldo's to the point of his career. You mentioned, how do you get to Dirty Bird? When do you realize that's where you are? I think Aldo's to the point of his career. I realize I can still beat the Mario Bautistas of the world. You look at the resume of Bautista, it won't even get close to the King of Rio. So I'm getting Jose Aldo at plus money. And if the fight goes to the distance, you know where the fans are going to be, and judges get influenced there. I think you got multiple ways to win on the Aldo side, so I'm going to look to Jose Aldo. And in the co-main event, which is also a title fight between Rocky Pennington and Juliana Pena, the Venezuelan vixen, I was on Juliana Pena right here. Watch that fight right here at the D. And I remember Derek Stevens that night saying, we need the dog. And I said, you're going to be okay. And Juliana Pena came through as a plus 750 dog that night. She's not that big of a dog this time, only about plus $1.40. I like her to be and new once again against Rocky Pennington. Pennington has one way to win the fight here in the co-main event. That's stick and move, win a decision. Pena is going to look for submissions off her back. And I think if she can make this a dirty fight, get inside the reach advantage of Pennington, I think the dog is really live. So to me, it's a play in my card. Take Juliana Pena to be and new once again. And if she wins, she's going to call out the Lioness and want Amanda Nunes to come out of retirement and settle their score 1-1 of all time. I love Juliana Pena in that fight.
She got to fight Shevchenko for a third time first.
Who? Nunes again?
Yeah.
I'd like to see that again.
Come on.
I will never say no to
those two fights were awesome, and they were close.
They're the greatest women's MMA practitioners of all time. With all due respect to Ronda Rousey, it's Valentina Shevchenko, and it's Amanda Nunes. We got updates for you when you come back with us. Still 1-0 in the baseball game as they go to the bottom of the seventh. Come on back. It's live that Saturday.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's GetETHOS.com.
If I was to describe this sandwich in one word, I would say magical. Hi, this is Jamor, and the little thing that I love about the Chick-fil-A honey pepper pimento chicken sandwich is that extra off. I go back and forth from the spicy filet to the original filet. I get into the sweetness of the honey, then you have the extra kick from the spicy filet. The combination alone takes it over the top. It's award-winning.
The Chick-fil-A Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich is back with a bite. Try it with the original or spicy filet, now for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
NFL Sunday Ticket subscribers, you can watch the VSiN Pro Football Tailgate Show every Sunday on YouTube as part of your Sunday Ticket subscription. Never watched VSiN? Well, this is your chance to check us out each week as we get you ready for every NFL game. It's the VSiN Pro Football Tailgate Show with me, Stormy Bonantoni, former NFL MVP Rich Gannon, and NFL General Manager Michael Lombardi. Every Sunday from 10 a.m. to 1 Eastern on YouTube and VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Check out the VSiN store for the latest and greatest in sports betting fashion. We have more than 40 shirt designs, including our most popular one. Cash and tickets is what it's all about. You'll find VSiN shirts and hats for any occasion, and they're all made to order, so you can find the right design, color, and size perfect just for you. You'll find VSiN hats and even VSiN coffee mugs, all in our online store. Just go to VSiN.com/store and order now. That's VSiN.com/store.
The only thing better than football is the excitement of all the contests.
Discount Power Sports at 778 North Main Street in Hubbard is hosting a raffle for a 125cc Pentura ATV. Tickets are $30 each, and 100 tickets are available. For each raffle, when those 100 are gone, a winner will be drawn and a new raffle will begin. Tickets can be purchased at any Hubbard home game or at 778 North Main Street or by calling 330-717-44441. $1,500 from each raffle will go toward a scholarship for the Hubbard Youth Coalition.
This is Matt Lipsack, the voice of the Youngstown Phantoms, and your home for Phantoms hockey is Western Reserve Radio.
You're listening to Western Reserve Radio at westernreserveradio.com on the Live 365 network and the Live 365 app.
On VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
This is Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Live Bet Saturday has a special offer right now. You can score 40% off our football season special when you use the promo code LIVE. Sign up now. Get full VS Pro access to everything we do from now through the Super Bowl, which includes our daily best bets with a leaderboard showcasing the top pros and their impressive ROI. 19 hours of live programming featuring expert breakdowns and in-game analysis, proven betting systems used by professional handicappers, exclusive betting splits updated with every 5 minutes with DraftKings odds, showing you where the money is moving. So you can save 40% off the football season special this week only when you sign up and use the promo code LIVE. This offer does expire on Monday, so do not wait. Go to VSiN.com/subscribe to sign up now. That's VSIN.com/subscribe. Back alongside Jonathan Von Tobel, Dave Ross here with you. We're at the Deep downtown Las Vegas. And you notice there's a lot of cool T-shirts in here. We got a reggae festival going on?
Correct.
Okay. And then Luke DeVosta, our star producer, pointed out that Rick Springfield is also going to be singing. And that got my attention.
Rick Springfield.
I wish that I had Jesse's girl.
Oh, that's good. Okay.
And then I said, and also he has another sleeper hit. Baby, don't talk to strangers. And then Luke,
that's the first the song that popped up, actually.
Don't talk to strangers.
Yeah.
And Luke said, I'd have to look that one up. Now, I get it. That song might be 40 years old. Like, would you go see a Rick Springfield?
No, God, no.
But you go see the reggae show.
No, not really. I mean, here's the thing. I don't want to implicate myself too much, but I'll just say I would go to the reggae show before I would go to this Jesse or the Rick Springfield show, only because I think I could share and get to know quite a few of these people. You know, I think we'd be on the same wavelength at some point after a couple of.
Yeah.
I would smoke marijuana with them, Dave.
What are you trying to say? Yeah. Just get it out. 21-10, Georgia. I believe Auburn went for it on 4th and 2 to begin the fourth quarter. Hugh Freeze is pissed off. He's still mad about that touchdown. Would have kept it a one-score game. He's mad. He is boiling over on the sidelines there. And so they go for it, don't get it. So Georgia looks like they're not in any pending danger there. Remember when Ohio State was only up 7-0 at the half?
They do.
35-0. Buckeyes. So Ryan Day, I don't know if he dyes his beard, but it's not a great look. Ryan Day and company up 35-0 there. And we're waiting. Is this Bama game ever going to begin?
It's just about to kick off right now.
Was that the longest halftime ever?
Kind of felt pretty long, considering how short some of these other halftimes can be.
Yeah, so 23-14 rather is the score there. Bama on the live number is laying 3.5 in that one. Metropolitans, by the way, still down 1-0. 2 outs, nobody on. Garrett's on in relief here. Mets have gone. Kodai Senga went 2 innings. Peterson went 3. This is the second inning of work for Garrett. And it's something I mentioned to you and Luke during the break. It'd be a real shame if you're a Mets backer, and I've got them in the series at plus $1.65 to win this series. Remember, it's only best of 5, not best of 7. You know, like Senga goes out there, it's a second pitch, and Schwarb's just, I don't know if it's come down yet, right? And it looks like the ballpark's going to hold it, so they're going to go to the top of the 8th, 1-0. If you're a Mets backer, these are the type of games you have to win. It's the type of game they've been winning, these cardiac arrest type games.
Yep.
But you'd almost hate to waste this kind of pitch together effort from everybody against their ace in Zach Wheeler. Like, do you kind of look at it and go, boy, you got 6 outs to really flip this series around?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think so. I mean, I guess generally, like you said, ace at the top, you chalk it up maybe as a loss. You're down 1-0. You trust that you're, but it's just, I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Do you trust the rest of your rotation to really hold it together?
Yeah, you really like to get this. By the way, the live number going to the top of the 8th, Mets are plus 300. I'm not saying that's that feels like a fair number to me. If you can get Wheeler out of the game, we'll see if he comes out for the 8th.
I mean, like game 2, Severino has not been that consistent.
No, he's not been great.
I mean, the start that obviously the postseason start that he won, he got a crap ton of run support.
Yep.
So that's really going to mask everything when you win that game 8-4. Big play for Bama. We down at half.
Already
midfield already.
Oh, so roll tide. Here comes Alabama. 8 seconds into the second stanza, and this is that middle 8 that Michael Lombardi always talks about. Hopefully, you're checking out Michael's show in the mornings. But this is something we always talk about.
And then look, they're still trailing by 9, so this is by far no means anything. But like we talked about right before that final drive for Vandy, where I brought up, like, hey, look, that seems kind of cheap for a money line for Alabama, just considering the situation they found themselves in. Unlikely you're going to get a score out of Vandy, even if you do, it's still a 2-score game. Like, from a money line standpoint and from a point spread standpoint, they'll only be about 2.5-point favorite when you're getting the ball back here. And sure enough, you're driving already at midfield. So we'll see if you can do something. But when Bama has the ball and when they've held on to it, they have been efficient. They have actually put long scoring drives together. And right now they got another explosive to get to midfield.
But every time you think that Northwestern might pull the upset, Indiana goes right back down the field. Remember, it's just 24-21, 34-24. Indiana's offense is just cooking. 6 minutes to go there as Northwestern at least trying to keep it inside the number. Touchdown, Georgia. Between the hedges, so Hugh Freeze is really going to be pissed off now if he wasn't already. Another touchdown on the board, so it doesn't look like there's any upset coming there. Between the hedges, 27-10, PAT pending.
I was wrong, too, by the way. What did I say? Maybe under 29.5. I don't really know if Iowa's good. Iowa's still not doing anything.
Wow.
That was that in-game total we were talking about. And Ohio State up 35-0 is taking care of that on the road.
Yep, 28 points here unanswered in the second half for Ohio State. And Oklahoma State, by the way, if you're looking for a comeback, there's still time. 7.5 minutes to go. But, boy, they're just getting nothing going offensively. Still 31-7. West Virginia is up big in that one. One other score just passing along here. Virginia Tech is all over Stanford right now. That one is almost to a final. So live number there is the Hokies 21.5, which tells me Stanford's on the move. 3.5 minutes to go there. That Virginia Tech might not need any more points. If you want to take the 21.5 with Stanford, 3.5 minutes to go there in regulation. But it looks like Virginia Tech at least is going to get an easy win for them. Everything's been life and death for the Hokies to begin the season. And again, Ole Miss looks like the underplay is looking pretty good right now. 24-3, 2 minutes to go. Anytime you have an under in a Lane Kiffin game, you got to hold your breath because Lane normally doesn't take the foot off the gas pedal.
Oh, no, they changed the TV on us.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Okay, we got bumped down here. We got
moved over here closer to us.
Where's Mike Paul?
This is now clearly the game of the day. Base hit for Frankie Two Thumbs, Frankie Alvarez to lead off the top of the 8th. I'm going to get a little bit excited there because who's coming.
I feel like a vast majority of us are Two Thumbs.
Well, because he tore his thumb, so I called him Thanky. Like, if I don't pay my debts, JVT, what do they do? Break his thumbs. We're going to break your thumbs, right? So Frankie, 2 thumbs. He missed a lot of time at the middle of the year with a thumb injury. Hence, I'm the only person that gave him that nickname. Iowa scored, JVT. Okay.
Oh, wow.
You're in for bad beat of the year if you played the under, right? It was 7-0 at halftime. It's now 35-7, and there's still 7 minutes to go in regulation. Let's look at a live total. Oh, my God, we've grayed out. It was 45.5. So we'll see what this repopulates to. But touchdown Iowa as they get on the board. And you boys are looking good here in this first drive, as we talked about with Alabama. They are deep down into Vanderbilt territory, and that is showing itself in the live number. Bama has now flipped to a 5.5-point favorite. Boy, you guys wonder why we do the show? This is the reason why we do the show.
Yeah, buddy.
Hopefully you've been listening to us and why Luke and JBT.
Touchdown, Bama, baby.
Milrow carries it on in, and Bama is now back in business. What are we doing, boys? We're just kicking the extra point, right?
Oh, yeah. No, what are we talking about here?
Right.
How much? What are we talking about?
This would make it a 2-point game.
It was a 9-point game at 7. Yeah.
We got to kick the extra point. Let's just not get stupid here, people. What's Frankie? What's Lindor swinging at? Sorry. Okay, 0-2 count on Lindor. If there's ever a guy that could hit a big bomb.
Come on.
Oh, my goodness.
It's the fraudulent NL MVP, Francisco Lindor.
Well, now, when you say that, can I push back and say, did Shohei Ohtani play defense this year?
Oh, stop.
50-50, notwithstanding, JVT. Okay, my guy's playing an unbelievable shortstop. He's the best shortstop in the game.
If we remove the 50 home runs and 50 stolen bases,
then do we have an argument?
Yeah.
I'm just kidding, America. Shohei Ohtani should be the MVP. I get it, but I do like to push back every once in a while. But Frank, he has been clearly, as you said, he's the backup MVP. Like if Shohei pulled a hammy and couldn't accept the award, you give it to Frankie Lindor.
Sure.
That's the way
we'll give him that honor.
Still 31-7 West Virginia, and it looks like they're 3rd and 14 here, so 4 minutes to go in the third quarter, but I do believe they're down in Okie State territory.
I believe so.
Not a lot of drama there. And really, it feels like, John, the only drama that we're having so far is this Bama game with Bama up 2.
Yes, and that's the big result that we're sitting here and waiting for the most part. Georgia's taking control here. Ohio State is in control. Really, the drama, too, from a point spread perspective, is this Northwestern going to be able to stay inside of this number?
Yep.
Indiana's inside the 30-yard line right now with 4.5 minutes left to go. They are not covering right now. They are up 10. If they settle for a field goal, they will not be covering. So this is the big cover result that is currently
and then what do you get on 2nd and 3? You get a bad snap.
Yep.
Those are the things. So third down there, everything hanging in the balance, at least when it comes to the numbers there between Indiana and Northwestern. And very quickly, drama in, what do they call it? It's not the Vet anymore in Philadelphia, whatever that crap city is, and that's the stadium. Is it the Link? So we got a 3-2 count on Frankie Lindor. Frankie Two Thumbs has been pinch front for Harrison Bader. Live updates when you come back with us. Here. Walk. 2 on, nobody out. Come on back live that Saturday.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Are you the kind of player that likes to get down $10,000 or more on an NFL line at the best price of the market? Or perhaps you're looking to get your in-play instantly accepted? Introducing Sport Trade, the app that's changing sports betting. Minus 106.
I spend a lot of time in the backyard, and I'm the center of attention at summer barbecues. In '96, I made some of the tastiest s'mores. And in '09, it was me, your backyard fire pit, that accidentally started a wildfire when a summer breeze carried one of my embers into some dry brush.
Spark a change, not a wildfire. Visit SmokeyBear.com. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
My name is Lola Silvestri, and I'm going to be 95 this year. I was very independent. I fell, and I had to have Meals on Wheels. America, let's do lunch.
1 in 6 seniors faces the threat of hunger, and millions more live in isolation. Drop off a hot meal and say a quick hello. Volunteer for Meals on Wheels by donating your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org. This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
Hey everyone, let's all stop what we're doing and take a moment. You see, every moment can be kind of special. But they can be loud moments, goofy moments, dorky moments. It doesn't matter. Because every time dads like us take a moment like that to spend with our kids, well, it's pretty momentous. So let's take a moment to make a moment. Call 877-4DAD-411 or visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Dear John, I'm leaving. Uncontrolled high blood pressure is serious, and I can quit whenever I want. Why can't we get back to when you checked on me? I don't want to leave, but remember, when I quit, you quit. Sincerely, your heart.
Listen to your heart and don't let it quit on you. High blood pressure can lead to a stroke, heart attack, or death. Get yours to a healthy range today. For help keeping yours at a healthy range, text PRESSURE to 97779. A message from the American Heart Association, the American Stroke Association, and the Ad Council.
WWE superstar Alberto Del Rio. Take 1.
Behold the angry giant.
Try it again, Alberto.
Behold the angry giant.
Perfect. Good luck tonight.
Behold the angry giant.
Yay! Read me another one, Dad.
This is WWE superstar Alberto Del Rio. It only takes a moment to make a moment. Take time to be a dad today.
Visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
It may be hard to believe, but people just like you are already saving money. FeedThePig.org makes it easy. Their simple savings plan teaches you how to start saving without going overboard, so you don't need to sell all your belongings and live in a commune.
These dungarees belong to all of us now, Tom.
You don't need to get a second job as a stuntman.
We need a new stuntman.
You just need feedthepig.org. Don't get left behind. Get tips and tools at feedthepig.org. Brought to you by the American Institute of CPAs and the Ad Council.
You're listening to Western Reserve Radio at westernreserveradio.com on the Live 365 network and the Live 365 app.
RTN.TV. RTN, a breed apart.
This is Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
We are back live. Bet Saturday continues. JVT, Jonathan Von Tobel, Dave Ross here at the deep downtown Las Vegas. We've got drama. We mentioned going to break Indiana.
Stop. Give them the real update. Come on.
Metropolitans, baby. We just gave it out 3-1 for the Mets. That was before the top of the 8th inning. JVT said it. You should have got more than one run for Zach Wheeler. They pull Zach Wheeler after 7 innings. I'm sure that will be questioned. Guess what it is now? As we come out of break, remember, it was 3-1 for the Mets. The Mets are now $4 betting favorites as they have tied this game up at 1. Second and third, nobody out. Pitching change for Philadelphia, so they're going to their third arm in the bullpen. And JVT, it's again why we do the show. We said it. These are the type of games the Mets figure out ways to win at a 3-1 price tag, down 1 run in the 8th. Getting Wheeler out of the game. We told you guys it's a good value bet. Might not get home, but you got to take those value bets like you guys did with Alabama, which is a good value bet. And again, hence the reason for the show. But you did say on that base hit by Mark Vientos that drove in Harrison Bader, who was pinch running for Frankie Two Thumbs. He said Shohei Ohtani scores.
Come on now. The
real MVP.
Only going first to third. Like, what are we doing?
So the Mets have a golden opportunity here. Second and third right now. Nobody out. Top of the 8th of a 1-run, of a tie game right now.
The other update we need here.
Yep.
On a 3rd and 9, Alabama coughed it up to give them a fresh set of downs to Vandy. We got another 3rd and 9 here. Can we stop? Every run outside, Alabama has looked like, look, I'm not the most fleet of foot, but I have 2 kids, right? And they're still small, and they can't really run that fast. I can hawk these kids down, no problem, okay? It looks like that Alabama playing defense right now. Every time Vandy tries to get the edge, you have this massive defender just hawking this guy down. Can we please get off the field on a 3rd and 8? You are clearly the better team.
And by the way, Bama's still 5.5 in the live number. So the defense is tightening up here for Caleb DeBoer, and it looks like they're going to get him off the field. Oh, my God.
What are we doing? Get off the field.
You've got him 2 yards short of the sticks, and Alabama can't get the tackle, and the smart kids move on. 8.5 to go here. This is rather stunning.
It's been the tail of the whole game. They can't get off the field at all.
And again, look, as somebody who's got maybe that knee was down. That'd be interesting to see if they look at that. But they're giving him a first down right now. So Bama, they're now at midfield, and they do call that a first down. Ole Miss has added on a field goal. They're up 27-3 on South Carolina. And again, we mentioned Hugh Freeze, man. This got to be a frustrating game because I think he feels like his guys should be right in this game against Georgia. They're not. That game's about 9 minutes to go there. 28-10. Georgia up big. Now we're getting personal fouls, targeting potentially against Auburn. It's starting to get ugly. Back to the baseball for a moment because this is a big at-bat. And Brandon Nimmo is just lined a base hit into left field. Frankie Lindor, the true MVP, scores. 2-1 Mets. Nobody out. First and third. Suck it, Philadelphia.
Wow, what a collapse here. I mean, and go back to like the whole entire series again. Captain Obvious checking in. You have Zach Wheeler start this game. You're not going to get it in this series, in a shortened series. Ooh, buddy.
Okay, let me ask you this. And I am not a pitch count guy. And I got to look and see how many number of pitches Zach Wheeler pitched. And
110.
110?
110, 111, one of the two.
Okay, I get that. But, man, like you said, JVT, you might use him in Game 5 if you get there. But wouldn't you have thrown him back out there? Would you?
No, not at 110 pitches.
You think he's done?
Yeah.
Man, this game has flipped on its head. Guess who's up?
I think the biggest issue is that, again, you can't just give a guy one run of support. I mean, really quietly, if you're allowing a team to stay in it throughout the course of this game, there's a chance that your bullpen's going to come in, and a team that, by the way, is a top 7 lineup in many different metrics offensively can probably get to anybody not named Zach Wheeler.
Right now, the live number is the Mets minus 660. So the Phillies are plus 420. The reason why I don't know that that's a good bet on the other side here is you're going to have Sugar Diaz come in, and he's actually pitched a lot better here after that heartbreak.
Oh, my goodness.
What happened?
Vandy actually had a go route open.
Oh, and he dropped it.
Nah, but I don't know. That's on Pavi, I think, putting it where, but either way, Cheryl had a pretty good shot at getting a really big completion against Alabama.
Oh, so now they're punting.
But now they got a punt.
Ooh, boy. That's if you're going to win the game and you're Vanderbilt.
Whether you want to charge that to Pavia or to the receiver, that was an open play that should have been completed on a 3rd and 9.
If you're going to upset Bama.
Oh, big punt.
Those are the ones you're going to have to do. They do pin Bama deep inside the 5. So a nice little check, please, on that punt there. Still nothing happened in Stillwater. Still 31-7 there as the Mounties have been all over Mike Gundy's crew. 35 seconds to go before the end of the third quarter there. And again, still 23-21 Vanderbilt as they go to a TV timeout there to get a live number about 5.5 on Alabama. And Pete Alonso with a shot to center. That's going to be good enough to get a run home.
3-1.
As the Mets take a 2-run lead in Game 1 of the NLDS. 3-1. Let's see where that live number goes now.
What'd you have the live number at for Alabama?
5.5. By the way, the Mets are now up 11.50 in the live number.
There you go.
How about that? Holy, my heart is just going through the roof. Right now, the live number in Alabama is 5.5.
Okay.
So we're still 5.5. How about the total? 62.5. Feels a little high, doesn't it?
I mean, you're assuming Alabama's going to, I think, carry most of that weight. I mean, Alabama, look, the metrics would tell you they've only had 4 third downs in this game. So, it's not like they're facing third downs a ton. They are averaging right now 9.9 yards per pass and 5.1 yards per rush. They're crushing this team. The big differentiator is 11 minutes, 31 seconds of possession in terms of 27 minutes and 14 for Vandy.
Wow.
So, again, if you're going to be able to hold on to the ball, your last few drives, if you're Alabama, 5 plays, 53 yards, touchdown. 9 plays, 83 yards, touchdown. You had a 3-and-out, 7 plays, 75 yards, touchdown. So you scored on 3 of your last 4 drives, touchdowns. You should be able to take the lead on a drive like this, given what we've seen from them. I don't know, but this seems like a high total. But if you're going to score it almost every time you touch the ball.
41-24 Indiana. They've gone to the 2-minute timeout. There is a 4th and 5, I believe, for Northwestern at the 40, which tells you everything hangs in the balance in this fourth down play.
Yeah, baby.
Depending which side would you rather be on? If you had it before the game, would you rather be on the side of Indiana saying, hey, you get one stop, you win the game?
Oh, hell yeah.
Right?
Hell yeah.
But boy, if Northwestern gets that first down, it's the old, we don't really care what happens.
You a push-up guy. Are those real push-ups?
Here's the thing. That's with, what is it, Brutus?
Brutus? Yeah, Brutus the Buckeye.
Brutus is not doing full military grade push-ups, okay, Brutus? I know you're in a costume, so you're like, hey, dude, you do it in a costume. I get the argument. But I need you to do a full, and what I mean by that, kids, I need you to pause at the bottom.
I want diver,
pause at the bottom.
I want diver bomb push-ups. You know what I mean?
A diver bomb?
Yeah, I want one of those. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, little in grade.
Yep.
I like the way you roll. So right now, 35-7, 2-minute timeout there. Looks like the under is going to stay in play because Ohio State's got the ball at the 25, 1st and 10. I don't know why they're not taking knees, but they're not.
Run some stuff. Get the kids some grease. Come on.
Oh, my God. Can you imagine a kid breaks a 75-yard touchdown pass for you over the under? Oh, my Lord.
All right, here we go. Jalen Milroe. Here's your Heisman moment right here.
Okay. So you got to go
on the road against Vandy. Let's do it.
But you do have to go 96 yards, 95 yards? What we're looking at here? That's where Bama begins this drive here. And really, this is the only drama-filled game other than the baseball game.
Well, we shouldn't lie. No, not
what do you got?
Rutgers down 14-0 inside the 35-yard line, so we got plenty. It's just not up there. I'm watching it on my phone right here because I did lay 6.5 with the Huskers of Corn.
Huskers of Corn, 14-0 lead, but it's tenuous lead right now. Barn burner in UConn, 16-13 between UConn and Temple right now.
Ooh,
Didn't realize they still had programs, but they do.
Let me say this really quickly because UConn's actually been off to a really great start. I think they're 4-1 against the spread. They've been covering like crazy. I wrote about them on Sunday, and yet here they are. The market really bet them up here. They opened like 13.5, closed 17.5, and find themselves only up by 3 in the fourth quarter. So one of those big spots where market upgrades you in a really big way. Can you handle those expectations? Would seem right now, at the very least, you would need a miracle to cover that big number.
UConn on the live number, you only have to lay 3.5. Live total there is 38.5. Still about 12 minutes to go in regulation.
Who's just going to get this cover?
Oh, my God. So I don't know if that was a fumble, incomplete pass.
That was it looked like an incomplete pass. They think they're ruling it a fumble. We'll have to look, but
either way, game is going, one timeout. Okay, barring a miracle here. Yeah, let's see what happens. This is the fourth down play for Northwestern. Again, everything, the balance, certainly the total, the side was in the balance here.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
It's a strip sack fumble.
Oh, my gosh.
Ball
this is going to get called back. I think they're going to throw a flag here. So he had a pretty big play downfield for Alabama, but Jalen Milroe was well beyond the line of scrimmage. They're going to call this thing back.
All right, so Indiana looks like they're going to get the cover up 17. They just can really take knees if Northwestern doesn't take the last time out with 1:50 to go. They're talking about it in Alabama. And, let's see if this thing gets called back. And, by the way, underbackers, they may just sweat it out in the shoe, but it gets home. The final there, 35-7, Ohio State all over Iowa. Okay, Metropolitans, another base hit. Keep it going, boys. Iglesias, oh, my God. First and second, if you don't know what I'm talking about, Iglesias sings that song. OMG. So 2 on for the Mets. They are now over 1,200. You got to lay 1,200 for the Mets. This is insanity. They were plus $3 before this inning began. That's how quickly things flip, and that's why we do Live Bet Saturday. We'll put an bow on this edition of Live Bet Saturday when you come back with us right here on VC.
Experience the time of your life at Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas. Live it up with the world's largest sports book, Circa Sports. Get loose and get loud with all sports, all seasons at Stadium Swim. Take in the $1 million views at our rooftop lounge, Legacy Club. Go big and go all night with our luxurious rooms and suites. Book the time of your life today at circalasvegas.com.
Elevate your swim game at Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas. Featuring the best pool in history, Stadium Swim. 3 levels, 6 pools, and a 143-foot diagonal screen. It's 365 days.
I spend a lot of time in the backyard. and I'm the center of attention at summer barbecues. In 96, I made some of the tastiest s'mores. And in 09, it was me, your backyard fire pit, that accidentally started a wildfire when a summer breeze carried one of my embers into some dry brush.
Spark a change, not a wildfire. Visit SmokeyBear.com. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Hope you enjoyed your meal. And I just want to say, he's lucky to have a brother like you.
Lucky? Caring for my brother is far from easy. But he's a part of me, like my arms and legs, so I'll be his. No time for tired. Nothing can disable this love. He needs me, but I'm the lucky one, even though I need help now and then.
If you're caring for a loved one, visit aarp.org/caregiving for care guides and community support for your strength. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
What if I told you that a tornado was going to happen tomorrow, right where you live? That it would touch down at exactly 3:17 p.m., and I told you the exact path it would take. You would, of course, prepare. You would talk with your loved ones, and you'd make a plan today. It's true, I can't tell you a tornado will strike tomorrow, but shouldn't you have a plan anyway? Go to ready.gov/communicate and make your emergency plan today. Don't wait. Communicate. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
This is Mario Andretti. You know me as a race car driver, but I'm also a Meals on Wheels volunteer. I've raced against the sport's biggest personalities, but I've never met more vibrant, amazing people than the seniors served by Meals on Wheels. You can make a difference by dropping off a hot meal and saying a quick hello. So, America, let's do lunch. Volunteer your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org.
This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
The Storks are bringing me a baby brother. We can do this together.
All right, let's go.
Storks know how to keep kids safe. Do you?
What?
Oh my gosh, you don't know.
I know.
You don't. Oh man, you laugh when you're uncomfortable.
No. Making sure your child is in the right car seat is one of the steps to safer travel.
I will rock this.
You will rock this. To know for sure that your child is in the right car seat for their age and size, visit safercar.gov/the-right-seat. Cool. Very cool. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
It's important to plan ahead for emergencies, like the storm. When it kicked in, we had a plan. We were able to get in touch with each other in no time.
How to find each other.
The whole experience was fine.
The most frightening 10 hours of my life.
If there's one piece of advice I'd offer other moms out there, it's to stay calm and keep to the plan.
Some parents plan ahead, some don't. Make sure you know where to find your family in an emergency. Start your plan at ready.gov. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
This is Everett Fitzhugh, the radio voice of the NHL Seattle Kraken. And when I want to catch up with Youngstown sports, I tune in to Western Reserve Radio, WRDB, The Scourge.
This is Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
We are back live at Saturday. JVT, Dave Ross coming at you here from the D in downtown Las Vegas. Of course, the big story of the day is Georgia up 28-13 on Auburn, trying to put the finishing touches there. We got 31-7. And no, the story of the day right now is the Mets. The Metropolitans, remember, on Live Bet Saturday, we told you before the top of the eighth.
There you
Bring
go.
another one in. You could have grabbed the Mets. We advised it. Take the Mets plus 300. Going to the top of the eighth, down 1-0. JVT, a 5-run uprising right now. If you want to play the Mets right now, you got to lay 4,800 on the live number.
You know lay it?
Oh, hells no. But this is the point of live betting, where, again, if we knew what games were going to flip, like Alabama, we'd all be on a desert island, right? But we're trying to give you actionable plays with good value. And you and Luke found it, I think, in the Alabama game. And by the way, that's 23-21 right now with 3.5 minutes to go. And we said, look, didn't know if the Mets are going to have this type of uprising, but this is what they've done all postseason at the end of the year. And it's coming to fruition again, 5-1. It looks like the Phillies mercifully are going to finally get out of this inning as Taylor pops out. So you go to the bottom of the eighth. The live numbers adjust. The Mets are now minus 3,200. The live total, by the way, which had dipped down to 3.5, is back up to 6.5 right now with 6 runs already across the board, and the Phillies in the live number are plus 1,300. Look, it's postseason baseball. You expect the unexpected. You gotta like where the Mets sit now for 8 outs to get, and you know that you're gonna have Edwin Diaz at least for the for the 9th inning.
Your Mets are no longer the big story.
Oh no!
Touchdown Vanderbilt. Oh boy, 29-21 with an extra point coming or 2-point conversion. 2:53 left to go in the third quarter.
Let's get some live numbers there.
Bama gets the ball back on the previous possession, but Jalen Moreau actually completes a pass downfield for, what would you say, like 50 yards or so, but well beyond the line of scrimmage, gets called back, have to punt it away. But because you're punting from your own 4-yard line, good field position for Vandy, and just like that, Commodores have opened up again a 2-score lead.
Oh, boy. So PAT pending. It is good. 30-21 now. Bama has flipped to the dog again, where you got basically the bet you guys made. It's plus 1.5. So you're still at the same number. By the way, I do want to update. I want to be, just Mets-centric when it comes to Live Bet Saturday. There is another game going on right now live.
Yep, not great for the Royals.
Now, you already had 2 on here in the other team in New York, the Yankees, scoreless in the first. Garrett Cole going up against Michael Wacha, but they've already got 2 on and 1 out there. Soto.
You intentionally load the bases. Say, screw this. Aaron Judge, you're so dangerous. We'd rather load the bases with no outs.
Yeah, there's no way you pitch to Aaron Judge here, right? So you got 2 on and scoring. They're going to pitch to Aaron Judge.
So
they
are.
The live number there, still scoreless, Yankees minus $5. This is because 2 base runners are on and Aaron Judge is up. Well, not only they pitched to him, they gave him a cookie, and he missed it back to the screen. So that's happening in real time.
This is what playoff baseball is all about. Michael Wacha versus Aaron Judge.
Minus 475 in the live number for the Yankees. You know Turtle from Entourage?
Yeah.
He tweeted at me yesterday because I tweeted at him. I started it.
Oh, okay. What a way to start that phrase. So it was like, wow, you're famous.
No.
Oh, you're not.
So he had tweeted out a video of himself. What's his real name? His real name is
no shot.
Jerry Ferreira.
I've never seen.
By the way, nice guy. And he put out a video and he basically said he's a diehard Yankee fan, saying, "Hey, I can root for the Mets. It's okay to root for the Mets as a Yankee fan." And all I said, JVT, is I said,
"Screw you! I'm never doing it."
No, I said this post is questionable at best. And then he responded to me and said, "All I'm saying is you can root for the Mets for this one series because he hates the Phillies." And I said, "That's fair." And me and Turtle went our separate ways. I'm good with Turtle. I have no beef with Turtle. And by the way, we have the Entourage creator on Bison all the time. So, I am not picking a fight with Turtle from Entourage. Probably kick my ass, too. But I get his point. Like, JVT, do you do that? Like, if you're a fan of a team, you can't root for the enemy of the fan of the team? You know what I mean? Like, is that okay? Because that's what Turtle's getting at.
I'm not a fan of a team that has any heated rivalries, though. You know what I'm saying?
Who's UNLV's biggest rival?
Yes, in basketball, it'd be San Diego State.
So could you root for somebody?
That's a good point. Yeah, you point up north, Luke, as you do. But I don't really think the hillbillies in Reno are actual people, so I don't consider that anything worth rooting for or against.
So, Turtle, I'm good with you. We're for one series. I'm not rooting for the Yankees, so screw the Yanks. I don't have any love for Aaron. I like Aaron Judge. He's a great player, but that's the point. By the way, Judge at bat still going on. It's grayed out on the screen. Still scoreless. Remember, Yankees vaulted up to a $5 betting favorite because of this at bat. And guess what?
Michael Wacha delivers, baby.
Oh, so you could have grabbed that good number with the Royals. Now you're only getting like 260 of the Yanks plus $1.95 here with the Royals. So every single at bat changes the numbers in high leverage spots, and that clearly was a high leverage spot. What do I know? Because what did I say? Walk him.
That's right.
And what did Wacha say? Screw you, Ross. I'm pitching to the guy, and I'll get your AL MVP out.
A similar interaction for you and Turtle. Just one off. I got a stat for you. You ready?
Bring it.
The first bowl-eligible team in 2024. Indiana Hoosiers.
5-0.
6-0 now.
6-0. They've already played 6 games?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. They played the week 0.
Yeah.
6-0.
I believe that is the case. That's from one Wes Reynolds.
Oh, of course it's from Wes Reynolds. Well, I think Wes played their over. I did not get in on that.
Yes, he did.
Well, you got to be 6 wins in the bag.
6-0.
Holy, are they going to? Well, they're going to go to a bowl. Could you see a scenario What conference are they? Still in the Big Ten?
This does tighten up a little bit. So in after a week off, you're going to get Nebraska. You're going to play host to Nebraska. Then it's going to be home game versus Washington and Michigan State before back-to-back games, Michigan and Ohio State.
Ooh.
You have to go to Ohio State. So yeah, they'll probably take a couple of knocks, but I don't think a 9-win season is out of the realm of possibility. 10-win season if you take care of Nebraska and then split the game. Look, Michigan's got to go to Indiana. Wolverines don't look that formidable.
No.
So one loss, Indiana, on its way to a Big Ten championship game. I don't know.
JVT,
people are saying.
People are saying. 3 minutes ago, I want to get your thoughts very quickly. NFL, what you've got coming up week 5 that you like tomorrow. I'll give you one play that I like. Sure. Everybody, if you know me, you know I'm in the tank for the Dallas Cowboys. They're not my team. They're not your team. They're our team, America's team. I'm betting against America tomorrow. I laid the 2.5 with the Steelers. No Micah Parsons. No Tank playing Tank Lawrence playing D-line, and Trayvon Diggs might be out as well. JVT, that's the 3 best defenders by far. It's not close. I would be more stunned, if the Cowboys won that game outright versus if the Steelers blow out America's team. That number's up to 3. I laid it at 2.5 earlier in the week.
Totally get it. You and Matt Humans on the same side there. Matt Humans loves the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I like being on the same side as Matt Humans.
I think he's bet on them 4 out of the 5 weeks so far. What are we in week 5?
Yeah.
Are we in week 4? We're in week 5, right?
Week 5.
Yeah, so he's bet on them in 4 out of the last 5.
Bama,
big play for Bama.
Bama touchdown.
Let's go.
Holy
Come on, buddy.
mackerel.
Come on. This is what we're looking for here. 3rd and 7. Big touchdown for the Crimson Tide.
Wow.
Get back into this thing.
Well, check those live numbers. Remember, again, purpose of the show. You could have just grabbed Alabama plus 1.5. You can't get that any longer.
My super contest card for tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Jets plus 2.5 against the Vikings. Bengals plus 2.5 against the Ravens. Dolphins plus 1 against the Patriots. Browns plus 3 against the Commanders, and then Seahawks minus 6 versus the G-Men.
You have 2 kids. Will you get up with the kids and watch football from Germany?
So I do first off, my normal wake-up time is about 4:30.
Really?
Yeah. Usually there.
Body clock or alarm clock?
Body clock at this point now, yeah.
Wow. Just conditioned.
Yep. And I do a morning show locally every Sunday morning. So I will be up. I will actually be at the Superbook by about 6:30 a.m. to watch that game.
That's kind of cool. You're going to have live football when you're doing a live show.
That's right. Let's see. And then I'm going to have, so those are the contest plays. Other bets that I have made. Let's see. I need my open plays here, please. Thank you very much. Right. Football games for tomorrow include a Dolphins-Seahawks teaser. Let's see. So Dolphins up to 7. That was teased when they were underdogs, and then teasing down the Seahawks.
And the Giants are without their 2 best players on offense. Singletary is going to be out, and Malik Neighbor is going to be out.
Browns plus 3.5. Dolphins even money, and over 46 Colts and Jags. And last one, Jets plus 3.
Getting up early to watch Aaron Rodgers play football in Germany.
All right, baby.
That's where we are in America in 2024.
That's what we do. Also,
he could have been vice president.
Bengals win the Super Bowl 25-1.
Bengals to win the Super Bowl 25-1.
Loaded statement inside of 30 seconds, but I don't know if the RFK Aaron Rodgers card would have done very good.
Could you imagine you had an active quarterback that was going to run for that's the world we live in. JVT, a lot of fun as always. Luke, great stuff as always. And again, stay tuned to VSiN right here after Live Bet Saturday, because we got Ready, Set, Bet. That's with Matt Brown, Mike Somich.
No 7. Brainworms there.
Followed by the football contest show that starts at 9 p.m. Our expert hosts and guests going to get you all through the consensus choices for the Circus Sports Million and Circus Survivor contest. Stick around for cashing out with Scott Seidenberg at 10 p.m. We'll see you next week here on Live Bet Saturday.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
I was so excited when I heard the sandwich was back. What's up? This is Mike.
And this is Celia.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich
is the symphony of flavors. You can always count on that crispy, tender, juicy chicken. It's so good.
My favorite part is the pimento cheese. Topped off with the honey, it all comes together perfectly. I like the original.
I like the spicy chicken fillet. But either way,
you're getting a winner.
The Chick-fil-A Honey Pepper
Keyboard
Pimento
Cat,
Chicken
Hamilton
Sandwich.
the Pug, and Toast Meets World. These are some of the internet's most beloved pets. And they all have one thing in common. Their stories started in a shelter. Start your story. Adopt a dog or cat today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org to find a pet near you. Training that pet to play the keyboard, that's optional. Start a story. Adopt a shelter or rescue pet today. Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
Okay, what are you wearing right now?
Nothing.
That's right. So mommy's going to teach you how to dress yourself. Underwear always comes first, name tag at the back, then pants, then shirt. Get the first button in the right hole or you have to start all over. Socks going first, then shoes, right on right, left on left. With shoelaces, just take the ends, cross them over, switch the loops. The rabbit goes down the hole, pull tight, and you're left with bunny ears. Got it? Why are your pants on your head?
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier, and it could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. Visit 2min2x.org to find out more. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
How's it going? I'm having a stroke. Are you going to shake my hand? I'm having a stroke. Wow, you're not even moving your arm. I'm having a stroke.
When someone is having a stroke, they may not be able to say it with words, but their body language will tell you loud and clear. Look for FAST. F, face drooping. A, arm weakness. S, speech difficulty. T, time to call 911 immediately. Know the sudden signs. Spot a stroke fast. Visit strokeassociation.org. Brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
The storks are bringing me a baby brother. We can do this together.
All right, let's go. Storks know how to keep kids safe. Do you? What?
Oh my gosh, you don't know.
I know.
You don't. Oh man, you laugh when you're uncomfortable.
No. Making sure your child is in the right car seat is one of the steps to safer travel.
I will rock this.
You will rock this. To know for sure that your child is in the right car seat for their age and size, visit safercar.gov/the right seat.
Cool. Very cool.
Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Catch all of the spring and summer action of Cleveland Cobras minor league football on Western Reserve Radio. Follow the Cobras as they compete against teams from around the region in pursuit of a Tri-Point Football League championship. And if you're looking to continue your football career after high school, college, or even the pros, or to be part of the Cobras staff, go to Facebook at Cleveland Cobras Football. Or contact owner Jesse Caldwell at 330-416-3442. Be a part of the excitement of Cleveland Cobras football.
You're listening to WRDB, Western Reserve Digital Broadcasting, Youngstown, Warren, Salem, and around the world.
This is Bison, the Sports Betting Network. This is Ready, Set, Bet with Matt Brown and Mike Summich on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
It is Ready, Set, Bet here on VSiN. Matt Brown, Mike Summich coming to you live from Circa here in Las Vegas, as we do each and every Saturday. We're going to run through all the games on the NFL slate, give you all the bets in our account, our leans, games we hate, we want to put on a rocket and fire into the sun. We'll let you know each and every one of those things. Hang around to hour number 3. Contest show coming. We'll see what's going on with Circus Survivor, what's going on with the millions as well. But we have an upset a brewing.
Yeah, we do.
Maybe.
Well, we'll see. It was a little bit more likely right before we came on. Ryan Williams, a long touchdown pass, 57-yarder for Alabama, draws them within just 2 points of Vanderbilt in Vandy here. Been a really just ugly game from Bama. You could feel the hangover from that Georgia victory.
Or the hangover from being in Nashville, right? I mean, like maybe
a little both.
Yeah, I was going to say,
both,
maybe,
you know?
maybe they took in some of the scenes last night or something.
Georgia didn't exactly go crush Auburn either today. They're up right now 31-13, so both teams kind of fell off a little bit. But Bama officially on upset alert here. It seemed like they were going to take control in the second half, cut it to 23-21. We saw Vanderbilt get a big touchdown on 4th and 1. Bama responds right back. Vandy has the ball 1st and 10 here on the Alabama 40. So they do have the ball moving into Alabama territory here. See what they can do at the start of the fourth quarter.
As you mentioned, Georgia looks like, oh yeah, they're definitely going to get it done now. Minute 50 left in the fourth quarter, so they're going to win this one. There's 31-13 currently. Carson Beck, 23 of 28. A very efficient day, not huge numbers, 240 and 2 touchdowns, but they ran for 143 as well. So yeah, it took them a little while, like you said, to get going, but a convincing win there at home against Auburn.
Yeah, they were able to find their stride a little bit later in the game. And it's no shock. I mean, we talk about this all the time, how you have these hangover games, especially in college. You see a lot more in college where teams just not able to bring that type of effort back-to-back weeks. You had that really emotional game last week where Alabama ends up winning, but Georgia had that crazy comeback to get back into the game. Not surprised both of these teams are a little bit flat here the following Saturday. I'm interested to check the Heisman market.
Yeah.
You think Milroe's still the favorite right now?
I mean, there is, and it's funny you said that because the very next game we're going to talk about here, you would look and you would think, oh, well, maybe Jackson Dart made up some ground as 27-3 Ole Miss over South Carolina on the road, but they didn't let him throw it in the end zone. They ran him in, so he's got 285 yards, Mike, but 0 touchdowns. So the counting stats are not there.
No, the counting stats were not there. Your current favorite, 3-1, Travis Hunter, Colorado.
Interesting.
Second choice, Jordan Milroe, actually co-favorite, 3-1. Cam Ward, plus 550. He's got a big game heading into Cal a little bit later. They're 10-point favorites. And what is jokingly the game that everyone who handicaps from 1998 loves Cal in, because it's the East Coast team coming West Coast. Tough time for them to play. It's going to be a 10:30 East Coast kickoff for that late game there in Cal of Miami. I still think Miami gets it done. I think they got their scare last week against Virginia Tech. I think they come in a little bit more focused here. I'm not sure I want to lay the 10, but I do think they win. I don't hate the plus 550 price here, especially if Milroe ends up going down.
Not to do the whole, there's tons of time, there's tons of games to be played left, but I'm saying this not because, we have so many games to play. I'm saying this because there really and truly is no favorite. And the Heisman Trophy race is as wide open as I remember in a long, long time. And when I say that, I mean, it's not whittled down to like a handful of people. There are people down there, and you and I said this when we were sitting in the studio. We were like, even Nussmeier's not dead in this market. And at the time when we said that, he was 55-1. He's down to 40-1 right now. LSU out of sight, out of mind because they're on bye this week, but they come back with Ole Miss next week, a convincing win against Ole Miss. I mean, there are a lot of people who can still win this thing.
Yeah, raise your hand if you bet a Cade Klubnik ticket last week at 45-1. Yeah. Like, I'm back on board. Hey, it's the price is right. And this is it's such a wide open race. Travis Hunter, 3-1, your favorite. He may be the best player in college football.
They're not going to let him win.
1% chance he wins this award. Maybe 2%. Ashton Genty, plus 750, your fourth choice right now. Very hard pressed to see him be able to win this award as well. I guess there's an outside chance. He runs for 200 yards. Boise State makes the playoff. Okay, maybe. I still think this ends up being a quarterback award.
Yeah, and by the way, Boise State kicking off right now, so we can kind of keep you up to date on that and see how this.
Did you see his rushing prop?
Oh, no, it was 188 or something like that.
194 and a half yards. Yeah. 100. You almost had to bet the under just on principle.
Yeah, it was. I knew it was ridiculously high, but yes, we'll keep you updated on that. But this market, I guarantee you, by the time we circle back around to this thing in 2 hours, it will have moved.
If Bama wins, is Milroe the favorite?
He'll jump back into the favorite again.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. I think Cam Ward's going to be the favorite by the end of the night.
It's just so wild, but it's the truth.
Yeah,
I mean, it's just the truth. We have seen how dynamic this market is. It's been fascinating. We were sitting here as Arch Manning fell from 150-1 down to at one point under 20-1. I mean, it's so crazy. I love it, guys. Keep doing it. It's fun for us. It's great content.
Well, like I said, last year we had these three superstars, right, at quarterback with Bo Nix, with Jaden Daniels ends up winning it, Caleb Williams, the winner the year before. it doesn't feel like we have one of those superstars at quarterback this year, and it makes this market so much more interesting, so much more wide open.
Nico Iamaleava is going to be able going at it tonight as well. He's in there. He's sitting there with a 10-1. Yeah, he's sitting at 10-1. He's on the road at Arkansas. They're 14-point favorites, so he should put up numbers as well. I mean, this thing, to see him drift would be, I mean, you'd be like, yeah, okay, I understand.
I actually like Tennessee a little bit tonight, laying the 14 as well. And so if they end up covering that game, you're going to see Nico have a big-time game, 3-4 touchdowns there.
So we have something to talk about here.
Oh, no, we don't.
Yeah, we do.
No, we don't.
We got something. We got something
to talk about this.
We got something to talk about. There was only one game in college football this week that had ranked team versus ranked team, and that was Missouri on the road at Texas A&M. 41-10, Texas A&M, the home team, gets it done over Missouri. And Mike, Missouri was never in it. I mean, this was uncompetitive from the kick. And if you look, not only did they allow A&M to throw for 276, they allowed them to run for 236.
Was not a spirited effort from my Tigers today. We'll be honest here. It was unfortunate. The officiating went against them early. I'm not going to say that's the reason they lost, but it's the reason they were down 17-0 in the blink of an eye. And so it was tough for them to rebound and really be able to try and cut the deficit right after we saw that early lead. They didn't show up for the game. They didn't play well there in College Station. So it hurts the Missouri playoff bets.
Yeah.
The problem is you still have to go to Alabama. You have Oklahoma at home. 10-2 probably still makes the playoff, but the margin for error just got a whole lot thinner for my Missouri playoff bets.
Yeah, I mean, because we know the perception's reality, and it's like a loss is a loss is a loss is a loss. But if they lose by 3 in this game, and at the end of the season, people go back and they look and they go, oh yeah, I remember they only lost by a field goal. Then they go back and look at this and go, oh, they got housed at every single aspect of this game. If it's teeter-tottering on the border, then yeah, that's going to be rough.
It's going to be rough.
Yeah.
I will say the one, well, I guess it's not a plus side. If they had made the SEC title game, they were probably going to lose that football game.
Yeah.
Just out on a limb.
Right.
So you were going to end up with the second loss no matter what. Again, 10-2 should still get them in, but now you have zero margin for error on the way home because you're probably going to lose to Alabama in Tuscaloosa.
Yes, it's football season, and yes, we are going to talk a ton of football, but baseball still rolls on here, Mike. The Guardians get it done 7-0 today over the Tigers. Only 4 hits for the Tigers in that game. A very good game for the Guardians all around. We are in the 9th inning now. Mets and Phillies. The Phillies had a home run by Schwarber, leadoff home run in the bottom of the first. And that's it. It is 5-1. That was the last scoring from the Phillies in this one. So we're in the 9th inning right now. That one just got going. Royals and Yankees. Royals up 1-0 early there in that one. And then we have another game coming in about an hour and a half. The Padres and the Dodgers. This is Dodgers minus 145. They chose to push back Flaherty. Flaherty's not going to go. So it's going to be Cease on the hill for the Padres. Yamamoto there for the Dodgers. I have a Padres futures ticket. I am rooting heavily for this Dodger squad, but look, this is kind of their World Series. This series is kind of like their World Series.
Oh, it's a huge series for the Padres here. I got to say, the Mets put up a 5 spot in the top of the 8th there. This book was going nuts. A lot of Mets fans here at Circa today. It's fun to have playoff baseball, like mixed in with all this football. And I got to say, earlier this week, it was fun with this wild card where Tuesday and Wednesday, you had 4 games starting at 11:30 a.m. Pacific, and you could just watch baseball all day, which was nice on days where you didn't have big-time NFL or college games.
Is there a team left in the playoffs that you feel really, really good about, or is it just there was really no dominant team in baseball this year?
There wasn't. No. And the thing is it's baseball. Like once you get into these 3-game series and then 5-game series, it is just so random at certain points. It feels like whatever team gets hot. I like the Phillies for the majority of the year. It feels like they have the best lineup. They have the best rotation. I kind of feel like the Mets are going to win the series though. And so it's hard to really project who you like out of it. And this is probably not a popular take. I kind of want Dodgers-Yankees. I just think it would be fun to have Dodgers-Yankees this year. With Ohtani and Soto and Judge and just those 2 franchises, it would be an iconic World Series. And as someone who does not have any futures in the Major League Baseball side, I kind of want that moment. And I think Dodgers-Yankees is the best way to get that moment.
6-1 now. So they got another run in the top of the 9th. We're heading to the bottom of the 9th now. So the Phillies got to dig out of a 5-run deficit. I'm going to go out on a limb and say they don't do it.
I will agree.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say they don't do it. If we're handicapping this one with the Padres and Dodgers tonight, I mean, look, Dylan Cease has been good at times over the course of the season. There were spurts where he was very, very, very good, and then there were spurts where you just go back to that Dylan Cease where you scratch your head a little bit with him. If you can get good version of Dylan Cease tonight, I mean, Padres firepower for firepower can hang with the Dodgers for sure.
Yeah, I think they can. And plus 120, not a terrible price right now on the Padres. Don't hate that. I actually don't hate an in-game on the Yankees right now either. Down 1-0 after 2 innings. I do think the Yankees eventually get the bats going. We've seen this Royals offense struggle on the road as well. So don't hate a little in-game Yankees play right now.
Over on the college football side of things, Vanderbilt adds on a field goal, 33-28 in favor of Vandy. 10 minutes left in the fourth quarter. Get it done? Could they do it?
I almost took some Alabama minus 4.5 when it was, what was it, 21-7, 23-7. Bama's just not making big plays right now. I think Vandy is live in this game, although Bama does have the ball inside the Vandy 40.
We'll check in on the Heisman market when we come back. JT, 1 carry, 63 yards, touchdown.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can easily find coverage options that fit your budget. If only it was that easy to name your baby.
How about Jaden?
Nope.
Okay. Michael?
Went to middle school with a glue-eating Michael.
Sebastian?
Dated one in college.
How about Damien?
Vampire name.
All right. Greg?
Not feeling it.
Okay. No worries. Jeffrey?
Oh, love that one.
Wait, really?
No.
Find coverage options that fit your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law. Not available in all states.
What's better than 1 win? 3 wins. With Straight Savings, you keep your own phone, get 1 line for only $25 a month with real unlimited data, and get rewarded with a $200 phone credit after 12 months. It's a win-win-win. Head to Walmart or visit straighttalk.com today. Switch to Straight Talk. Less dollars, more sense. Straight Savings Plan enrollment requires compatible unlocked device and new line of service. Bonus device credit requires 12 months of active service. Offer ends if eligibility requirements are no longer met. Taxes and fees apply. For network management practices, see Straight Talk's terms and conditions.
Experience the time of your life at Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas. Live it up with the world's largest sports book, Circa Sports. Get loose and get loud with all sports, all seasons at Stadium Swim. Take in the $1 million views at our rooftop lounge, Legacy Club. Go big and go all night with our luxurious rooms and suites. Book the time of your life today at circalasvegas.com. Elevate your swim game at Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, featuring the best pool in history, Stadium Swim. 3 levels, 6 pools, and a 143-foot diagonal screen. It's 365 days of fun in the sun. With all sports, all seasons, Stadium Swim. Located at Circa Resort and Casino. Book today at circalasvegas.com.
Accidents happen. That's why you need Repair That Glass. Specializing in windshield replacement and all other auto glass, we offer a full range of automotive glass repairs. Our technicians can do everything from minor chip repair to a complete replacement. Your windows don't go up or down, they can fix that too, along with custom glass work and antiques. Repair That Glass is a family-run business for over 40 years. Repair That Glass. Call for your appointment now at 330-534-3192.
Welcome to Calvin's Barbershop.
You all got to see this.
I don't even want to know what you're looking at on that phone.
Well, you should. I was learning about the dangers of high blood pressure and that we need to get ours checked regularly. High blood pressure can increase the risk of heart attack or stroke, but this text program can help keep it at a healthy range. Just text Barbershop to 97779 to sign up.
I'll get right on it as soon as I'm done with this baby panda video.
Text Barbershop to 97779. A message from the American Heart Association and the Ad Council.
This is Everett Fitzhugh, the radio voice of the NHL Seattle Kraken, and you're listening to the home of the Youngstown Phantoms, Western Reserve Radio.
The Sports Betting Network.
RSB here on Bison, Matt and Mike, and we said there were going to be movement. We said there's going to be movement in the Heisman odds.
Here we go.
Took 1 carry in Boise to bash the JT down to 7.5 from 8.5. So that happened. And then it took 1 strip sack for Jaden Milroe to now no longer be the co-favorite.
No, he's up to plus 330 now. I guess the Gentry number at 194.5 was a little low, averaging 63 yards a tote, 1 carry, 63 yards, 1 touchdown for Boise State there. Just 2 minutes into the game.
It just flashed. 650 now.
650 now.
Yeah.
Hey, I mean, he's going to drop. If you have performances like this, it's just a question mark of can someone on that Boise State... Well, first off, does Boise State make the playoff? Right. Which I think is contingent on him winning this award. Mm-hmm. And then can he go for 2,000 plus yards here and really make the statement to try and topple one of these quarterbacks? So you do not have that dominant quarterback if someone like Cam Ward or Milroe doesn't step up.
6-1.
I believe it. I mean, you're going to take money.
850 to 750 to 650 to 6 right now as we're just sitting here talking about this. So basically what we're telling you here, if you like Nico, you better do it because the 10-1, if he plays well, it's going to go.
Well, and it should be dropping here too. Vanderbilt now inside the Alabama 8-yard line. They're going to face a 2nd and 3 here, up 33-28, 6 minutes and 33 seconds left. A touchdown, dare I say, puts this game out of reach for Alabama?
It probably does. It probably does. Man, college football has been wild so far. We'll see. We'll certainly keep you updated there on that one. You do have one more bet in your account.
I do, yeah. I'm doing something I'm not usually accustomed to doing here. Give me Georgia Tech here. I laid the 9.5. You can get a -10 out there in the market. I still like it at 10. Not as much as 9.5, obviously, but still like it at 10. First half, you can get -6.5 on Georgia Tech. Like that as well. Not often you lay double digits against an undefeated team. But Duke is coming into this game 0-5 or 5-0, and yet I am willing to lay the 10 with Georgia Tech here. I think Duke's a fraud and is going to bounce off that win against UNC last week, which is in a very surprising fashion, down 20-0, comes back and gets the win. I think Georgia Tech takes care of business at home. It's a step up in class for Duke here.
Like we said, Tennessee on the road at Arkansas, they are 14-point favorites, 57.5 the total there. Michigan on the road at Washington. There might be a 10 next to Michigan's name, but they're the underdog in this thing. 1.5 dogs there to Washington, 39.5. is the total. USC on the road at Minnesota. They are 8.5-point favorites. In that one, Iowa State hosts Baylor as 12-point favorites. Miami on the road at Cal as 10-point favorites with a 53.5-point total. We did go final. Georgia and Auburn, 31-13 is our final. Did go final over in South Carolina as well. Ole Miss, 27-3. over South Carolina. Ohio State takes care of business today, 35-7 over Iowa. Penn State, 27-11 over UCLA. And SMU goes on the road and beats Louisville 34-27. Indiana, 41-24 winners over Northwestern.
Yeah, interesting college football day. Couple notes on the late games here. That USC-Minnesota game was at 10 because of weather. So wind supposedly in the area. That's one of the main reasons you've seen that drop to 8.5 and seen the total move down to 46.5. And then that Washington-Michigan game, I actually got a couple texts from buddies saying play Washington. I have not bet it, but I've gotten texts from different people who run for a couple groups here in town that big money is on Washington.
I have a de facto ticket kind of on Washington because I have the under Michigan win total. Yeah. So it's kind of like I kind of already have a ticket on Washington considering it's only a 1.5. So I'm like, yeah. I'll just win. How about that? Like just be right.
At some point, Michigan's going to have to throw the football. We'll see if this is the week.
We'll see if that happens. Boise got the ball back via punt from Utah State. So we'll let you know if it's two touchdowns for
got shot at a 90-yarder here.
Yeah, we'll see what's going on there in that game. But it is a very, very busy week over in the NFL. We don't want to mess around here at all. And Mike, again, typically we're going to be a preview show. We're going to be looking forward. But I do think that there is stuff for us to look back on that Thursday night game in which the Falcons were able to get it done in overtime, 36-30 over the Bucks, because you and I heavily invested in the Falcons in the offseason, said they were the best team in that division coming in. Then they look, let's just say, rusty to start out the season. But I'll say this, and I don't think this is overstating anything. That's not to say they're going to win the division even. But Kirk Cousins finally looked like Kirk Cousins again in that.
Yeah, he started to get back into playing for him. It took a couple games for him to really get the movement in the pocket back, get used to these targets. I thought Kyle Pitts looked a lot better. He looked awful 2 weeks ago, or this week. He looked awful in week 4. Week 5 here, he looks very good. Drake London gets it going, 12 for 154 and a touchdown. All that being said, the Bucs should have won this game. I mean, they were in complete control late. I don't know what we were doing. Ended up not getting a field goal late there. Then all of a sudden, you get the Falcons tying it up on the last possession. They get the ball, go down, and score the touchdown. The Bucs let this game slip away late.
Falcons tried to give it away a couple of times as well in that game. Some horrible, boneheaded penalties. I mean, like every time they were starting to move the ball, they would get some sort of penalty. And then there were a couple of personal fouls and things like that along the way that just you're sitting there going, guys, are you trying to give this game away? Like, how is this happening? What is going on here? But eventually, finally, we get this thing done in overtime. The Falcons, because of the overtime rule, and Bucks don't get the ball, so they cover. And for those of us that did have Falcons tickets, I'll just
yay.
Yeah,
this is good for the division bet.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of because we both have some Falcons division prices out there, and Vanderbilt just goes in for the touchdown. So Vandy going to go up here 40 to 25. So it's going to be a lot of work to do here for Alabama to try and come back in this football game. 40 to 28. I'm sorry. This is a good game for the Falcons. It was good for them to be able to get this win at home against the Bucks, who are probably the second best team in this division. I do think the Falcons are the class of division, and they're going to get better as the season goes along. This Bucks team needs to get a little bit healthier on the defensive side. Still missing a couple key pieces out there. Vita Vea does play, and they need to go to Bucky Irving. I mean, I realize he had a big fumble in this game. He is so much more electric than White, and that being said, I get it. White had one big run. Every other one of his runs was just like literally just plowing into the line.
I mean, Bucky Irving is by far, like you said, there was a fumble in the game, but he is by far. I mean, you don't have to be a scout.
No.
Like your eyeballs can look and just see, he's faster. He has more twitch to him. He catches the ball a little bit. I mean,
he breaks more tackles.
Yeah, everything. Yeah,
he's a smaller dude. He still breaks more tackles.
Yeah. It is that's a touchdown for Vanderbilt, and it's an 11-point lead with 5 minutes left in the fourth quarter. So the number one team in the nation could be going down. The short-lived number one reign there for Alabama.
Yeah, just like Jalen Milroe's chances for the Heisman, now plus 400.
Just like, you guys keep betting it. We love it. It's great content for us. Okay. Bright and early, we are starting this week over in London. The New York Jets and the Minnesota Vikings. This is 2.5 in favor of the Vikings. 40.5 is our total. If you were watching our show last Sunday, I put this immediately into the account. So I have the Vikings 2 in there, Mike. So that is sitting there for me. If you are looking at this injury report, right tackle Morgan Moses is out for the Jets. CJ Mosley is doubtful. And then Lecky Fotu also doubtful. So a couple of defensive starters down for the Jets and one offensive lineman. The Vikings clean injury report, which is about the only team in the NFL that has one of those here in week number 5, because you're about to hear a laundry list of injuries like throughout the course of this show. But they did open TJ Hawkinson's window, but he's going to stay out. He was able to practice actually in a limited form all week long, but they're going to play it safe with him, especially where they sit right now. There's no reason to rush him back. So Hawkinson probably week 7, because they have a bye next week through the Vikings. So probably Hawkinson there in week 7. But I think Flores, with this version of Aaron Rodgers that isn't quite as mobile, doesn't have that escapability, I think he's going to dial up some craziness here. I think he's going to put him in a very uncomfortable position for most of this game, and I think we're going to see just more of what we've seen from this Vikings team, even though it is over in London.
Yeah, really interesting spot here. You've got Flores, who gets to face kind of the Shanahan tree back-to-back weeks earlier in the season, and now you're facing the LaFleur tree, if you will. So the Packers offense last week, you come right back and play a similar offense here in the Jets this week. Aaron Rodgers is obviously the big difference here between those two. I was shocked to see this. The Vikings are giving up the most passing yards per game in the NFL. Yeah. But you know why? Because they've been ahead. Everyone has to try and come back against them. It's one of those stats. It's kind of misleading in that way.
And they've been playing a ton of that too high as well, which they'll let you keep it in front, and it's fine. Like, okay, it's the bend but don't break thing.
And so people keep talking about how the Jets have a chance to roast this Vikings pass defense, which isn't very good. And I'm like, well, are we sure the Vikings pass defense isn't very good, or was it more situationally they give up yards, right? Yeah. I think Flores is able to dial it up here. When you look at the coaching mismatch alone, and you've got O'Connell on one side, and you've got Slaw on the other, and then you've got Hackett versus Flores on the offense and defensive side for the Jets. I don't see how New York is going to be able to win this on a short week, flying overseas. I think Minnesota's the play here. I took them minus 2.5. I also took Mike Williams over 30.5.
So I played it. I'm playing it every week, and I played over 2.5 receptions
every week.
So I played over 2.5 receptions, and I played over the yards. It's sitting at 30.5. There's 31.5s out there as well that are cheaper. Look, until they move the number, he's getting more snaps. He's running more routes. Yeah. he doesn't need very much to get you these numbers.
He didn't play week 1, 1 target in week 2, 4 targets in week 3, 5 targets in week 4. It keeps going up. Each of those targets are 10 to 15 yards down the field. I realize we don't have a number 1 cornerback to shut down Garrett Wilson. I loved it last week because you had a shutdown corner on Garrett Wilson. Even without that, if you think the Vikings are going to score, Mike Williams is going to be involved in the Jets trying to come back here. Love the over 30.5 there. I'd ladder him up to 50.
Like we said, the bye weeks did start here in week 5. Lions, Chargers, Eagles, Titans all on bye. If you want to look ahead to week 6, Chiefs, Rams, Dolphins, and Vikings. Full NFL preview here on Ready, Set, Bet when we come back.
Wendy's breakfast burrito has an entire breakfast in every bite. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, American cheese, cheese sauce, and sausage or bacon. So the first bite is like fresh cracked American cheese sauce, bacon. And the second bite is like fresh cracked American cheese sauce, bacon. And the third bite, you get the idea. The boss of breakfast burritos, gotta be Wendy's.
Participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
NFL Sunday Ticket subscribers, you can watch the VSiN Pro Football Tailgate Show every Sunday on YouTube as part of your Sunday Ticket subscription. Never watched VSiN? Well, this is your chance to check us out each week as we get you ready for every NFL game. It's the VSiN Pro Football Tailgate Show with me, Stormy Bonantoni, former NFL MVP Rich Gannon, and NFL General Manager Michael Lombardi. Every Sunday from 10 a.m. to 1 Eastern on YouTube and VSiN.
Most of my family, they never graduated high school, so I'm trying to break that barrier. My daughter, Brooklyn, was also a motivation for me to go back to school. Every day after work, went straight to school, and it paid off.
At age 26, Kareem finished his high school diploma.
I could not have done it alone. I see the future is really bright for me.
No one gets a diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
So I'm a cat, and I just moved in with this new human. And she's got this little toy she's always playing with, all day long. Tap, 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 bloop, bloop. She can't put it down. There it is. Oh, and get this. She even talks to it. Last week, she asked it for Chinese. And guess what? Egg rolls showed up. Like magic. Humans have cool toys.
A person is the best thing to happen to a shelter pet. Be that person. Adopt. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the ShelterPetProject.org.
What if I told you that a tornado was going to happen tomorrow, right where you live? That it would touch down at exactly 3:17 p.m., and I told you the exact path it would take. You would, of course, prepare. You would talk with your loved ones, and you'd make a plan today. It's true, I can't tell you a tornado will strike tomorrow, but shouldn't you have a plan anyway? Go to ready.gov/communicate and make your emergency plan today. Don't wait. Communicate. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Allison is perfect. I mean, she'd never tell you that. She's humble and perfect. She likes everyone. She even likes her untidy roommate's weird guinea pig. Allison, wait, are you texting and driving? Allison, no. That's the exact opposite of what I was just saying about you. Why, Allison? Why? Texting and driving makes good people look bad. Visit StopTextStopRex.org. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
I'm Paul George of the Indiana Pacers. When I was 6, my days were spent playing basketball. When I was 6, my dream was to make it to the NBA. When I was 6, my mom had a stroke. So I want you to learn to spot a stroke fast. F-A-S-T. F, face drooping. A, arm weakness. S, speech difficulty. T, time to call 911. I'm Paul George. Spot a stroke fast. Visit strokeassociation.org. Brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
My name is Lola Silvestri, and I'm going to be 95 this year. I was very independent. I fell, and I had to have Meals on Wheels. America, let's do lunch.
1 in 6 seniors faces the threat of hunger, and millions more live in isolation. Drop off a hot meal and say a quick hello. Volunteer for Meals on Wheels by donating your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org. This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
This is Matt Lipsack, the voice of the Youngstown Phantoms, and your home for Phantoms hockey is Western Reserve Radio.
Welcome back to Ready, Set, Bet with Matt Brown and Mike Summage on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Like Alabama 28, Vanderbilt 40. Alabama is in the red zone. What I didn't know is when I read the score last, because we're doing multiple things here, the extra point was pending. Obviously, a big difference between 11 and 12.
Yeah, it matters.
And it is 12. So 40-28 currently. Alabama down inside the 3-yard line. It is 4th and 1. This could be game. It is not game. They get the first down. They did not get in the end zone, however, so they need to get back up. Did they have to call timeout?
Someone called timeout there. I think it's going to be 4th and 1 again.
Oh, maybe Vandy called timeout before the play was run?
Yep. So 4th and 1, Vandy got their final timeout here. 2:51 left.
Ice the 4th and 1 instead of icing the kicker. How about that?
I mean, you can't go home with it. It's not a bad spot for Vandy to use that timeout.
I love the use of the timeout right there. We always talk about icing the kicker, which is so stupid. Like, that's dumb. But not letting them just run up there and go and get the 4th and 1 and make them have to, I like that.
I mean, you feel like an idiot if you stop them. But
yeah, exactly. I like that a lot. So 4th and 1 will be run again by Alabama, which is essentially 4th and game here if they don't get it. So 12-point lead for Vandy, 2:51 left in the fourth quarter. We could have the number 1 team in the country go down.
We could. Bama does have all 3 timeouts and the 2-minute timeout as well. Not the 2-minute warning.
Yeah, we can't call it that.
No, definitely not that. The 2-minute timeout. So 4 stoppages of the clock for Bama, so they can kick it deep and get the football back here with more than enough time to try and cut this or win this game in the latter stages.
As we said, bright and early on tomorrow morning, 9:30 Eastern, 6:30 Pacific. We have tickets in on the Vikings. I like my side in that one, but I do like the props there on Mike Williams. As we said, the guy's just been getting so much more run. Carolina Panthers on the road at the Chicago Bears, and I'm going to read you a line, and it is the actual line, and it is Chicago Bears as 4-point favorites. The other, not just the other side of 3. We are talking a full point on the other side of 3. 41.5 is our total. Now, if you want to nitpick, the Thursday injury report for the Panthers had 19 people on it.
What are we nitpicking?
Yeah, I mean, 19 people on their Thursday injury report. It did narrow a little bit on Friday, but Josie Jewell, Shaq Thompson, both out. So both linebackers there in the middle out for them. Shai Tuttle is out, their best player that's left of their bad players, but he's out on the defensive line. Their right guard, Robert Hunt, is questionable, and a whole bunch of backups are all questionable and stuff like that for this Panthers team as well. On the Bears side, just Tevin Jenkins, who is their left guard, is questionable heading into this game. So again, there's just a Panthers team going on the road to the Bears with, again, I mean, the defense wasn't good to begin with. Neither one of their starting linebackers, down their best defensive tackle that's left on the team. So I imagine the Bears, if there ever was an opportunity for them to move the ball, Mike, maybe it would be this week.
Well, it's funny. Everyone's saying the Bears offense is getting better. It's getting better. Well, guess what? You're playing some pretty bad defenses, and you get another one here in this spot. I have a Carolina plus 3.5 in pocket. We bet it on Sunday, or I bet it on Sunday. Yeah. I don't love it, to be honest here, because of how this injury report broke. I'm not playing the Bears -4, but I don't love the Carolina plus 3.5. I do love the over here, Matt. Mm-hmm. Sitting at just 40.5, 41, 41.5, depending on where you're playing. Look, this Carolina team, I said it 2 weeks ago when they were playing Las Vegas, is an over team. I said it last week when they're playing Cincinnati. This is an over team. They can move the football with Andy Dalton. I think they do have some success against this Bears team. Like, I would say a worse offense than the Rams were able to put up 16 points last week or 18 points last week against this Bears team and had opportunities to put up a lot more than that. And now you have a worse defense here for the Carolina Panthers taking on the Bears. I think this game ends up going over that 41 total.
If you take a look at kind of what this Chicago team has done so far this season, I mean, it's hard to argue that the defense has been pretty good, right?
It's been good.
And so you do have a little bit of, you do at least have a little bit of something to look forward to, I think, if you're a Bears fan out there. But this offense is not, like you said, I don't know where the whole getting better thing is coming from. If you look, they're 25th in pass offense EPA per play. They're 25th in rush offense EPA per play. If you kind of look on the DVOA side of things, it is in agreement with what we're getting from the EPA side of things. Like, they're all kind of in the bottom 6, 7-ish in every single advanced stat on the offensive side that there is. Now, pretty good on the defensive side, but the offense reeks right now of just being look, it takes a while to learn how to play quarterback in the NFL. Like, I don't know why we have to keep saying this over and over again. And so I think it's going to take him a little bit, man.
I do too. But this is an important stretch for Caleb Williams, though. He had the Rams last week, a beat-up defense. You've got the Panthers this week. Then you take on the Jags. Their defense stinks. You take on the Commanders. Their defense stinks. You take on the Cardinals. Their defense stinks. This 4-game stretch, important for Caleb Williams and his development here. What do you think of DeAndre Swift rushing the props? 51.5 is the number.
Yeah.
I looked at it. I think we get 15 carries here. That's still asking for like that 4-yard per carry type average. You can get his longest run over 12.5 yards. I kind of like the longest run prop more than I like the actual rushing total prop, because it does feel like this is a Panthers defense that allowed Chase Brown last week to gash them. It feels like Swift gets one of those runs where he gets in the secondary and goes over 13.5 yards.
Yeah, I think if you're the Bears too, if
you want to run the football.
If you want to try to get an offense going and you don't